Track 1. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. The direct sources of modern music are to be found in the works of Berlioz, Chopin, Liszt, and Wagner. This assertion savours of truism, but since the achievement of these four masters and the enlargement of harmonic idiom, in diversity of formal evolution, and in intrinsic novelty and profundity of musical sentiment and emotion, remains so unalterably the point of departure in modern music, reiteration is unavoidable and essential. It were idle to deny that various figures in musical history have shown prophetic glimpses of the future. Monteverdi's taste for unprepared dissonance, an instinct for graphic instrumental effect, the extraordinary anticipation of Liszt's treatment of the diminished seventh chord, and the enharmonic modulations to be found in the music of Sebastian Bach, the presages of later German Romanticism, discoverable in the works of his ill-fated son, Wilhelm Friedemann, constitute convincing details. The romantic ambitions of Lazure as to program music found their reflection in the superheated imagination of Berlioz, and the music drama of Wagner derives as conclusively from Fidelio as from the more conclusively romantic antecedents of Euryanthe. But despite their illuminating quality, these casual outcroppings of modernity do not reverse the axiomatic statement made above. The trend of modern music, then, may be traced first along the path of the pervasive domination of Wagner. Second, the lesser but no less tenacious influence of Liszt. It includes the rise of nationalistic schools, the gradual infiltration of eclecticism, leading at last to recent quasi-anarchic efforts to expand the technical elements of music. 1. If the critics of the late 19th and 20th centuries have successfully exposed not only the aesthetic flaws in Wagner's theory of the music drama, but also his own obvious departures in practice from preconceived convictions, as well as the futility of much of his polemic and philosophical writings, European composers of opera, almost without exception, save in Russia, have frankly adopted his methods in whole or in part. Bruckner, Bungert, D'Albert, Schillings, Pfitzner, Goldmark, Humperdinck, Weingartner, and Richard Strauss in Germany, Saint-Saëns in varying degrees, Chabrier, Lalo, Massenet temporarily, Bruno and Charpentier slightly, Dandy, Chausson, and Dukas in France, Verdi more remotely, Puccini, and possibly Wolf Ferrari in Italy, Holberg in England, are among the more conspicuous whose obligation to Wagner is frankly perceptible. In Germany, the most prominent contributors to dramatic literature, aside from Cornelius with Der Barbaria von Bagdad and Goetz with Der Widerspenstige Zermung, have been Goldmark, Humperdinck, and Richard Strauss. The latter was an incredibly complex system of leading motifs, an elaborately contrapuntal connotation of dramatic situations, aided by an intensely psychological orchestral descriptiveness, has reached the summit of post-Wagnerian drama. His later dramatic experiments, a ruthless adaptation of Molière's Bourgeois Gentilhomme, containing the one-act opera Ariadne auf Naxos and the ballet The Legend of Joseph, are distinctly less representative examples of his dramatic resourcefulness. In France, the Wagnerian influence is typified in such works as Chabrier's Gwendoline, Dandy's Ferval, and to a lesser extent Chausson's Le Roi Arthus. Bruno's realistic operas and Charpentier's sociological Louise belong first of all to the characteristically French lyric drama, in which the Wagnerian element is relatively unimportant. In Debussy's Pelléas et Mélisande, Dukas' Ariane et Barbe Bleue, Ravel's Le Espagnol, and Fauré's Pénélope, we find a virtually independent conception of opera which may be almost described as anti-Wagnerian. In Italy, the later Verdi shows an independent solution of dramatic problems, although conscious of the work of Wagner. Puccini is the successor of Verdi rather than the follower of Wagner, although his use of motifs and treatment of the orchestra shows at least an unconscious assimilation of Wagnerian practice. Mascagni and Leoncavallo are virtually negligible, except for their early successes, and one or two other works. Younger composers like Montemezzi and Zadinai are beginning to claim attention, but Wolf Ferrari, combining Italian instinct with German tradition, seems on the way to attain a renaissance of the opera bouffe, provided that he is not again tempted by the sensational type represented by the jewels of the Madonna. Opera in England has remained an exotic, save for the operettas of Sullivan, despite the efforts of British composers to vitalize it. Holbrook's attempt to produce an English trilogy seems fated to join previous failures, notwithstanding his virtuosity and his dramatic earnestness. Russian composers for the stage have steadily resisted the invasion of Wagnerian methods. Adhering first of all to the tenets of Dostoevsky, individuals have gradually adopted their own standpoint. The most characteristic work are Borodin's Prince Igor, Rimsky-Korsakov's Sneguruchka, Sadko, Lada, Le Coq d'Or, and Mussorgsky's Boris Godunov and Kovanshina. In the field of orchestral composition, the acceptance of Wagner's procedure in orchestration is even more universal than his dramatic following. If a system follows logically from the adoption of valve horns and valve trumpets, the enlargement of wind instrument groups and the subdivision of the strings, its far-reaching application is still a matter of amazement to the analyst. Even if it be granted that Wagner himself predaciously absorbed individual methods of treatment from Weber, Meyerbeer, Berlioz, and Liszt, the ultimate originality of his idiom justified his manifold obligations. German composers, except among the followers of Brahms, appropriated his extension of orchestral effect as a matter of course, the most notable being Bruckner, Goldmark, Humperdinck, Mahler, and Strauss. If the two latter in turn can claim original idioms of their own, the antecedents of their styles are none the less evident. French composers from Saint-Saëns to Dukas have made varying concessions to his persuasive sonorities. Even the staunch Rimsky-Korsakov fell before the seduction of Wagnerian amplitude and variety of color. Glazunov, Taneyev, Scriabin, and other Russians followed suit. Among English composers, Elgar and Bantock fell instinctively into line, followed in some degree by William Wallace and Frederick Delius. If Holberg is more directly a disciple of Richard Strauss, that fact in itself denotes an unconscious acknowledgement to Wagner. If Liszt has had a less all-embracing reaction upon modern composers, his sphere of influence has been marked and widely extended. To begin with, his harmonic style has been the subject of imitation second only to Wagner, up to the advent of Richard Strauss and Debussy. His invention of the structurally elastic symphonic poem remains the sole original contribution in point of form which the 19th century can claim. For even the cyclic sonata form of Franck is but a modification of the academic type, and was foreshadowed by Beethoven and Schumann. The vast evolution of structural freedom, the infinite ramifications of subtle and dramatic program music, and the resultant additions of the most stimulating character to modern musical literature rest upon the courageous initiative of Liszt. In France, Saint-Saëns' pioneer examples, though somewhat slight in substance, prepared the way for César Franck's Les Héliades and Les Chasseurs Maudits, Duparc's Lenore, Dondy's Les Forêts Enchantées, the programmistic Istar variations, Jodette à la Montagne, Lucas' L'Apprentie Sorcière, Debussy's Prélude et l'Après-midi d'une Faune, and the Nocturnes, programmistic if impressionistic, Florence Schmidt's Tragédie des Salommes, and Roussel's Evocation. In Germany, Richard Strauss's epoch-making series of tone poems from Macbeth to Also sprach Zarathustra combine descriptive aptitude and orchestral brilliance with a masterly manipulation of formal elements. Weingartner's Die Gefilde des Seligen and Rieger's Berkelin symphonic poems may be added to the list. In Russia, Balakirev's Tama, Borodin's Sketch from Central Asia, Rimsky-Korsakov's Scheherazade, although a suite, Glazunov's Stenka Razin, and other less vital works, Rachmaninoff's Isle of the Dead, Scriabin's Poem of Ecstasy and Poem of Fire, mark the path of evolution. Smetana's series of 6 symphonic poems entitled My Home result directly from the stimulus of Liszt. In Finland, Sibelius's tone poems on national legendary subjects take a high rank for their poetic and dramatic qualities. If in England Bantock's Dante and Beatrice, Fifine at the Fair and other works, Holbrook's Queen Mab, Wallace's François Villon, Diers's Paris, and Elgar's Falstaff exhibit differing degrees of merit, the example of Liszt is still inspiriting. Moreover, the Lisztian treatment of the orchestra, emphasizing as it does a felicitous employment of instruments of percussion, has proved a remarkable, liberating force, especially in Russia and France. Liszt's piano idiom has been assimilated even more widely than in the case of the symphonic poem and orchestral style. Smetana, Saint-Saëns, Balakirev, and Lyapunov occur at once as salient instances. The contributory reaction of Berlioz and Chopin upon modern music has been relatively less direct, if still apparent. It was exerted first in fertile suggestions to Wagner and Liszt at a susceptible and formative stage in their careers. Both have played some part in the awakening of Russian musical consciousness. Berlioz through his revolutionary orchestral style and programmistic audacity, Chopin through his insinuating pianistic idiom, which we find strongly reflected in the earlier works of Scriabin. Some heritage of Berlioz can undoubtedly be traced in the music of Gustav Mahler, although expressed in a speech quite alien to that of the French pioneer of realism. It may be remarked in passing that the influence of Brahms has been intensive rather than expansive. This statement is entirely compatible with a just appraisal of the worth and profundity of his music, nor can it in any way be interpreted as a detraction of his unassailable position. But in consideration of the absence of the coloristic and extreme subjective elements in Brahms's style, and in view of its conserving and reactionary force, the great symphonist cannot be regarded as specifically modernistic. Still, with his extraordinary cohesiveness of form and vital rhythmic progress, both in symphonic writing, chamber music, and piano pieces, Brahms has affected Rieger, Weingartner, and Max Bruch in Germany, but also Glazunov, Rachmaninoff, Medtner, Parry, and others outside of it. With the 4 symphonies of Brahms, the long evolution of the classic form in Germany has apparently come to an end with an involuntary recognition that little more could be attained upon conventional lines. The symphonies of Bruckner emphasize this realization. Following in Wagner's orchestral footsteps, both the structure and their ideas are of unequal value, in which separate movements not infrequently rise to sublimity of expression and dramatic fervor. While opinion is still divided as to the merit of Mahler's 10 symphonies, they represent isolated instances of powerfully conceived and tenaciously executed works, whose orchestral eloquence is in singularly apt conformity with their substance. After a precocious and conservative symphony composed at the age of 19, which pleased Brahms, Richard Strauss waited 20 years before attempting in a Symphonia Domestica so elastic a form as almost to escape classification in this type. Despite much foolish controversy of the programmistic features of this work, its brilliant musical substance, its fundamental and logical coherence, the remarkable plastic coordination of its themes, constituted a unique experience in free symphonic structure. In France, the symphony has evolved a type somewhat apart from the Teutonic example, although an outcome of it, namely the cyclical, in which its themes are derived from generative phrases. After 3 innocuous specimens, one unpublished, Saint-Saëns' 3rd Symphony shows many of the attributes of classicality. César Franck's Symphony in D minor embodies most of his best qualities, together with much structural originality. Lalo's more fragile work in G minor displays a workmanship and individuality which entitles it to record. Chausson's Symphony in B flat, despite its kinship with Franck, possesses a significance quite beyond its actual recognition. Dandy, after composing an excellent cyclic work upon a French folk song, produced his instrumental masterpiece with a 2nd in B flat, which for logical structure and fusion of classic elements with modernistic sentiment deserves to be classed as one of the finest of its time. if Russian symphony composers have not as a whole reached as high a mark as in the freer and more imaginative forms, nevertheless, Rimsky-Korsakov, Borodin, Balakirev, Glazunov, Rachmaninoff, and Taneyev have displayed sympathy with classic ideals, and have achieved excellent, if not surpassing, results within these limits. The symphonies of Parry, Cohen, and others in England have enlarged little upon the conventional scope. Elgar raised high hopes with his first symphony in A-flat, but speedily dismissed them with his second in E-flat. Sibelius in Finland, having given proof of his uncommon creative force and delineative imagination in his tone poems, has also exhibited unusual originality and vitality in his first symphonies. The last of these virtually departs from a genuine symphonic form, but its novelty alike in ideas and treatment suggests that he too demands greater elasticity of resource. For the problem of combining the native style and technical requirements of the symphony with modern sentiment is one of increasing difficulty. The field of piano music, chamber works, songs, and choral works is of too wide a range for detailed indication of achievement. The piano music of Balakirev, Lyapunov, Rachmaninoff, Scriabin, of Grieg, of Franck, Debussy, Dukas, and Ravel, of Cyril Scott and others merits a high place. The chamber music of Smetana, Dvorak, Grieg, despite its shortcomings, Franck, Dondy, Fauré, Ravel, of Wolf, Strauss, and Rege deserves an equal record. The songs of Wolf and Strauss, of Dupas, Fauré, and Debussy, of Mussorgsky, of Sibelius, the choral works of Franck, Dondy, Pianet, Schmidt, of Delius, Bantock, Elgar, and other Englishmen are conspicuous for technical and expressive mastery. 2. Apart from the general assimilation of the innovating features due to Wagner and Liszt, the most striking factor in musical evolution of the late 19th and 20th centuries has been the rise of nationalistic schools of composition. These have deliberately cultivated the use of native folk song and dance rhythms, and in the case of operas and symphonic poems are frequently drawn upon national legend for subjects. One of the earliest of these groups was the Bohemian, whose leader, Smetana, already mentioned in connection with symphonic poem, chamber, and piano music, also won a distinguished place by his vivacious comic opera, The Bartered Bride, known abroad chiefly by its inimitable overture. If Dvorak promised to be a worthy disciple of a greatly talented pioneer, his abilities were diffused by falling a victim to commissions from English choral societies, and in endeavouring to emulate Brahms. In reality, he was most significant when unconscious, as in the Slavic dances, in his naive and charming suite, Opus 39. Although his symphony found the New World, and certain chamber works based upon Negro themes are as enduring as anything he composed. Hampered by a truly Schubertian lack of self-criticism, his path toward oblivion has been hastened by this fatal defect, although his national flavour and piquant orchestral colour deserve a juster fate. In the Scandinavian countries, Grieg, and to a lesser degree Nordrock, as well as Svensson and Sinding, tempered nationality with German culture. Grieg, the more dominant personality, was a born poet, and imparted a truly national fervour to his songs and piano pieces. In the sonata form he was pathetically inept, despite the former popularity of his chamber works and piano concerto. Certain mannerisms and abuse of sequence, and a too persistent cultivation of small forms, have caused his works to lose ground rapidly. Nevertheless, Grieg has given a poetic and nationalistic savour to his best music, which makes it impossible to overlook its value. A coterie of accomplished and versatile musicians which yields to none for intrinsic charm, vitality, and poetic spontaneity is that of the so-called Neo-Russians, self-styled the Invincible Band. Resenting Rubinstein's almost total surrender to Teutonic standards, and scorning Tchaikovsky as representing a pitiable compromise between Russian and German standpoints, they revolted against conventional technique with as great pugnacity as did Galileo, Peri, Caccini, and Monteverdi in the late 16th century. Their aesthetic foster-father Balakirev for a time dominated the studies and even supervised the composition of the members, Borodin, Cui, Mussorgsky, and Rimsky-Korsakov. Ultimately, each followed his own path, though not without a certain community of ideal. aiming to continue the work of Glinka and Dagamiski. Both in opera and instrumental music, they wished to use folk songs for themes, and to utilize national legends or fairy stories. But they could not resist the alien form of the symphonic poem, and with it the orchestra of Liszt, and while they opposed the Wagnerian dramatic forms, one at least, Rimsky-Korsakov, could not withstand the palpable advantages of the Wagnerian orchestra. Their works combined the elements of Western and Oriental Russia, adhered largely to folk song or elements of its style, and in the opera embodied folk dances, semi-pagan worship, and ceremonial with striking nationalistic effect. Many of their orchestral pieces have taken place in the international repertoire of orchestras. Of the operas, a smaller number have penetrated to European theatres. While the nationalistic operas of Rimsky-Korsakov are little known beyond Russia, they show his talent in a broadly humanistic and epic standpoint, hardly hinted at in his orchestral works. Mussorgsky's Boris Godunov, one of the finest operas since Wagner, claims attention from the fact that it attains dramatic vitality from a standpoint diametrically opposed to Wagner. The influence of Boris Godunov is palpable as forming the subtle dramatic idiom of Pelléas et Mélisande. Glazunov, Taneyev, and Glier represent the cosmopolitan element among Russian composers of today. Of these, Glazunov is the most notable. His early symphonic poem, Stenka Razin, gave promise of an original and brilliant career, but instead he has become steadily more reactionary. Among his 8 symphonies there is scarcely one that is preeminent from beginning to end. His ballets Raymonde, The Seasons, and Love's Ruses have been surpassed by younger men. His violin concerto is among his most able works. A master of technique and structure, and a remarkably erudite figure, his lack of progressiveness has been against him. A younger composer, Cherubnin, is known for his skillful ballets, Narcissus, Pan and Echo, and the Pavilion of Armida, which incline, nevertheless, towards the conventional. Rachmaninoff is also of reactionary tendencies, although his piano concertos and his fine symphonic poem, The Isle of the Dead, have shown his distinction. The rise of the modern French school, largely owing to a patriotic reaction after the Franco-Prussian War and the liberal policies of the National Society, has brought about one of the most fertile movements in modern music. The transition from the operas of Gounod, Thomas, Bizet, and the early Massenet to those of Chabrier, Lalo, Dandy, Bruno, Charpentier, Debussy, Dukas, Ravel, and Fauré is remarkable for its concentrated progress in dramatic truthfulness. Similarly, beginning with the eclectic and facile Sanson, the more romantic and fearless Lalo, and the mystic Franck, through the audacious Chabrier and the suave and poetic Fauré, including the serious and devoted followers of Franck, Dandy, Dupac, de Castillon, Chausson, and Lecoeur, the versatile Dukas, to the epoch-making Debussy, with the younger men like Ravel, Schmidt, and Roussel. French instrumental music has developed, on the one hand, a fervently classic spirit despite its modernism, and on the other, an impressionistic exoticism which is without parallel in modern music. Aside from a vitally new harmonic idiom, which in Debussy reaches its greatest originality despite Dandy, Fauré, and the later developments of Ravel, the attainment of racially distinct dramatic style in such works as Debussy's Pelléas et Mélisande, Dukas' Ariane et Barbe Bleue, Ravel's L'heure espagnole, and Fauré's Pénélope, is one of the crowning achievements of this group. Furthermore, following the examples of the younger Russians, the ballets of Jeu and Camas by Debussy, Le Paris by Dukas, Le Tragédie d'Absalom by Florence Schmidt, Les Festins de l'Araignée by Roussel, Orphée by Roger Dukas, and most significantly of all, Daphne et Chloé by Maurice Ravel, have given a remarkable impetus to a genuine choreographic revival. There has been no nationalistic development in England comparable to that in any other countries, although there has been no lack of serious and sustained effort to be both modern and individual. The most important of British composers is undoubtedly Elgar, who has attained something like independence with his brilliant and well-made orchestral works, and more especially for his oratorio The Dream of Gerontius. if Elgar only carried on further a systematized use of the leading motif as suggested by Liszt in his oratorios, it was done with a dramatic resource and eloquence which made the method his own. Bantock, gifted with an orchestral perception above the average, showing a natural aptitude for exoticism, achieved a successful fusion of eclectic elements with individuality in his three-part setting of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. Other choral works and orchestral pieces have met with a more uncertain reception. William Wallace has been conspicuous for his imaginative symphonic poems and the insight of his essays on music. Frederick Delius, partly German, has maintained a personal and somewhat detached individuality in orchestral, choral, and dramatic works of distinctive value. Joseph Holbrook has been mentioned already for his unusual mastery of orchestral technique, his courageous and ambitious attempts in opera. Many young composers are striving to be personal and independent, though involuntarily affected by one or another of existent currents in modern music. Of these, Cyril Scott attempts a praiseworthy modernistic and impressionistic sentiment, in which he leans heavily on Debussy's harmonic innovations. Thus, while English composers have been active, they have fallen to the ready temptations of eclecticism, a growing force in music of today, and in consequence their art has not the same measure of nationalistic import as in Russia, France, and Germany. 3. In the meantime, as the musical world has moved forward in respect to structure, from the symphony to the symphonic poem, followed by its logical sequence, the tone poem, in which the elements of various forms have been incorporated, so has there been progress and even revolution in the technical material of music itself. Dostoevsky was probably the pioneer in using the whole tone scale, as may be seen in the third act of his opera The Stone Guest, composed in 1869. Rimsky-Korsakov elaborated on his foundation as early as 1880 in his opera Sneguruchka. Mussorgsky showed unusually individual harmonic tendencies, as the first edition of Boris Godunov, before the revisions and alterations by Rimsky-Korsakov, clearly demonstrate. After casual experiments by Chabrier, Drandy, and Fauré, Debussy founded an original harmonic system in which modified modal harmony, a remarkable extension of whole tone scale chords, the free use of ninths, elevenths, and thirteenths are the chief ingredients. Dukas has imitated Debussy to some extent. Ravel owes much to him. Both have developed independently. Ravel, in particular, has approached, if not crossed, the boundaries of polyharmony. Scriabin, following the natural harmonic heritage of the Russians, has evolved an idiom of his own, possessing considerable novelty, but disfigured by monotony, in that it consists chiefly of transpositions of the 13th chord, with the alteration of various constituent intervals. What he might not have accomplished can only be conjectured, since his career has been terminated by his sudden death. Although Richard Strauss has greatly enlarged modern harmonic resource, his results must be regarded on the whole as a byproduct of his contrapuntal virtuosity. In his treatise on harmony, Schoenberg refers to his discovery of the whole tone scale long after both Russians and French had used it, but it is noteworthy that Schoenberg arrived at the conception of this scale and its chords with an absolute and unplagiaristic independence. The most recent developments affecting the technical character of music are polyharmony, or simultaneous use of chords in different keys, and free dissonant counterpoint. Striking instances of the former type of anarchic experiment may be found in the music of Igor Stravinsky, whose reputation has been made by the fantastic imagination and the dramatic sincerity of his ballets The Bird of Fire, Petrushka, The Ceremonial of Spring, and The Nightingale. In these he has mingled Russian and French elements, fusing them into a highly personal and extremely dissonant style, which in its pungent freedom and ingenious mosaic of tonalities is both highly diverting and poignantly expressive. Stravinsky is one of the most daring innovators of today, and both his dramatic vitality and the audacity of his musical conceptions mark him as a notable figure from whom much may be expected. If Maurice Ravel, as shown in his ballet Daphnis et Chloé, was a pioneer in polyharmony, Alfred Casella, of Italian parentage but of French education, has gone considerably further. Similar tendencies may be found in the music of Bartók, Kodály, and other Hungarians. It seemed formerly that Strauss had pushed the dissonant contrapuntal style as far as it could go. But his style is virtually conventional, beside that of the later Schoenberg. Schoenberg has already passed through several evolutionary stages, but his mature idiom abjures tonality to an incredible extent, and he forces the procedures of free counterpoint to such audacious disregard of even unconventional euphony that few can compass his musical message. Time may prove, however, that tonality is a needless convention, and it is possible to declare that there is nothing illogical in his contrapuntal system. It lies in the extravagant extension of principles of dissonance which have already been accepted. It is indubitable that Schoenberg succeeds in expressing moods previously unknown to musical literature, and it is conceivable that music may encompass unheard-of developments in this direction, just as polyharmony has already proved extremely fruitful. The developments of polyharmony and dissonant contrapuntal style prophesy the near inadequacy of our present musical scale. Busoni and others have long since advocated a piano in which the sharps and flats should have separate keys. As music advanced from the modes to the major and minor keys, and finally to the chromatic scale, so the necessity for a new scale may constitute logically the next momentous problem in musical art. Within recent years, the barriers of nationalism have become relaxed. An almost involuntary interchange of idioms has caused music to take on an international character despite a certain maintenance of racial traits. Eclecticism is becoming to a certain extent universal. Achievement is too easily communicable from one country to another. In some respects, music was more interesting when it was more parochial. To prophesy that music is near to anarchy is to convict oneself of approaching senility, for the ferment of the revolutionary element has always existed in art. Since the time of Wagner and Liszt, however, musical development has proceeded with such extreme rapidity as to endanger the endurance of our traditional material. Polyharmony, dissonant counterpoint, and the agitation for a new scale are suspicious indications. Disregarding the future, however, let us realize that the diversity and complexity of modern music is enthralling, and that most of us can readily endure it, as it now is, for a little longer. Edward Burlingame Hill, May 1915. End of Track 1. Track 2. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. By and Aftercurrents of the Romantic Movement. The term modern music, which forms the title of this volume, is subject to several interpretations. Just as in the preceding volume, we were obliged to qualify our use of the words classic and romantic, partly because all such nomenclature is more or less arbitrary, partly because of the fusion of styles and dovetailing of periods, which may be observed in the history of any art. So it now becomes necessary to define the word modern in its present application. Now, modern may mean merely new or up to date, but in that sense it may indicate any degree of newness. It may include the last 25 years of the last century, or it may be made to apply to contemporaneous works only. But in another sense, that generally accepted in connection with music, it means advanced, progressive, or unprecedented in any other period. Here, too, we may understand varying degrees of modernity. The devotees of the most recent development, impatient of the usual broad application of the term, have dubbed their school the futurist. In fact, any of these characterizations, whether in a time sense or a quality sense, are merely relative. Wagner's disciples, disdainful of the Romanticists, called his music the music of the future. Now, alas, critics classify him as a romantic composer. Bach, on the other hand, long popularly regarded as an archaic bugaboo, is now frequently characterized as a veritable modern. How modern that is, we exclaim time and again, while listening to an organ toccata or fugue arranged by Busoni. Beethoven, the great classic, is in his later period certainly more modern than many a romanticist. Mendelssohn, for instance, or even Berlioz, though only in a harmonic sense, for he had not the command of orchestral colour that the great and turbulent Frenchman made accessible to the world. The newness of the music is thus seen to have little to do with its modernity. Even the word contemporary gives us no definite clue. For there are men living today, like Saint-Saëns, whose music is hardly modern when compared to that of a Wolf, dead these 12 years, or his own late countrymen Chabrier and Fauré, not to speak of the recently departed Scriabin with his Clavier et Lumière. But it is quite impossible to include in such a volume as this only the true moderns, in the aesthetic sense. We should have to go back to Beethoven, with his famous chord comprising every degree of the diatonic scale in the Ninth Symphony, or at least to Chopin, according to one interpretation. According to another, we should have to exclude Brahms and all his neoclassical followers, who content themselves with composing in the time-honored forms. Since there will always be composers who prefer to devote themselves to the preservation and continuation of formal tradition, this classical drift will, as Walter Niemann remarks, be a modernism of all times. Brahms has, as a matter of fact, been disposed of in the preceding volume, but the inclusion in the present volume of men like Volkmann, Lachner, etc., some of whom were born long before Brahms, calls for an apology. It is merely a matter of convenience, just as the treatment of men like Glinka and Gade, in connection with the nationalistic developments of the later 19th century, is merely an expedient. Such chronological liberties are the historian's license. We have, to conclude, simply taken the word modern in its widest and loosest sense, both as regards time and quality, and we shall let the text explain to what degree a composer justifies his position in the volume. We may say at the outset that all the men reviewed in the present chapter would have been included in Volume 2, but for lack of space. In Volume 2, the two great movements known as the Classic and the Romantic have been fairly brought to a close. Brahms and Franck on the one side, Wagner and Liszt on the other, may be considered to have concluded the Romantic period as definitely as Beethoven concluded the Classic. Like him, too, they not only surveyed, but staked out the path of the future. But no great art movement is ever fully concluded. It has been said by aesthetic philosophers that we are still in the era of the Renaissance, just as in the days of Beethoven there lived the Cherubinis, the Clementis, the Schuberts, as regards the symphony at least, who trod in the great man's footsteps, or explored important bypaths, in some respects supplemented and completed his work. So there are by and after currents of the Romantic movement which also cannot be ignored. They are represented by men like Lachner, Ferdinand Hiller, Reinecke, and Volkmann in Germany, by Saint-Saëns, Massenet, and Lalo in France, Gade in Denmark. Some of their analogous predecessors have all but passed from memory. Perhaps their own works will soon disappear from the current repertoire, especially in the case of the Germans, whose country has certainly suffered the strain of over-cultivation and over-production, and which has produced in this age the particular brand known as the Kapellmeister music. Is this likely? But it must be borne in mind that these composers had command of technical resources far beyond the ken of their elder brothers, so that, by virtue of the more subjective qualities characteristic of the music of their period, as well as the vastly broadened musical culture of this later day, they were able to appeal more readily to a very wide audience. The historical value of these men lies in their exploitation of these same technical resources. They thoroughly grasped the formulae of their models. What the pioneers had to hew out by force, these followers acquired with ease. They worked diligently within these limits, exhausting the possibilities of the prescribed area, improving the ground, so to speak, so that newcomers might tread upon it with confidence. They were not as uncompromising, perhaps, as the pioneers and high priests themselves, therefore fused styles that others thought irreconcilable, what seemed iconoclastic became commonplace in their hands. Thus their eclecticism opened the way for new originalities. Their very conservatism induced progress. 1. Germany, it will be remembered, was during Wagner's lifetime divided into two camps: the classic romantic Mendelssohn-Schumann school, which later rallied about the person of Brahms, on the one hand, and the Wagner List, sometimes called the late Romantic or New German school, on the other. The adherents of the former are those whom we have called the poets, the latter the painters in music, terms applying rather to the manner than to the matter, since the painters, for another reason, namely because they believed that a poetic idea should form the basis of the music and determine its forms, might with equal rights call themselves poets, and indeed their followers, the New Germans, among whom we reckon Mahler and Strauss, constitute what in a later chapter we have called the poetic school of contemporary Germany. Few musicians accepted Wagner's gospel in his lifetime. Raff and other Liszt disciples, the Weimar group in other words, were virtually the only ones. A host, however, worshipped the names of Mendelssohn and Schumann. They gathered in Leipzig, their citadel, where Mendelssohn reorganized the Gewandhaus concerts in 1835, and founded the Royal Conservatory in 1843, and in the Rhine cities, where Schumann's influence was greatest. These men flourished during the very time that Wagner was the great question of the day. While preaching the gospel of Romanticism, they also upheld the great classic traditions. The advent of Brahms, indeed, brought a revival of pure classic feeling. This persists even today in the works of men whose romantic inspirations, akin to Mendelssohn, Schumann, and Chopin, find expression in forms of classic caste. Both Schumann and Wagner were reformers interested in the broadening of musical culture, the improvement of taste, and the establishment of a standard of artistic propriety. Wagner on the stage, Schumann in the concert room. The former was successful, the latter only partially so. For while the standards of the concert room are much higher today than they were in Schumann's day, musical taste in the home, which should be guided by these standards, has, if anything, deteriorated. The reason for this lies primarily in one of the inevitable developments of musical romanticism itself, the genre tendency. Secondarily in the fact that while the Wagnerians were propagandists, writers of copious polemics and agitators, the classic romanticists were purely professional musicians who disdained to write, preferring deeds to words, and incidentally doing far too much, or else, like Hiller, were feuilletonists, pleasant gossips about their art and nothing more. The development of the small forms, the miniature, the genre in short, and a corresponding decay of the larger forms was perhaps the most outstanding result of the Romantic movement. Wagner alone, the dramatic romanticist, continued to paint large canvases, frescoes, and vivid colors. The poetic romanticists were of a lyric turn and required compact and intimate forms of expression. They had created the song. They had built up a new piano literature out of small pieces. Miniatures like Schubert's musical moments, Schumann's fantasy pieces, Mendelssohn's songs without words, Field's nocturnes, Chopin's dances, preludes, and etudes. Franz, Jensen, Lassen, and others continued the song. Brahms with his intermezzi, Henselt, Heller, and Kirchner with his piano miniatures, the piano piece. The first degenerated into Abt, Kirschmann, and worse, the second into the type of thing of which the last hope and the maiden's prayer were the ultimate manifestations. Sentiment ran over in small gushes and drippings. Even the piano study was made the vehicle for a sigh. The sonata of a former day became a sonatina or an impromptu of one kind or another. The parallel thing now happened in other fields. The concert overture of Mendelssohn had in a measure displaced the symphony. What has been called the genre symphony of Mendelssohn, Schumann et al. Was also in the direction of minimization. Even Brahms, in his gigantic works, emphasizes the tendency by the intermezzo character of his slow movements. by the orchestral filigree partaking of the chamber music style. Now came the revival of the orchestral suite by Lachner and Raff, the Sinfonietta, and the Serenade for small orchestra. Again we sense the same trend in the appearance of the choral ballad, and in the tremendous output of small dramatic cantatas for mixed or men's voices. In France, instrumental literature during the 19th century had been largely tributary to that of Germany, just as its opera earlier in the century was of Italian stock. But the development of the grand opera of Meyerbeer on the one hand and the opera comique on the other had produced a truly Gallic form of expression, of which the Romanticism of the century made use. Gounod and his colleagues of the lyric drama, Bizet, genius of his generation with his sparkling rhythms, his fine tunes, and his orchestral freshness. Delibes and David, with their oriental colour, compounded a new French idiom, which already found a quasi-symphonic expression in the L'Arlésienne suites of Bizet. Berlioz stands as colossus among his generation, and to this day has perhaps not been quite assimilated by his countrymen. The Germans have profited from his orchestral reforms at least as much as the French, but he gave the one tremendous impetus to symphonic composition, stimulated interest in Beethoven and Weber, and so pointed the way for his younger compatriots. Already he speaks of Saint-Saëns as an accomplished musician. Saint-Saëns is indeed the next great exponent of the classic tradition, as well as the earliest disciple of the late Romantic school of Liszt and Wagner in France. Beside him, Massenet, no less great as technician, forms the transition to modernism on the operatic side, while Lalo and Godard devote themselves to both departments. César Franck, the Belgian, stands aloof in his ascetic isolation as the real creator of the modern French idiom. 2. We shall now consider some of these transition composers in detail, first the Germans, then the French. Certain attributes they all have in common. Most of them lived long and prospered, enjoying a wide influence or popularity in their day. Lachner and Reinecke both came near to 90, Bachmann near 80. Saint-Saëns is still hale at 80. All of them were highly productive. Hiller, Reinecke, Raff, and Lachner surpassed 200 in their opus numbers. Saint-Saëns has gone well over 100. And Massenet has written no less than 23 operas alone. Nearly all of them were either virtuosos or conductors. Hiller, Reinecke, Saint-Saëns, Bülow, Henselt, Heller were brilliant pianists. Lachner, Saint-Saëns, and Widor also organists. Godard, a violinist. The first four of these were eminent conductors. Most of them were pedagogues besides. Some, such as Reinecke, Hiller, Jadassohn, Ritz, and Massenet, among the most eminent of their generation. Franz Lachner is the oldest of them. He was born 1803 in Rain, Upper Bavaria, and died 1890 in Munich. Thus he came near filling out 80, antedating Wagner by 10 years and surviving him by 7. His career came into actual collision with that of the Bayreuth Master too, since the latter's coming to Munich as the favourite of the newly ascended King Ludwig II forced Lachner from his autocratic position as general musical director. Many forces must have reacted upon an artist whose life thus spans the ages. He was a friend of Schubert in Vienna, where he became organist in 1824, and is said to have found favour even with Beethoven. Sechter and Abba Stadler gave him the benefit of their learning. After holding various conductors' posts in Vienna and in Mannheim, he finally found his way to Munich, where he had already brought out his D minor symphony with success. As court Kapellmeister, he conducted the opera, the church performances of the Royal Chapel Choir, and the concerts of the Academy, meanwhile creating a long series of successful works, nearly all of which exhibit his astounding contrapuntal skill. His 7 orchestral suites, a form which he and Raff revived, occupy a special place in orchestral literature, as a sort of direct continuation of Bach's and Handel's instrumental works. They are veritable treasure stores of contrapuntal art. Perhaps another generation will appreciate them better. Today they have fallen into neglect. This is even more true of his 8 symphonies, 4 operas, 2 oratorios, etc. Of his chamber music, piano quartets, string quartets, quintets, sextets, nonette for wind, etc., his piano pieces and songs, influenced by Schubert, some few numbers have survived. Most prominent in Mendelssohn's immediate train is Ferdinand Hiller. His junior only by 2 years, he was born October 24th, 1811 in Frankfurt. He followed closely in the footsteps of that master. Like him, he came of Jewish and well-to-do parents. Like him, he had the advantage of an early training, a broad culture and wide travel. A pupil of Hummel and a brilliant pianist, he was presented to Beethoven in Vienna. In Paris, he hobnobbed with Cherubini, Rossini, Chopin, Liszt, Meyerbeer, and Berlioz. Taught and concertized. In Milan, he produced an opera, Romilda, by the aid of Rossini. Mendelssohn, already his friend, brought out his oratorio, Jerusalem Destroyed, at the Gewandhaus in 1840, and in 1843-44, after a sojourn in Rome, he himself directed the Gewandhaus concerts, made famous by Mendelssohn. Shortly after, he inaugurated a series of subscription concerts in Dresden, also conducting a chorus, and there brought out 2 operas, Traum in der Christnacht, 1845, and Konradin, 1847. Finally, he did for Cologne what Mendelssohn had done for Leipzig. By organizing the conservatory and the Gewandhaus concerts, he established the Köln Conservatory, 1850, and became conductor of the Konzertgesellschaft and the Concert Corps, both of which participated in the famous Gürzenich concerts and the Rhenish music festivals. The eminence of his position may be deduced from the fact that in 1851-52 he was asked to direct the Italian opera in Paris. As teacher and pianist, he was no less renowned. For that reason alone, history cannot ignore him. As a composer, Hiller illustrates what we have said of the degeneration of the early Romantic school into musical genre. Though as a contemporary of Mendelssohn, he must be reckoned as a by rather than a post-Romantic. He commanded only the small forms, in which, however, he displayed great technical finish, polished grace, and a clever pedantry. In short piano pieces, Reverie, of which he wrote 4 series, impromptus, rondos, marches, waltzes, variations, and etudes, he was especially happy. An F-sharp major piano concerto, sonatas and suites, as well as his chamber works, violin and cello sonatas, trios, quartets, etc., are grateful and pleasing in their impeccable smoothness. But his 6 operas, 2 oratorios, 3 symphonies, and other large works have gone the way of oblivion. His numerous overtures, cantatas, choral ballads, vocal quartets, duets, and songs stamp him as a real miniature-loving romantic. In productivity, too, he remains true to the breed. His opus numbers exceed 200. Hiller died in Köln in 1885. Another friend of Mendelssohn was Julius Rietz, 1812-77. His brother Eduard, the violinist, had been the friend of the greater master's youth. He too, after conducting in Düsseldorf, came to the Leipzig Gewandhaus as Garde's successor in 1848, took Mendelssohn's place as municipal musical director, and taught at the conservatory, until he became Chorkapellmeister and head of the conservatory in Dresden. His editorial work, the complete editions of the works of Bach, Handel, Beethoven, Mendelssohn, and Mozart, published by the House of Breitkopf and Hartel, are important. His compositions are wholly influenced by Mendelssohn. Among the few who actually had the benefit of Mendelssohn's personal tuition is Richard Wurst, 1824-81, whose activities were, however, centered in Berlin, where he was musical director from 1874, royal professor from 1877, and a member of the Academy. His second symphony, Opus 21, was prize-crowned in Köln, and his cantata, Der Wasseneck, is a grateful composition for mixed chorus. Several of his songs also have become popular. Karl Reinecker is less exclusive in his influence. He divides his allegiance at least equally between Mendelssohn and Schumann. He is the example par excellence of the professional musician, the cobbler who sticks to his last. He did not, like Hiller, indulge in literary chit-chat about his art, confining himself to writings of pedagogical import. He learned his craft from his father, an excellent musician and drill master, and never had to go outside his home for direct instruction. Thus he became an accomplished pianist, and rivaled, at least in one department, Mozart. At 19 appeared as virtuoso in Sweden and Denmark, and in 1846-48 was court pianist to King Christian VIII. After spending some time in Paris, he joined Hiller's teaching staff in Köln Conservatory, then held a conductor's post in Barmen and Breslau, and finally, 1860, occupied Mendelssohn's place at the Gewandhaus in Leipzig. There, when the new building was dedicated in 1884, his bust in marble was placed beside those of Mendelssohn and Schumann, and not until 1885 was he dethroned from his seat of authority, with the advent of Nickisch. At the conservatory, too, his activity was continuous from 1860 on, as instructor in piano and free composition. From 1897 to his retirement in 1902, he was director of studies. Reinecke was born in 1824 at Altona, near Hamburg, and enjoyed the characteristic longevity of the transition composers, living well into the neighborhood of 90. In fecundity, he surpasses even Hiller, where his works number well nigh 300. Besides Mendelssohnian perfection, well-rounded classic form, and fine organization in workmanship, flavored with a touch of Schumannesque subjectivity, Reinecke shows traces of more advanced influences. The idioms of Brahms, and even the new Germans, crept into his work as time went on. Of course, since Reinecke was a famous pedagogue, his piano compositions, sonatas for 2 and 4 hands, sonatinas, fantasy pieces, caprices, and many other small forms, enjoyed a great reputation as teaching material, which somewhat overshadowed their undoubted intrinsic value as music. His 4 piano concertos are no longer heard, nor those for violin, for cello, and for harp. But his chamber music, the department where thorough musicianship accounts for most, is no doubt the most stable item in his catalogue. There are a quintet, a quartet, 7 trios, besides 3 cello sonatas, 4 violin sonatas, and a fantasy for violin and piano, also a sonata for flute. His most popular and perhaps his best work are the Kinderlieder, of classic importance in every sense, easily understood by children and not without interest for adults. Again, it is the miniature form that prevails. Similarly, in the orchestral field, the overtures Dame Kobold, Aladdin, Friedensfeier, Festouverture, In Memoriam, and the Serenade for string orchestra have outlasted the 3 symphonies, while the operas King Manfred, 1867, 3 others, and the Singspiel and Adventure of Handel, as well as an oratorio, masses, etc., have already faded from memory, though the smaller choral works, with orchestra and otherwise, including the fairy poems for women's voices and the cycle Von der Wiege bis zum Grabe, still maintain themselves in the repertoire of German societies. Salomon Jadassohn, 1831-1902, was still more of a pedagogue and less of a composer. Yet he wrote copiously, over 100 works being published. It is to be noted that he was a pupil of Liszt as well as Moritz Hauptmann, but he gravitated to Leipzig and lived there from 1852 on. He has a particular fondness for the canon form, and makes his chief mark in orchestral and chamber music, but his teaching manuals on harmony and counterpoint are his real monument. 3. Undoubtedly the most important contemporary of Brahms, following in tracks of Schumann, was Robert Wagner. His acquaintance with Schumann was the predominating stimulus of his artistic career, and since Brahms is too big and independent a genius to deserve the epithet, Wagner may count as the Düsseldorf master's chief epigony. He was but 5 years younger than Schumann, being born April 6, 1815, at Lommatzsch in Saxony, the son of a cantor, who instructed him in piano and organ playing. He studied theory with Annaker in Freiburg and K. F. Becker in Leipzig. He taught in Prague, 1839, and Budapest, 1842. Lived in Vienna, 1854-58, and again in Prague, where he was professor of harmony and counterpoint at the National Academy of Music and died in 1893. His first published work, The Fantasy Pictures for Piano, appeared in 1839 in Leipzig. Unlike most other composers of this group, he managed to give his larger forms a permanent value. His two symphonies in B major, Opus 44, and D minor, Opus 53 respectively, are still frequently played. Especially the last contains matter that is imbued with real feeling and effectively handled. His three serenades for string orchestra, Opera 62, 63, and 69, the last with cello obbligato, are no less pleasing, and in spite of the tribute which Volkmann pays to Schumann in all his works, even original. Of other instrumental music, there are two overtures, the piano trio in B minor, which first made Volkmann's name more widely known, together with two string quartets in A minor and G minor, one other trio and four more quartets, a cello concerto, a Romanticists for cello and violin with piano, a Konzertstück for piano, and a number of small works for piano as well as for violin and piano. Among his vocal compositions, two masses for men's voices and a number of secular pieces for solo voice with orchestral accompaniment are the most important. Voldemar Bargiel, 1828-97, Theodor Kirchner, 1824-1903, Karl Grädener, 1812-83, and Albert Dietrich, born 1829, are all disciples of Schumann. The first, a stepbrother of Clara Schumann, is perhaps the most important. He worked chiefly with the orchestra and chamber combinations, his overture to Medea and his trios being most noteworthy. But he contributed to choral and solo song literature as well. Kirchner is known for his finely emotional piano miniatures, some accompanied by string instruments, as well as for chamber music and songs. Grädener, too, composed in all these forms. Dietrich, who was court Kapellmeister in Oldenburg and was in close personal touch with Schumann in Düsseldorf, left symphonies, overtures, chamber music, and songs, altogether in the spirit of the great arch-romantic. The composers so far discussed constitute what is sometimes called the Leipzig Circle. While they cannot in any sense be considered as radicals, and indeed were frequently attacked as conservative or academic, by the followers of the more radical wing which made its headquarters at Weimar, they appear distinctly progressive when compared with the ultra-conservative group of composers centered in Berlin, who made it their particular duty to uphold tradition and to apply their energies to the creation of choral music of rather antique type. It may be that the attitude of certain Berlin masters, says Pratt, like Grell, Dehn, and Kiel, serve a useful purpose as a counterpoise to the impulsive swing of style away from the traditions of the old vocal counterpoint. They certainly helped to keep musical education from forgetting solid structure in composition amid its desires to exploit impressionistic and sensational devices. Probably this reactionary influence did good in the end, though its intolerant narrowness exasperated the many who were eagerly searching out new paths. It at least resulted in making Berlin a center for choral music of a severe type, for able teachers of the art of singing, for musical theory, and for scholarly investigators of musical history. It may be added that the Royal Academy was the stronghold of this extreme right wing, and that the chief institutions which helped to uphold old vocal traditions were the Sing Academy, the Domchor, the Institut für Kirchenmusik, later merged into the Hochschule für Musik. The Conservatory, founded in 1850 by Marx, Kullak, and Stern, and the Neue Akademie der Tonkunst, established in 1855 by Theodor Kullak, also acquired considerable importance. Eduard August Grell, 1800-86, gave proof of his contrapuntal genius in a series of sacred works, including a 16-part Mass, an oratorio, and a Te Deum, besides many songs and motets. He assisted Rungenhagen in conducting the Sing Academy from 1832, becoming sole conductor and teacher of composition at the Academy in 1851, and was a musician of very wide influence. Siegfried Dehn, 1799-1858, is chiefly important as teacher of a number of the composers mentioned in this chapter, and as the author of treatises. Friedrich Kiel, 1821-85, whose Requiem in F minor has been called among all later works of this class the most worthy successor of those of Mozart and Cherubini, has also written the Missa Solemnis, an oratorio, Christus, and another Requiem, A minor, works which attest above all the writer's polyphonic skill, and which prove the appropriateness of applying such a style to modern works of devotional character. Keel's Stabat Mater, Te Deum, 130th Psalm, and two-part motets for women's voices, as well as his chamber music and piano pieces, all worthy of consideration. Carl Friedrich Rungenhagen died 1851, and August Wilhelm Bach died 1869, both noted as composers of choral music, may complete our review of the Berlin Circle. There remain to be mentioned those specialists who are concerned almost exclusively with the two most characteristic mediums of the Romantic genre, the piano piece and the song. Schumann and Chopin had brought the miniature piano composition to its highest plane of expression, and the most advanced technical standard, which even the dramatic imagination and the virtuoso brilliance of Liszt could not surpass. They and such milder romanticists as Mendelssohn and John Field had brought this class of music within the reach of amateurs. Schumann even within that of the child. Brahms, with no thought of the dilettante, had intensified this form of expression, making a corresponding demand upon technical ability. It remained for men like Adolf Henselt, Stephen Heller, and Theodor Kullak to popularize the new pianistic idiom, as Clementi, Hummel, and Moscheles had popularized that of the classics. These are the real workers in genre, monochrome genre, with their pictorial description, their somewhat bourgeois romanticism, and sometimes maudlin sentimentality. Even their etudes are cast in an easy lyrical vein, which was made to convey the pretty sentiment. Henselt, 1814-1889, was an eminent pianist, born in Silesia, pupil of Hummel and Sechter in Vienna. After 1838, he lived in St. Petersburg. Pieces like the Poème d'Amour and the Spring Song are comparable to Mendelssohn's Songs Without Words, but they are more richly embroidered and of a fuller sonority. His F minor concerto is justly famous. Stephen Heller, 1814-88, was also famous as a concert pianist. Of his compositions, to the number of 150, all are for his own instrument. Many are truly and warmly poetic in content. Though lacking Schumann's passion or Chopin's harmonic genius, he surpasses Mendelssohn in the originality and individuality of his ideas. In the number of his things, probably potboilers, he leans dangerously to the salon type of composition, with which many of his immediate followers flooded the market. We are all familiar with the album leaf, flyleaf, mood picture, fairy and flower piece variety of piano literature, as well as the pseudo-nature study, the travel picture in which the Rhine and its castles, and the Lorelei, the Alps and its cowbells, Venice with its barcaroles, and Naples with its tarantellas figures so conspicuously. Kullak, 1818-82, already mentioned as the founder of the Neue Akademie of Berlin, and famous both as pianist and teacher, wrote some 130 works, most of which is in the salon type or in the form of brilliant fantasias and paraphrases, less important perhaps than his etudes, school of octave playing, etc. The piano technicians, Henry Hertz, 1803-88, Sigismund Thalberg, 1812-71, Karl Klindworth, born 1830, Karl Tausig, 1841-71, Nikolai Rubinstein, 1835-81, brother of Anton and founder of the Moscow Conservatory, and Hans von Bülow, of whom we shall speak later, might all be mentioned in this connection, though their work as virtuosi, teachers, and editors is of greater moment than their efforts as original composers. The song engaged the exclusive activity of numberless composers of this period, and perhaps to a great extent with as untoward results as the piano piece. But there are, on the other hand, men like Eduard Lassen, 1830-1904, Adolf Jensen, 1837-79, and Wilhelm Tauber, 1811-91, whose work, in part at least, would take a place beside that of the great Romantics. Robert Franz, by far the most important of these, has been treated in Volume 2, page 289. Tauber is today chiefly known for his children's songs, full of ingenuous charm and sincere feeling. It should not be forgotten, however, that the composer wrote a half-dozen operas, incidental music for Euripides, Medea, and Shakespeare's Tempest, as well as symphonies, overtures, chamber piano, and choral works. Berlin, his birthplace, remained his headquarters. Here he conducted the court concerts, the opera, and the Sing Academy, and was the president of the musical section in the Senate of the Royal Academy. Adolf Jensen, in Hugo Riemann's judgment, is much more than Franz entitled to the lyric mantle of Schumann. His songs, appearing in modest series bearing no special title, have in them much real poetic imagination. They are unmistakably influenced by Wagner. Books 4, 6, and 22, as well as the two cycles Dolorosa and Eroticon, are picked by Naumann as especially noteworthy. The popular Len Deiner Wang is most frequently sung, but is one of the least meritorious of Jensen's songs. The composer has also been successful with pianoforte works, his Sonata Opus 25, and the pieces of Opera 37, 38, and 42, being worthy essays along the lines of Schumann. An eminently aristocratic character and a profound subjective expression are the distinguishing features, together with the soft beauty of their melodic line. Jensen was a native of Königsberg, 1837, and spent some years in Russia in order to earn sufficient money to live near Schumann in Düsseldorf. But the tragic end of the latter frustrated this plan. Hence he followed a call to conduct the theatre orchestra in Posen, later going to Copenhagen, Königsberg, Berlin, Dresden, and Graz. He died in Baden-Baden in 1879. Lassen, another songwriter of distinction, came more definitely under the Liszt influence, and will therefore be treated with the New Germans in another section. The degeneration of the song, corresponding to that of the small piano forms, is to be noted in the productions of such men as Franz Abt, 1819-85, and Carl Friedrich Kirschmann, 1804-41. Abt is among songwriters the typical Spießbürger, the middle-class Philistine dear to the Menneke-Chor member's heart. His songs are that of popular melodiousness, which at its best flavors of the folk song, and at its worst of the music hall. Of the former variety of Wenn die Schwalben heimwärts ziehen and Gute Nacht, mein herziger Kind. All of Abt's songs and vocal quartets of the more or less saccharine sentimentality, which for a time was such an appealing factor in American popular music. Indeed, when Abt visited the United States in 1872, he was received with extraordinary acclaim. Kirschmann's songs are perhaps slightly superior in musical value, and at one time were equally popular, but they are not as near to becoming folk songs as are some of Abt's. Many others might be mentioned among the purveyors of this sentimental stuff. If, as Naumann says, Taubert and his kind are the musical bourgeoisie, these are the small middle class. Arno Kleffel, born 1840, and Louis Ehlert, 1825-84, Heinrich Hoffmann, 1842-1902, Alexander von Felitz, born 1860, may be regarded as standing on the borderline of the two provinces. Much more worthy from a purely musical standpoint are the frank expressions of good humor and hilarity, the light rhythmic sing-song of the comic opera and the operetta represented by Lortzing and Johann Strauss Jr., respectively. Albert Lortzing, 1801-51, revived or perpetuated in a new and more engaging form the Singspiel of J.A. Hiller and Dittersdorf, the genre which, as we remember, had its origin in the ballad operas of 18th century England. For all his light-heartedness and ingenuousness, and despite his indebtedness to Italy in the opera comique, Lortzing belongs to the Romantic movement. B is of that opinion, and says of him, he was at bottom a tender and lightly sentimental nature, running over with music and winning his popularity in the genre of the bourgeois song and the heart-quality chorus. Born as the son of an actor, traveling around from theatre to theatre, learning to play various instruments, appearing in juvenile roles, becoming actor, singer, and conductor by turns, Lortzing fairly absorbed the ingredients that go into make the successful provider of light amusement. Successful he was only in an artistic sense, economically also down on his luck. He began to compose early and turned out operas by the dozen, all dialogue operas or Singspiel, writing or adapting both words and music. And not until 1835 did he make a hit with Die beiden Schützen, Czar und Zimmermann, Der Wildschütz, Undine, a romantic fairy opera, and Der Waffenschmied, are the most successful of his works, and still live as vigorous in existence in Germany as the Gilbert and Sullivan operas do in England. He became more and more popular as time went on, for he had no successful imitator. No one after him managed to write such dear old songs, such funny ensembles, and such touching scenes of everyday life. No one, in short, could make people laugh and cry by turns with such perfect musical art. He is a classic, as classic in his form as Dittersdorf, but, as B says, Mozart, Schubert, and Weber had lived, and for Lortzing, not in vain. In this department, too, we must record a degeneration. It was accomplished notably by Victor Nessler, 1841-90, whose Trompeter von Sackingen still haunts the German opera houses. With its most popular number, Behüt dich Gott, is still a leading cornet solo, zither selection hurdy-gurdy favorite. Johann Strauss, 1825-1899, might be denied a place in many a serious history. But let us not forget that a large part of the public, when you say Strauss, still think of him instead of Richard. And neither let us forget Brahms's remark about the Blue Danube Waltz, that he wished he might have written so beautiful a melody, was quite sincere. The Blue Danube has become the second Austrian national anthem, or at least the leading Viennese folk song. Artist's Life, Viennese Bud, Bei uns zu Haus, Man lebt nur einmal, out of which Tausig made one of the most brilliant of concert pieces. These waltzes are hardly less beloved of the popular heart, and feet unspoiled by one step or tango. In his operettas, too, whose style is similar to that of Offenbach and Lecoq, Strauss remains the waltz king. The pages of Die Fledermaus, the Bat, the Gypsy Baron, and the Queen's Lace Handkerchief teem with fascinating waltz rhythms. Strauss is as inimitable in his way as Lortzing was in his. To date he has no serious rival, unless it be the composer of Rosenkavalier himself. Karl Milleke, 1842-99, with the Beggar Student, and Franz von Suppe, 1819-1895, with Das Märchen vom Lande, Flotte Bursche, etc., came nearest to him in reputation. The latter should be remembered for more serious work as well, and the still popular Poet and Peasant Overture. He was the teacher of the American Reginald de Koven. Part 4. If Leipzig represents the center and Berlin the right wing, the group of Liszt disciples gathered together in Weimar must be taken as the left of the Romantic schools. Out of this wing has grown the new German school, which is still in the heyday of its glory, and among whose adherents may be reckoned most of the contemporary German composers. We have mentioned in this chapter only two of the older disciples of this branch, namely Raff, who has already been noticed in Volume 2, and Lassen, who is most widely known as a songwriter. The rest we defer to a later chapter. Joseph Joachim Raff was born at Lachen on Zurich Lake in 1822. The son of an organist, he first became an elementary teacher. His first encouragement came from Mendelssohn, but his hope to be able to study with that master was never realized. Bülow and Liszt were also hopeful to him, but many disappointments beset his path. He followed Liszt to Weimar in 1850, became a collaborator in the Neue Zeitschrift für Musik, and championed Wagner in a brochure entitled The Wagner Question, 1854. In the course of his 60 years, he died in Frankfurt in 1882, he turned out what is perhaps the largest number of works on record. His opus numbers go far beyond 200. Even the indefatigable Riemann does not attempt a complete summary of them. There are 11 symphonies, 3 orchestral suites, 5 overtures and orchestral works, concertos, sonatas, etc. for various instruments, 8 string quartets, a string sextet and an octet, piano trios, quartets, and every kind of smaller form imaginable. The piano pieces flavor in many cases of the salon. The songs, duets, vocal quartets, and choruses are chiefly remarkable for their great number. His opera King Alfred never got beyond Weimar, while some of his 6 others, comic, lyric, and grand, were not even performed. Out of all this mass, only the Wald and Leonore symphonies have stood the test of time, and even these are rapidly fading. Yet Raff was in some ways an important man. His extraordinary and extremely fruitful talent was subjected to the changing influences of the neoclassic and the late Romantic school. If the Mendelssohnian model led him to emphasize the formalistic elements in his work, he soon realized that perfect form was only a means and not an end. That emotion, mood, and expression were not to be subordinated to it, he learned from Liszt. Hence his works, descriptive in character as the titles imply, show the conflict between form and content which had already become a problem with Berlioz. His symphony is now purely descriptive, development starting with the Pastoral Symphony of Beethoven, now dramatic, with Berlioz's Fantastique as the model, are mildly programmatic and colourful, but have neither the sweep of imagination of Berlioz nor the daring brilliance of Liszt. At any rate, Raff had considerable influence upon others, Edward MacDowell among them. He proved, as it were, the methods of the new German school along mediocre lines. He was a pioneer and not a mere camp follower, as most of his contemporaries. Hans von Bülow's 1830–94 importance as pianist, conductor, and editor overshadows his claim as a creative musician. As such, he has left music for Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, a symphonic mood picture, Nirvana, an orchestral ballad, The Singer's Curse, and copious piano works. Their style is what may be expected from their creator's close associations with Liszt and Wagner, which are too well known for comment. He became Liszt's pupil in 1853, marrying his daughter Cosima in 1857, and was Wagner's staunchest champion as early as 1849. In his later years, he gave evidence of a broad Catholicity and progressive spirit by making propaganda for Brahms and propitiating the youthful Richard Strauss. In his various executive activities, he accomplished miracles for the cause of musical culture, and as conductor of the Meiningen and the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra laid the foundation of the contemporary conductor's art. Edward Lassen, 1830–1904, who, through Liszt's influence, was made musical director at the Weimar court in 1858, became Hofkapellmeister in 1861, is chiefly known for his pleasing songs. His early training was received at the Conservatory, where he won the Prix de Rome in 1851. The fact that his songs portray at times an almost Gallic grace is therefore not surprising. He wrote, besides 2 operas, Frauenlob and Les Captifs, music for Hebel's Nibelungen, 11 character pieces for orchestra, for Sophocles, Oedipus, Colonus, and for Goethe's Faust, also symphonies, overtures, cantatas, etc. Part 5. Turning to France, we have as the leading transition composers Massenet, Saint-Saëns, and Lalo, 3 musicians strangely difficult to classify. They remain on the margin of all the turbulent movements to modern musical evolution. Each pursued his own way, and the only point of contact between the 3, outside of their uniformly friendly relations, is their individual isolation. Each might have turned to the other for sympathy in his loneliness. No doubt the spoiled and successful Massenet, the skeptical and mocking Saint-Saëns, and the noble and sensitive Lalo must have felt alone in the attacks or indifference of their fellow artists. Yet aloof as they were, each in his way, has been an important influence on French music. Massenet by the essentially French character of his melody, Saint-Saëns by his eminently Latin sense of form, and Lalo by the picturesque fondness for piquant rhythms, have each woven themselves into the very texture of modern French music, Saint-Saëns and Lalo in particular being propagandists for the new and vital growth of the symphonic forms in Paris during the last 3 decades. If there is less of the spectacular and the intense in their productions, there are qualities that make for a certain recognition and popularity over a relatively longer space of time. There is nothing enigmatic or revolutionary with either. Each expressed himself with varying degrees of sincerity in an idiom which, without pointing to the future, is nevertheless of the time in which it was written. If there are retrogressive qualities in Saint-Saëns, it must not be forgotten that he is one of the significant exponents of the symphonic poem. If Massenet attempted no revolutionary harmonic procedure, he nevertheless made a certain type of lyric opera all his own. If Lalo was content to compose in the conventional form known as a symphony, concerto, quartet, etc., he nonetheless endowed them with a quality immediately personal and not present heretofore in these forms. They are all intimately related to French music, as it has been and as it will be. I was born, wrote Jules-Émile Frédéric Massenet, 1842–1912, in an article appearing in Scribner's Magazine, to the sound of hammers and bronze. With this stentorian statement, which would have better served to inaugurate the biography of Berlioz or Benvenuto Cellini, Massenet tells us the bare facts of a more or less colourless life. With the exception of a few hard years, During his apprenticeship at the Conservatoire, Massenet remains for well over a quarter of a century the idol, or rather the spoiled child, of the Parisian public. His reputation abroad is considerably less, the role of his elegant or superficial art being taken in Germany and America by Signor Puccini. Nevertheless, even to the American public, little interested in the refined neuroticism of this child of the Second Empire, Massenet is not devoid of a certain charm. To obtain an adequate idea of his importance among the group of composers of the late 19th century, it is necessary to close one's ears against the railing of the snobbish elite. There is much in Massenet to criticize. If one thinks merely of the spirit which actuates his productions, one is very apt to be condemnatory. When one considers, however, a fluid and elegant technique such as was his, an amazing power of production that recalls the prolific masters of the Renaissance, and a power not only to please but even to dictate to the fickle operatic tastes of a quarter century, one must stop one's criticism to murmur one's admiration. Massenet has probably never been justly appraised. Among his compatriots, the critics allied with the young school are so vituperative as to render their opinions valueless. His admirers show an equal lack of proportion, being ofttimes friends rather than well-equipped critics. Any just observer of musical history, however, must stop to consider the qualities of a man that could retain his hold upon the sympathies of a public rather distinguished for the fickleness and injustice of its tastes. To find a work that best exemplifies the Massenetian qualities among an opus that includes 24 operas, 7 orchestral suites, innumerable songs, some chamber music, and some incidental music for various popular productions, is not easy. Let us pass his operas in rapid review. The first dramatic work of any importance, Le Roi de Lahore, given for the first time in April 1877. In this opera, as in Hérodiade, which followed it 4 years later, there is much that has been permanently fixed in the constant repertoire. It is doubtful whether either will ever regain its place in a theatre. With Manon, however, an opera comique in 5 acts, Massenet inaugurates a success that was to be undimmed until his death in 1912. Manon, since its production in 1884, has enjoyed a remarkable career of more than 1,200 productions in Paris. It is typical, as regards the text, of the successful libretto that the composer of Werther, of Les Jongleurs de Notre-Dame, and Thais was to employ. Massenet, in his attitude toward adaptable literary material, may be said to have had his ear to the ground. It was not surprising, therefore, that the passionate novelette of the Abbé Provost should have attracted him, and in Manon one may observe the characteristics of the Massenetian heroine that were to make him so popular among the sensitive, subtle, spoiled, and restless women of our time. One enthusiastic biographer asserts that Massenet has taken one masterpiece to make another. Although one must acknowledge the undoubted charm of this fragile little opera, one cannot consider it on the same intellectual plane as that sincere epic of a young sentimentalist of the late 18th century. Throughout the 5 acts are scenes, or parts of scenes, that show Massenet at his best. Technically speaking, however, the work is often inferior to the 1 or 2 little masterpieces composed later on. In it a certain crudity and hesitation of technique are often apparent. The casual mingling of musical declamation with spoken dialogue is often unsatisfactory, if not absolutely distasteful. It is in the splendid love scene of Saint-Sulpice that the composer first gives a revelation of his remarkable powers as a musical dramatic artist. In 1892, at Vienna, was presented a work that Massenet was never to surpass, Werther. This work has never attained the popularity of Manon, but it is infinitely superior in every detail. In it, Massenet has achieved an elastic musical declamation that is almost unique in the history of opera. Throughout, with absolute deference to the principles of diction, the solo voice sings a sort of melodic recitative, skillfully accompanied by a transparent yet marvelously colored orchestra. The comparative lack of success of Werther is no doubt due to the sentimentalization of a tale already morbid when fresh from the pen of Goethe. Naturally, in adapting it to the stage, and especially to the French stage, the idyllic charm of Goethe's extraordinary tale has been lost. Also, the glamour of its quasi-autobiographical connection with a great poet has entirely vanished. With all these qualifications, one must, nevertheless, if his opinion be not too influenced by musical snobbishness, acknowledge Werther to be a lyric work of the greatest importance. There is only one other work that could add to Massenet's reputation, or show another facet of his genius: Les Jongleurs de Notre Dame. This work, founded upon a legend of the Middle Ages, adapted with taste and discretion by Maurice Lehner of the University of Paris, is a treasure among short operas. The sceptical box-holder of the theatre rejoices in the fact that there is no woman's role. The three brief acts centre about the routine of a monastery and the apparition of the Virgin. Massenet has treated this innocent historiette with a tenderness and care that belie the casual overproduction that characterized his career. After Les Jongleurs, one is faced with a sad succession of hastily composed, often mediocre stage pieces. Upon the occasion of the presentation of the posthumous opera Cleopatra at Monte Carlo in 1914, friendly critics pointed to the renewal of Massenet's genius. An examination of Cleopatra, however, reveals a deplorable use of conventional procedures, with certain disagreeable mannerisms of the composer at their worst. Panurge, presented in 1913, is a better work. No doubt in composing it, Massenet wished to achieve a French Meistersinger. He has fallen far short of this, and one is forced to confess that the Gallic cock crows in a shrill and fragile falsetto. Among Massenet's orchestral suites, it would be unjust to omit mention of the Scène Alsacien. Also, one can separate from the quantity of stage music composed for various dramatic pieces Les Erenies, composed for the drama of Le Comte de Lille. An examination of the cantatas, Eve in particular, is interesting as evidence of Massenet's extraordinary virtuosity. So much for the actual works. When one considers the influence of Massenet upon the new musical school that sprang up in France after Franck, one can hardly exaggerate it. Among his pupils are many of the distinguished young musical nihilists of today, for if we admit the meretricious aims of Massenet in contemporary music, it is impossible not to admit, too, that he possessed one of the most certain techniques for the stage since Rameau. Absolutely conversant with the exactions of dramatic composition, one might say that in each bar of music he was haunted by the footlights. Musically speaking, the modelling of the Massenetian melody is characterized by an elegance that is sickly and cloying. Towards the end of his career, there was no need to subject his music to the polishing that other composers find necessary. His mannerisms resolved themselves into tricks. The effect of these tricks was so certain as to enable the skillful juggler to intersperse pages of absolutely meaningless filling. In one department of technique, however, one can think of little but praise. This is Massenet's clear and sonorous orchestration. He is one of the shining examples of that economy of resources to be observed in present-day French composers. His orchestra is that of the classics, and yet he seems to endow it with possibilities for colour and dramatic expression unknown in France, at least in the domain of theatrical composition, before his appearance. His dominant fault is a nervous and ever-present desire to please at all costs. He had an uncanny power of estimating the receptivity of audiences, and was careful not to go beyond well-defined limits. In Éclairmonde there is a timid attempt to acclimate the procedures of Richard Wagner to the stage of the opera comique. We cannot share the enthusiasm of some of Massenet's critics for this empty and inflated imitation. It is not good Massenet, and it is poor Wagnerism. For the real Massenet, say what you will, is the Massenet of a few scenes of Manon, of the delicate moonlight revelry of Werther, and the cloying meditation from Thais. The mistake of critics in appraising a composer like Massenet is that they assume that there is a platinum bar to standardize musical ideals. Massenet set himself to do something. He wanted to please. Haunted by the sufferings of his student life at the Conservatoire, he wanted to be successful. He was eminently so. If his means of obtaining this success seem questionable to those of us who believe in a continuous evolution of art, when we are confronted with the industry, the achievement, and the mastery of technical resources that are to be observed in Massenet, we must unwillingly acclaim him a genius. We have already referred to Massenet's prodigious output. Besides his 23 operas, his works include 4 oratorios and biblical dramas, his incidental music to any number of plays, his suites, overtures, chamber music, piano pieces, and 4 volumes of songs, as well as a cappella choruses. Massenet was a native of Montaut, near Saint-Étienne, Loire, studied at the Conservatoire with Laurent, piano, Reber, harmony, and Ambroise Thomas, composition. He captured the Prix de Rome in 1863 with the cantata David Rizzio. 6. Charles Camille Saint-Saëns was born October 9, 1835, in Paris. He lives today, 1915, in possession of all his powers as an artist and a witty pamphleteer. In some respects, Saint-Saëns may be dubbed a musical Voltaire. A master of all the forms peculiar to symphonic music, he has never succeeded in endowing his work with any quality save clarity and brilliance. One would almost think at times that he deliberately stifled emotional elements in himself of which he disapproved. There is scarcely any department of music for which he has not written: symphonies, chamber music, songs, operas, and a ballet, and all this in quantity. Saint-Saëns, too, has undeniably lofty musical standards. Prolific, like Massenet, too prolific, in fact, for the subtle, sensitive taste of our time, Saint-Saëns seems rather to defy the public than to make any effort to please. His skill as a technician and his extraordinary abilities as a virtuoso have won him immediate recognition with musicians. In examining the whole of his work, there are only 4 orchestral pieces which have enduring qualities. These are the 4 symphonic poems in which Saint-Saëns pays an eloquent tribute to the form espoused by his friend Franz Liszt. Of these, the finest is Phaeton. Strange to say, the best known of this tetralogy of masterpieces is not the best. Beside the magnificently picturesque Phaeton, the Danse Macabre seems drab and inelegant humoresque. After Phaeton, Les Rouets d'Omphale must be given the place of distinction in the long list of Saint-Saëns' compositions. In it, the composer has given us a witty delineation of the irresistible powers of seduction of a truly feminine woman. The delicate orchestral texture, entirely made up of crystalline timbres, marks Saint-Saëns one of the surest and most skillful manipulators of the modern orchestra since Wagner. As is characteristic of many French composers, there was a remarkable economy of means. Small aggregations of instruments achieve brilliant and compelling sonorities. In the operatic field, Saint-Saëns is not happy. Here all of his reactionary neoclassicism found its full vent, and we are shocked to see a musician of Saint-Saëns' taste and intelligence employing the pompous conventionalities of the opera of 1850. Samson and Delilah, however, has found its way into the repertoire, no doubt on account of its fluent melodic structure and its agreeable exoticism. No matter what his technical excellences, one is conscious with Saint-Saëns of a certain sterility. Sometimes his music is so imitative of the classics as to be absolutely devoid of any reason for being. Bach and Mendelssohn are his great influences, and Liszt and Berlioz have had a great part in the formation of his orchestral technique. M. Charest remarks aptly, "One notices with him a subtle and lively imagination, a constant aspiration to strength, to nobility, to majesty. From his quartets and his symphonies are to be detached grandiose moments and rockets of emotion, which disappear too quickly. But it would be impossible to find the individuality which asserts itself in the ensemble of his works. One does not feel there the torment of a soul or the pursuit of an ideal. It is the Proteus, multiform and polyphonic of music. Try to seize him and he changes into a siren. Are you under the charm? He undergoes a change into a mockingbird. You believe that you have got him at last, then he climbs into the clouds like a hippogriff. His own nature is best discerned in certain witty fantasies of a sceptical and mordant character, like the Danse Macabre and the Rouets d'Omphale. When one considers that Saint-Saëns has been before the public ever since the 60s, a period in which musical evolution has undergone the most rapid and surprising changes, it is not strange that he eludes characterization. He is a musician who has, as M. Charest so aptly says, refused to set himself the narrow and rocky path of an ideal. He has consistently avoided extremes. Side by side with Saint-Saëns the modernist, the champion of the symphonic poem, is Saint-Saëns the anti-Wagnerian. He is one of the great pillars, however, in the remarkable edifice of French symphonic music. With Romain Poussin in 1872, Saint-Saëns founded the Société Nationale, an organization which was to have the most far-reaching influence in the development of French music. Like Lalo, Saint-Saëns worked for a sort of protective tariff to keep French symphonic music from being overwhelmed by the more experienced Teuton neighbors. As a pamphleteer and propagandist, Saint-Saëns is full of verve and always has the last word. He is one of the first to appreciate Wagner, but later, feeling that the popularity of the master of Bayreuth might overwhelm young French composers, he withdrew his sympathetic allegiance. Edouard Victor Antoine Lalo was born in Lille in 1822. This modest, aristocratic, and noble-minded musician has scarcely enjoyed his just due, even in this late day. He died exhausted in 1892. His whole artistic career was ill-fated. His opera Le Roi Dix and his ballet Namouna were both indifferently successful, if not absolute failures. It is doubtful if Lalo ever recovered from the disappointment and overwork that attended the composition and production of Namouna. Without hesitation, we should characterize these two works as his most important. There is an excellent symphony in G minor, a concerto for cello, the Symphonie Espagnole for violin and orchestra, and a concerto for piano, all of an equally lofty musical texture. It is difficult to class Lalo with any group of musicians. He was mildly influenced by Wagner, as were all young musicians of his time, and yet Le Roi Dix is absolutely his own. Lalo came of Spanish parentage. It is probable that a certain sort of atavism is responsible for the constant suggestion of the subtle monotony of Spanish rhythms in his music. He is too distinct a Latin to be overwhelmed by Wagner. It is very probable that Lalo will never be genuinely popular. The Symphonie Espagnole is in the repertoire of every virtuoso violinist. The same may be said of the concerto for cello, and yet it is doubtful if the layman of symphonic concerts would complain were he never again to hear anything of Lalo. This is due to a certain aristocratic aloofness and emotional reserve, and an ever-present sense of proportion dear only to the elite. Lalo's influence was not in itself far-reaching. A sincere, splendidly developed artist, he had none of the qualities that make disciples. As one of a group of musicians, however, that were to play an important role in saving French music from foreign domination, and in finding an idiom characteristic and worthy of a country possessed of the artistic traditions of France, Lalo cannot be overestimated. As a member of the Armengaud Quartet, he worked fervently to create a taste for symphonic music. His own dignified symphonic productions supplemented this necessary work of propaganda, for it must not be forgotten that for almost a century before the advent of César Franck, there was no French symphonic music. The French genius, insofar as it expressed itself in music at all, turned rather to the historical opera so pompously fashioned, or the witty and amusing opera comique. Lalo must be considered with Saint-Saëns and Franck as one of the pioneers in making a regenerate Parisian taste. His life is colourless and offers little to the critic in interpretation of his musical ideals. Lalo composed silently, with conviction, and without self-consciousness. He was singularly without theories. Concrete technical problems absorbed him, and in the refinement and nobility of his music is to be found the most eloquent essay upon the role of an artist who seeks sincere self-expression rather than general recognition. As a leaven to the frivolous musical tastes prevalent in the French capital before the last 3 decades, Lalo has played his part nobly. He will always be admired by all sincere musicians. His art is complete, devoid of mannerisms, plastically perfect, and yet without the semblance of dryness. In his symphony one will observe an unerring sense of form, an exquisite clarity of orchestration, and a happy choice of ideas suitable for development. Le Roi Dix is scarcely a masterpiece. The text is constructed from a pretty folk story, is not very dramatic, and occasionally gives one the impression of amateurishness and puerility. The music is exquisite, It makes one regret that Lalo could not have found other and more suitable vehicles for his dramatic genius. Namuna is a sparkling, colourful ballet. When it was revived some years later, a more propitious public enthusiastically revised the adverse verdict of 1882. Little may be said of Benjamin Godard, 1849-95, except that he wrote much, too much perhaps, in nearly all forms. Symphonies with characteristic titles such as the Gothic, Oriental, Symphonie Légendaire, concertos for violin for piano, orchestral suites, dramatic overtures, symphony, a lyric scene, chamber music, piano pieces, over 100 songs, etc. Few of these are heard nowadays, even in France perhaps. Neither are his operas Pedro de Zalamea, 1884, Jocelyne, 1888, Dante et Béatrice, 1890, Ruy Blas, 1891, La Vivandière, 1895, and Le Guelphe, 1902. Jocelyne, and indeed its composer, are perpetuated by the charmingly sentimental Berceuse, beloved of amateur violinists. Godard studied composition with Reber and violin with Vieuxtemps at the Conservatoire. He won the Grand Prix for composition awarded by the city of Paris with the dramatic symphony Tasso. This, like the Symphonie Légendaire, employs a chorus and solo voices in combination with the orchestra. Two composers noted especially for their organ works should be mentioned in conclusion: Alexandre Guilmant, born 1837, and Charles-Marie Widor, born 1845. Both made worldwide reputations as virtuosos upon the organ, the former in Trinité, the latter in Saint-Sulpice in Paris. Guilmant has travelled over the world and received the world's plaudits. Widor has remained in Paris, while droves of pupils from all over the globe have gone back to their homes and spread his fame. Both have composed copiously for the organ, Guilmant more exclusively so, also editing and arranging a great deal for his instrument. Widor has written 2 symphonies, choral works, chamber music and piano pieces, songs, etc., even a ballet like Corrigan, 2 grand operas, Natro and Le Pêcheur de Saint-Jean, a comic opera and a pantomime, Jeanne d'Arc. He is César Franck's successor as professor of organ at the Conservatoire, and since 1891 has taken Dubois' place in the chair of composition. End of Chapter 1. Track 3. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Russian Romanticists. Russian music as a whole is a true mirror of Slavic racial character, life, passion, gloom, struggle, despair, and agony. One can almost see in its turbulent, lugubrious, or buoyant, hilarious chords the rich colors of the Byzantine style, a half-oriental atmosphere that surrounds everything with a romantic halo. Gloomy prisons, wild mountains, wide steppes, luxurious palaces and churches, idyllic villages, and the lonely penal colonies of Siberia. It really visualizes the life of the empire of the Tsar with a marvelous power. With its short history and the unique position that it occupies among the world's classics, it depicts the true type of a Slav, the melancholy, simple and hospitable moujik, with more fullness of color and virility than, for instance, the German or Italian compositions depict the representative types of those nations. In order to understand the reason of this peculiar difference between Russian and West European music, it is necessary to understand the social and psychological elements upon which it is built. While the West European composers founded their creations upon the traditions of the masters, Russian music grew out of the very heart, the joys and the sorrows of the common people. All the Russian composers of the early nationalistic era were men of active life, who became musicians only in the urgency of their inspiration. Glinka, for instance, was a functionary in the Ministry of Finance. Dargomyski was clerk in the Treasury Department. Mazorsky was an army officer. Rimsky-Korsakov, an officer of the Navy. Borodin was a celebrated inventor and scholar. Academic musicians are wont to find the stamp of amateurishness on most of the Russian classic music. To this Stasov, the celebrated Russian critic, replied, If that is the case, our composers are only to be congratulated. They have not considered the form, the objective lessons, but the spirit, the subjective value of their inspirations. We may be uneven and amateurish as nature and human life are, but thank heaven we are not artificial and sophisticated. Be it a song, instrumental composition, or opera, everything in Russian music breathes the ethnographic and social psychologic peculiarities of the race, which is semi-oriental in its foundations. Nationalism in music has been the watchword of most of the Russian composers since the very start. But besides, there has been a strong tendency to subjective individualism that often expresses itself in a wealth of sad nuances. This has been to a great extent the reason that foreigners consider melancholy the predominant racial quality, a view not just to Russian music as a whole, which is far too vigorous and healthy a growth to remain continuously under the sway of one emotional influence. To a foreign, especially an Anglo-Saxon ear, Russian music may sound sometimes too realistic, sometimes too monotonous and sad, without any obvious reason. It has been declared by foreign academicians lacking in cohesion, technique, and convincing unity. However, this is not a defect of Russian art, but a characteristic trait of its racial soul. Every Russian artist, be he a composer, writer, or painter, in avoiding artificiality, puts into his creation all the idiomatic peculiarities of his race, without parting out of it the vigor of naturalness. Russian music, more than any other Russian art, expresses in all its archaic lines, soft shades, and polyphonic harmonies the peculiar temperament of the nation, which is just as restless and unbalanced as its life. The fundamental purpose of the pathfinders of Russian music was to create beauties that emanated not from a certain class or school, but directly from the soul of the masses. Their ideal was to create life from life. In order to accomplish their tasks, they went back to melodic traditions of early medieval music, to the folk songs, the mythological chants, and the folk dances. Since the Russian people are extremely musical, folk song is a great factor in the nation's life and evolution. Music accompanies moujiks from the cradle to the grave, and plays a leading role in their social ceremonies. Though profound melancholy seems to be the dominant note, yet along with the gloom are also reckless hilarity and boisterous humor, which often whirl one off one's feet, as notably in Glinka's Camera and Sky. The phenomenon is startling, for music of the deepest melancholy swings unexpectedly to buoyant humor and exultant joy. This is explained by the fact that the average Russian is extremely emotional, consequently dramatic in his artistic expression. Very characteristic is a passage of Leo Tolstoy in Russian folk song in which he writes, "It is both sad and joyous, on a quiet summer evening, to hear the sweeping song of the peasants. In it is yearning without end, without hope, also power invisible, fateful stamp of destiny, and the faith in pure nation, one of the fundamental principles of our race, which explains much that in Russian life seems incomprehensible." The early Russian composers thus became creators in touch with the common people, the very opposite of the composers of German and Latin races, who created only for the salons of aristocracy. The latter were and remained strangers to the people among whom they lived. Everything they composed was strictly academic and expressed all the sentimentality and stateliness of the nobility. Although geniuses of great technique in racial color, emotional quickness, and spontaneity, they remained behind the Russians. In spite of the fact that all the early Russian composers were descendants of aristocracy, they remained in their feelings and in their themes, like Gogol, Dostoevsky, and Turgenev, in fiction, true portrayals of the common people's life. There has never been an aristocratic opera, a nobility music, and salon influence noticeable in Russian musical development. This may be due to the fact that the Russian aristocracy is not a privileged superior class of the autocratic regime, as is that of Germany, Austria, Italy, and England, but merely an intellectual, more advanced element of the country. Thanks to Tsar Fyodor, the father of Peter the Great, who destroyed all the pedigrees, patents, and papers of the nobility, saying that he did not want to see their snobbery and intrigue in his empire. There are no family documents in Russia which go back beyond the reign of Tsar Fyodor. There is no doubt that this autocratic proceeding has been beneficial to Russian art, particularly in music, in having made it democratic in its very foundations. Though music has been cultivated in Russia since the time of Peter the Great, the origin of the true nationalistic school belongs to the Napoleonic era, the reigns of Alexander I and Nicholas I. Cosmopolitan that he was, Peter the Great disliked everything national, and invited Italian musicians to form a school of systematic musical education in his empire. But Catherine II became deeply interested in encouraging native music, and herself took an active part in the work. Between her political schemings and romantic affairs, she took time to write librettos, to invite musicians to her palace, to instruct them how to use the themes of the folk plays, fairy tales, and choral dances for a new Russian stage music. It is said that 60 new operas were written during her reign and produced on the stage of the newly founded municipal opera house. One of them, Annette, is quoted as the first Holy Russian opera, librettist, theme, and composer. A very conspicuous figure of the pre-nationalistic period of Russian musical history is C. Kavos, 1776 to 1840, an Italian by birth, but a Slav in his work. He wrote songs, instrumental music, and operas, more or less in Italian style, but employing both Russian text and theme. His opera, Ivan Susanin, was considered a sensational novelty, and the composer was hailed as a great genius of the country. But his works died as soon as they had loomed up under the protection of the court. Nothing of his compositions has survived. Close upon Kavos followed Vostovsky, whose operas Tomb of Askold and Pan Tvardovsky were produced in Moscow when Napoleon invaded Russia in 1812. The first was built upon an old Slavic saga, in which Askold, the hero, and his brother Dir play the same roles as do Hengist and Horsa in Saxon chronicles. The other was founded upon an old Polish story of adventure, somewhat resembling the Faust legend. Besides the operas, Vostovsky composed a large number of songs, ballads, and dances. By birth a Pole, and by education an Italian, his compositions resemble in many ways those of Rubinstein. Russian musical conditions in the first half of the past century were very much like those in America at present. Besides Kavos and Vostovsky, there had been and were a number of more or less conspicuous imitators of the Italian school. Their works were as little Russian in character as Puccini's Girl of the Golden West is American. But the advent of Mozart, Beethoven, and Schubert in Germany made a deep impression upon the music-loving Russians. The men upon whom the romantic German music made the strongest impression were Glinka and Agaminsky, both inclined toward romantic ideals and themes. Their first striking move was to rebel against the Italian influences. Russia, like Germany, shall have its own music, independent of all academic schools and foreign flavors, and it shall be a music of the masses. Music is more vigorous and more individual when it is national. We like individuality in life and literature, as in all arts and politics. Why should the world not cling more to the racial than to the cosmopolitan ideal? The tendency of Italian music is cosmopolitan. I believe that the tempo of music must correspond to the tempo of life. Our duty is to speak for all the nation. Thus Glinka wrote at the critical moment. 2. Naturally, Glinka's first attempts were ridiculed by contemporary salon critics and concert habitués, who looked at him as a musique maniac and naive dilettante. His attempt at something truly national in character was considered plebeian and undignified for a nobleman. But encouraged by Tchaikovsky, the famous poet of that time and the tutor of the heir apparent, later Tsar Alexander II, Glinka published in 1833 the first volume of his songs and ballads, based purely on themes of folk songs. As he was merely a functionary of the Ministry of Finance, without any systematic musical training, and had no professional prestige, his work was ignored by the press, while society merely made fun of him and his songs. It was evident that he could not get any hearing in this way. Tchaikovsky, whose apartment at the palace was a rendezvous of artists and reformers of that time, suggested to Glinka that he compose an opera out of the rich material in his unpublished ballads, songs, and instrumental sketches, and he, on his part, would take care that it should be produced on the imperial stage. Tchaikovsky even outlined a libretto on an historical subject, similar to that used by Kavos, and suggested to name it A Death for the Tsar. Baron Rosen, the poetic private secretary of the Tsarevich, wrote the libretto under the supervision of Tchaikovsky, and Glinka named it A Life for the Tsar. This was the first distinctly national Russian opera that stands apart from the Italian and German style. Instead of effective airs and elaborate orchestration, Glinka emphasized the use of choruses and spectacular scenic methods, which are more natural to Russian life than the former. When the opera was produced in 1837, for the first time in St. Petersburg, the people went wild about it, and the young composer was hailed as a great aesthetic reformer. The Tsar appointed him to act as a conductor of the court choir, the famous Pridvornaya Kapella. The phenomenal success embittered the professional musicians of Russia, and they began to fight the composer with redoubled vigor. Fortunately, the Tsar, and especially Tchaikovsky, were on the side of Glinka, so that all the intrigues of his enemies failed. Meanwhile, he had composed several songs and a large number of ballads and orchestral pieces, of which Cameronskaya and the Spanish Overture are the most known. Glinka's songs and instrumental pieces are full of melody and color, and they are still sung and played in Russia, but the best he has created are his two operas. In 1842 he finished his second opera, Ruslan and Lyudmila, which, though more poetic and melodious than The Life of the Tsar, failed to arouse the enthusiasm which had greeted his first opera. The reason for that may have been that it was distinctly democratic and not historical, and historical pieces were a fad of that time. Mikhail Ivanovich Glinka was born in 1804 in the province of Smolensk, and his father, a wealthy nobleman, sent him at the age of 13 to be educated in an aristocratic college in St. Petersburg. The young man was intended for the civil service of the government, but he loved music so passionately that he neglected his other studies and took lessons in piano and the theory of composition from various teachers of the capital until he was about to be expelled from the school. Graduated in 1824, he tried to get a position in the Treasury Department, but failing in this, continued to study music till he secured it. Beethoven, Weber, and Schubert made a lasting impression upon his mind, and he never ceased to worship them, though he never imitated them. Byron, Goethe, and Pushkin were the poets that inspired him most of all. And he used to say if he could be in his native music what those men had been in their native poetry, he would die a happy man. With all his lack of technical skill, Glinka remains the founder of the nationalistic school of music of his native land. In spite of his many shortcomings, he is natural and superior to the opera composers of his time in Italy and Germany. As all Russians have inborn love of song, and as that is expressed in manifold ways in their actual life, more than in the life of any other nation, Glinka's main idea was to found the Russian opera on combined passages of realistic musical life, giving them a dramatic character. To emphasize this, he made use of picturesque stage glitter and spectacular scenic effects. This betrays itself forcibly in the vivid colors that outline the semi-oriental architecture of a cathedral, palace, public building, or cottage, or in the picturesque costumes for marriage, for burial, and for the various other social and official ceremonies characteristic of Russia. In his private life, Glinka was just as unfortunate as Tchaikovsky. The girl he had begun to love passionately married a man of more promising social career. He married a woman whom he did not love, and they were divorced after some scandal and difficulty. Then the woman whom he had first loved and who was married to a prominent army officer changed her mind and eloped with Glinka. In order to avoid a public scandal, the Tsar forced the composer to relinquish the woman of his choice. Glinka obeyed and fell into a mood of melancholy, which undermined his health little by little until he died in Berlin in 1857. But, strange to say, the private life of Glinka did not affect his compositions, for there was nothing extremely melancholy or sentimentally sad in his music. An air of sentimental romanticism emanates from his numerous ballads, songs, and instrumental works. Like the rest of his contemporaries, he is lyric, full of color and sentiment in his minor works. One and all are distinctly national. Together with Glinka, Dargomyski undertook to carry the idea of nationalism in music into practice, in spite of all the objections of contemporaries. They met frequently and became close friends. Their aspirations were the same, though Glinka was socially prominent by reason of his official position, and Dargomyski was a mere clerk in the Treasury Department and composed chiefly for his own pleasure. It was much more difficult for him than for Glinka to obtain social recognition, though the majority of his works are far more national and artistic than Glinka's. His songs stand close to the heart of the muzhik. Glinka is an artist of the nobility. I am of the peasants, was the way Dagomysky defined the difference between Glinka and himself. Born on February 2nd, 1813, in the province of Tula, Alexander Sergeyevich Dagomysky was the son of a postal officer who lost his position in property in Moscow when Napoleon occupied that city. The boy grew up in great poverty, and the only education he received was that given by his parents. At the age of 20, he made a trip to St. Petersburg and managed to get the position of clerk in the Treasury Department. Here he continued his studies in music, which had been near his heart since early childhood. After a few years of strenuous work, he realized that it was more important for him to collect and study folk music than to acquire the technique and theory of the art of music, and with this in view he undertook excursions to the villages during the summer vacation, collecting folk songs, attending festivals and social ceremonies of the peasants. In this way he stored up a huge material and knowledge for his individual work. His first attempt was a series of songs and ballads. In 1842, Dagomysky resigned his official position to devote his time exclusively to music. His first opera, Esmeralda, had a great success in Moscow and gave him some prestige and courage to undertake the composition of his second opera, The Triumph of Bacchus, which, however, was a failure. Dagomysky's masterpiece is and remained his opera Ruzalka, The Nymph, which is composed to a libretto based upon a poem of Pushkin. It takes the listener to the picturesque and romantic banks of the Dnieper River, where the heroine Natasha, the daughter of a miller, is deserted by a princely lover. In despair, she flings herself into the river, and is at once surrounded by a throng of the Ruzalkas, the nymphs with whom Russian imagination has populated every brook, lake, and river. She herself becomes a nymph, and eventually succeeds in enticing her false lover to her arms beneath the water. Dagomysky's last opera, The Marble Guest, for the libretto of which he used the poetic drama of Pushkin, based on the legend of Don Juan, was produced only after his death in 1872. It differs from his previous operas by the predominance of recitative, concerted pieces being almost banished. Like Glinka, he was not over-prolific in his compositions. Besides the 4 operas, he wrote only 5 or 6 orchestral pieces, some 30 songs and ballads, and a few dances. Tchaikovsky complained bitterly that he was too lazy, although he admitted that Dagomysky was greatly hampered by lack of systematic musical education. Like Glinka, Dagomysky was unhappy in his private life. The woman whom he loved so deeply was the wife of another man, and the one who loved him found no response on his part. He was relieved of his worries for daily bread after his Ruzalka made a success on the stage. His apartment was the real rendezvous of the group of young nationalistic composers who surpassed him by far in their works, such as Borodin, Mussorgsky, Balakirev, César Cui, Rimsky-Korsakov, and Serov. Dagomysky died in 1869. 3. At the same time that the Balakirev group of Russian nationalists began its work in St. Petersburg, a romantic temple was founded by Rubinstein. Among the masters of Russian music, he occupies an interesting place, being, as it were, a link between the lyric Oriental and the nationalistic Slav. In many ways, he was a phenomenal figure. Though he laid the cornerstone of the modern Russian musical pedagogic system and was a dominant authority of his time, he never caught the true national spirit of Russia, and by no means all his talented pupils became his followers. He died a man disappointed in his ideals and ambitions. All I care about after my death is that men shall remember me by this conservatory. Let them say, this was Anton Rubinstein's work, he said, pointing to the Imperial Conservatory in St. Petersburg, of which he had been not only the founder, but the director for many years. During all his influential life, Rubinstein was bitterly opposed to the Russian nationalistic school of music, at the head of which stood Balakirev, Mussorgsky, and Rimsky-Korsakov. He referred to them as dabblers and eccentric amateurs. Even toward his pupil Tchaikovsky, he assumed a condescending attitude. His veneration of the classics was almost fanatical. In the genius of his contemporaries, he had no faith. He truly believed that music ended with Chopin. Even Wagner and Liszt were small figures in his eyes. To the realistic style initiated by Berlioz and the music dramas of Wagner, he was indifferent. His aspirations were for the highest type of pure music, but he lacked the ability to transform his own ideals into something real. Lyric romanticism was all he cared for. The slightest innovation in form, all attempts at realism in music, upset his aesthetic measuring scale. But despite his deficiencies and faults, he deserves more credit from posterity than it seems willing to accede to him. Saint-Saëns has said, "I have heard Rubinstein's music reproached for its structure, its large plan, its vast stretches, its carelessness in detail. The public taste today calls for complications without end, arabesques and incessant modulations. But this is a fashion and nothing more. It seems to me that his fruitfulness, grand character, and personality suffice to class Rubinstein among the greatest musicians of all times." The outspoken romanticism of Rubinstein's works is in a sense akin to the spirit of Byron's poems. There is a passionate sweetness in his melodies that one finds rarely in composers of his type. But in giving overmuch attention to objective form, he often missed subjective warmth, especially in his operas and his larger instrumental works. He achieved the greatest success in his songs of oriental character, from which there breathes the spirit of a heavy tropic night. But in these, his best moments, he remains exotic and inexplicable to our Occidental ears. Romantic as his music was the course of Rubinstein's life. He himself, according to Rimsky-Korsakov, blamed the romantic incidents of his life for his shortcomings. "I was spoiled by the flattery of high society, which I received during my first concert tour as a boy of 13, Rubinstein told his brother composer. "It made me conceited and fanatical. The misery that I endured later wasted the best creative years of my life, and the sudden success of which followed my acquaintance with the Grand Duchess Helen, the sister of the Tsar who loved him, killed my aspirations for the higher work by making me unexpectedly the dictator of Russian musical education. If I had worked up step by step by my own efforts, I would have reached the goal of my ambition." At any rate, the unusual career of Rubinstein explains the psychological side of his achievements and disappointments. Born in 1829 in the village of Vychvatinets, in the province of Podolia in southwestern Russia, he began to study the piano at the age of 8 in Moscow. His teacher, Alexander Villain, at once realized that his pupil was a genius, and for 5 years spent his best efforts upon him. When the boy was 13, his teacher undertook a concert tour with him, first through Russia, later abroad. Rubinstein was a pianistic marvel and was received everywhere with the greatest enthusiasm. Chopin and Liszt declared him a wonder child. After 3 years of touring, he settled in Paris, lived in princely style, and spent all the money he had earned. Feeling the pinch of poverty, he went to Vienna to secure the influence of Liszt, who advised him to go to Berlin, and gave him letters of introduction. There he found the city in a state of revolution and abandoned by society. In despair and almost starving, Rubinstein pushed on to St. Petersburg, where the once celebrated prodigy began to earn his living with piano lessons at 50 cents, until by a mere chance he secured the position of pianist in the court choir. At this he composed his first opera, Dmitri Donskoy, which was performed with some success. Rubinstein now undertook another trip to Liszt at Weimar, and there he met the Grand Duchess Helen, who at once invited the young pianist to be her guest in Italy. This was the beginning of his career. In 1856, Rubinstein composed some of his songs and piano pieces, and soon after this, the Imperial Conservatory of Music was founded in St. Petersburg and Moscow, with the Grand Duchess as patroness. In 1862, Rubinstein became the director of the conservatory in St. Petersburg and held the position until 1867, and later from 1887 to 1891. In 1865, he married and made his residence at Peterhof, where he lived in close touch with Russian society. During this period of power and comfort, Rubinstein composed his sonatas, symphonies, operas, and piano pieces, few of which are ever performed nowadays. Rubinstein's orchestral and operatic works occupy a place between Schumann and Meyerbeer. His most popular orchestral compositions are Faust, Ivan IV, Don Quixote, and his second symphony, Ocean. The other 5 symphonies are rather stately, cold tone pictures without any definite foundation. More known and even frequently performed are his chamber music pieces, the cello sonata in D major and the trio in B major. Of his operas and oratorios, only one work, The Demon, has survived in the classic Russian repertoire. The rest are long forgotten. Of longer life than Rubinstein's orchestral and operatic compositions are his piano pieces, especially his barcarolles, preludes, etudes, and dances. All of his larger piano pieces are like his orchestral works, prolix, diffuse, and full of unassimilated ideas. Through all his compositions there blows a breath of Oriental Romanticism, something that reminds one of the 1001 Nights. A peculiar sweetness and brilliancy of harmony distinguish his style. These particular qualities make Rubinstein unpopular in our realistic age. It is true that his piano pieces have little that is individual, but they are graceful and aristocratic. To an ear attuned to modern impressionism, they are nothing but graceful, warmly colored sound pieces, devoid of arresting features. But whatever may be the fate of Rubinstein's instrumental music, he was a composer of excellent songs, which will be sung as long as man lives. They are the very crown of his creations. From among his numerous ballads and songs, the Asra, the Dream, Night, etc., are especially enchanting. In them he stands unmatched by any composer of his time. The number of his works surpasses 100. There are 10 string quartets, 3 quintets, 5 concertos, 3 sonatas for violin and piano, 2 for cello and piano, 2 for violin and orchestra. According to Russian critical opinion, he was an imitator of Mendelssohn and Schumann. But the fact is, he suffered from the overwhelming influence of the German classics, whom he did not assimilate thoroughly, and from being one of the greatest of piano virtuoso of his age, which absorbed most of his attention and time. It is not unnatural that a great executive artist should acquire the forms of those composers whose works he performs most. In following these models, Rubinstein simply demonstrated a psychological rule. Rubinstein's main importance in Russian music resides in the fact that he laid the foundation of a nationwide musical education, so that now the national and local governments are back of a serious aesthetic culture. Besides having been twice a director of the Imperial Conservatory of Music in St. Petersburg, he was from time to time a director of the Imperial Musical Society and conductor of the St. Petersburg Symphony Concerts. He died in 1894 in Peterhof and is buried in the graveyard of Alexander Nevsky Monastery, near his rivals Balakirev, Borodin, and Mussorgsky. 4. An artist of the same school as Rubinstein, yet entirely different in works and spirit, is Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky. Rubinstein was a creative virtuoso. Tchaikovsky was a creative genius. They took the same general direction in form and themes, but otherwise a wide abyss separated these two unique spirits of Russian music. Tchaikovsky had Rubinstein's passion and technical skill, the same lyric style, and like him, adhered to West European form, but in his essentials he remains a Russian of the most classic tendencies. His language is that of an emotional Slav. His music glows with the peculiar fire that burned in his soul. Rapture and agony, gloom and gaiety seem in the perpetual struggle for expression. With all of its nationalistic riches, there is nothing in Tchaikovsky's tonal structures that resembles those of his contemporaries. He is a romantic poet of classic pattern, yet wholly a Russian. He is altogether introspective, sentimentally subjective, and ecclesiastically fanatic. With all his Slavic pathos and subjective vigor, Tchaikovsky builds his tone temples in Gothic style, which he never leaves. That is very largely the reason why his music is so phenomenally popular abroad, while his contemporaries have, despite their originality and greatness, remained in his shadow. Tchaikovsky's compositions are as strange as his inner self. His likening his artistic expressions to a violent contest between a beast and a god no doubt had its psychological reason. That there is such mystery in his life and its relation to his art is apparent from the following passage with which Kashkin, his biographer, closes his book. I have finished my reminiscences. Of course, they might be supplemented by accounts of a few more events, but I shall add nothing at present, and perhaps I shall never do so. One document I shall leave in a sealed packet, and if 30 years hence it still has interest for the world, the seal may be broken. This packet I shall leave in the care of Moscow University. It will contain the history of one episode in Tchaikovsky's life, upon which I have barely touched in my book. That seal is still unbroken. All we can guess of the nature of the secret is that it involves a tragedy of romantic character. We shall get a closer idea of the great composer when we consider a few characteristic episodes of his private life in connection with his career as a musician. Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky was born in 1840 in the province of Vyatka, where his father was the general manager of Kamsko-Botkin's mills. He showed already in his early youth a great liking for music and poetry, but the wish of his parents was that he should make his career as an official of the government. With this in view, he was educated in the aristocratic law school in St. Petersburg. Graduated in 1859, he became an officer in the department of the Ministry of Justice. While he was a student in the law school, he kept up his studies of music by taking lessons from F.D. Becker and K.I. Carroll, and did not give them up even when he became an active functionary with less leisure than before. The desire for thorough musical education gave him no peace until he entered the newly founded Conservatory of Music, where Rubinstein and Zaremby became his teachers. Though regularly the course was longer, Tchaikovsky was graduated after 3 years of study in 1866, and at once was invited to become a professor of harmony in the Imperial Conservatory of Music in Moscow. During the first years of his life as a teacher, Tchaikovsky composed some smaller instrumental and vocal pieces, which were performed with marked success, partly by his pupils, partly by touring musical artists. His first large compositions were the First Symphony, which he composed in 1868, and his opera, Voyevoda, which he wrote a year later. Both these compositions were less successful than his earlier ones. Nevertheless, the disappointment did not discourage the young composer, for he proceeded to compose new operas, Undina, Oprichnik, and Vacula the Smith, besides some music for orchestra. In 1873, he composed the ballet Snow Maiden, and then followed in succession his second, third, and fourth symphonies. Assured of a pension of 3,000 rubles, $1,500 a year, and an extra income from the royalty of his published music, Tchaikovsky resigned his teaching post and devoted all his time to composition. His Fourth Symphony had to some extent satisfied his ambition as a symphonic composer, since it had been received enthusiastically by the public in both Moscow and St. Petersburg. He now threw all his efforts into opera. In 1878, he finished his Evgeny Onegin, his greatest opera, besides his 2 ballets. In spite of his stormy private life and various romantic conflicts, Tchaikovsky was a prolific worker. Besides the above-mentioned operas, he wrote 6 symphonies, of which the last 2 have gained worldwide fame. 3 ballets, the overtures Romeo and Juliet, The Tempest, Hamlet, and 1812, The Italian Caprice, and the symphonic poem Manfred. Besides these, he wrote 2 concertos for piano and orchestra, 1 concerto for violin, 3 quartets, 1 trio, over 100 songs, some 30 smaller instrumental pieces, and a series of excellent church music. They vary in their character and quality. Some of them are truly great and majestic, while others are of mediocre merit. Oprichnik, Mazeppa, Charodeki, and Jeanne d'Arc are dramatic operas, while Evgeny Onegin, Pique Dame, and Yolanta are of outspoken lyric type. Cherevitsky and Vacula the Smith are his 2 comic operas. Though Tchaikovsky's ambition was to excel in opera, his symphonic compositions represent the best he has written, especially his 4th, 5th, and 6th symphonies, The Tempest and the Marsh Slav, Manfred, his piano concerto in B-flat minor, and his 3 ballets, Snow Maiden, Sleeping Beauty, and Swan Lake. He is a perfect master of counterpoint and graceful melodies. How well he mastered his technique is proven by the careful modeling of his themes and figures. But in opera his grasp is behind those of his rivals. There's too much of the West European polish and sentimentality, and too little of the elemental vigor and grandeur of a Russian dramatist. To the period of Tchaikovsky's last years as a teacher in Moscow, especially from 1875 to 1885, belong the mysterious romantic troubles which presumably became the foundation of his creative despair. The pessimism which is made in the Schopenhauer of sound. Here may lie the secret of all the turbulent emotionalism from which emanated those tragic chords, all the wild musical images, that incessant melancholy strain which characterize his works. In 1877 he married Antony Ivanovna Milikova, but their married life was of short duration. There were many strange stories as to his despair, an account of an unhappy love. Tchaikovsky was an affectionate friend of a Mademoiselle von Meck, with whom he was in perpetual correspondence, and who gave him material aid in carrying out his artistic ambitions, though he had never met her. Why he did not is a mystery. It is said that he contemplated suicide upon many occasions. He told his friend Kashkin that twice he had gone up to his knees in the Moscow River with the idea of drowning himself, but the effect of the cold water sobered him. When his wildest emotions seized him, he would rush out and sit in the snow, if it was winter, or stand in the river until numb with the cold. This cured him temporarily, but he insisted that he remained a soul-sick man. "I'm putting all my virtue and wickedness, passion and agony into the piece I'm writing," he wrote to a friend while composing his symphony Pathétique. In 1890, Tchaikovsky celebrated the 25th anniversary of his musical activity and was honored with the degree of Doctor of Music by Cambridge University. He made a tour of America, of which he spoke in high terms as a country of new beauties and new life. One of his remarks is characteristic. "The rush and roar of that wild freedom of America still haunts me. It is like 50 orchestras combined. Although you do not see any Indians running about the streets of New York, yet their spirit has put a stamp on its whole life. It is in the everlasting activity and the stoic attitude toward what we call fate." One of the peculiar traits of Tchaikovsky was his indifference to his creations after they had been produced. He even disliked to hear them, and always found fault with his early compositions, especially with his operas, yet he did not know how he could have improved them. Exceptions, however, were his Fourth and Sixth Symphonies, his Eugen Onegin, Serenade Melancholique, his Concerto in D, and a few other compositions. While working upon his favorite opera, he also engaged upon his Fourth Symphony. When Eugen Onegin was first performed in Moscow, Tchaikovsky whispered to Rubinstein, who was next to him in the audience, "This and the Fourth Symphony are the decisive works of my career. If they fail, I am a failure." Tchaikovsky died suddenly, October the 25th, 1893, in St. Petersburg, of cholera, as it was said officially. But according to men who knew him intimately, he poisoned himself. This, we may be sure, is one of the secrets sealed by Kashkin. Tchaikovsky was one of the greatest masters of the orchestra the world has seen. In effects of striking brilliance and of somberness, he was equally successful, and it is no doubt in a great measure an account of this Slavic splendor that his orchestral works have won the public. Yet he is far more than a colorist. His mastery over orchestral polyphony is supreme. There is always movement in his music, a rising and falling of all the parts, a complicated interweaving, never with the loss of sonority and richness. He is a great harmonist as well, and an irresistible melodist. His rhythms are full of life, whether they are march, waltz, or barbarous wild dances. The movement in 5/4 time in the Sixth Symphony is in itself a masterpiece, and has stimulated countless efforts in the directions to which it pointed. It must be admitted that melody, harmony, and rhythm all bear the stamp of the Slavic temperament, and insofar as they are Slavic or racial, they are vigorous and healthy. But often Tchaikovsky becomes morbidly subjective. He is obviously not master of his mood, but slave to it. Hence, after frequent hearings, it comes a weight upon the listener, an intangible oppression, which he will be glad to avoid, and which cannot be shaken off. One detects the line of the individual and forgets the splendor of the race. Yet through Tchaikovsky, the glories of Russian music were revealed to the general public. He occupies a double position, as a Russian and as a strained individuality, whose influence has been pronounced upon modern music. The Russian composers unquestionably hold a conspicuous place among those composers who have been specially gifted to hear new possibilities of orchestral sound, and to add to the splendor of orchestral music. Many of them denied Wagner. The question of how far the peculiar powers of the orchestra had been developed by them independently of Wagner, with results in many ways similar, may become the source of much speculation. It is quite possible that, thanks to their own racial sensitiveness, they have devised a brilliant orchestration similar but unrelated to Wagner. End of Track 3. Track 4. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Music of Modern Scandinavia. Part 1. The most striking characteristic of the music of the 19th century has doubtless been its astonishing enrichment in technical means. Its next most striking characteristic is easily its growth in national expression. National art music in the modern sense was almost unknown before the 19th century. The nearest thing to it was a Turkish march in a Mozart operetta or sonata, or an allemande or schottische in a French suite. The national differences in 18th century music were differences of school, not of nationality. It is true that Italian music usually tended to lyricism, French to dexterity of form, and German to technical solidity. It is true further that these qualities corresponded in a rough way to the characteristics of the respective nations. But all three used one and the same musical system. They differed not so much in their music as in the way they treated their music. In the 19th century, the national feeling found expression as it had never had before. The causes of this were numerous, but the most important were two of a political nature. First, the spread of the principles of the French Revolution made democracy a far more general fact than it had ever been before. Political authority and moral influence shifted more and more from the rulers to the people, and the character of the ordinary men and women became more and more the character of the nation. Second, the resistance called forth by Napoleon's wars of aggression aroused national consciousness as it had never been aroused before. Napoleon, with a solid national consciousness behind him, was invincible until he found a national consciousness opposed to him. In Spain in 1809, in Russia in 1812, and in Germany in 1813. Only the sense of nationality had been able to preserve nations, and it was the sense of nationality that thereafter continued to maintain them. To these two political causes we may perhaps add a third cause, one of a technical musical character. With the early Beethoven, the old classical system of music had reached its apogee. When this was once complete and firmly implanted in people's consciousness, contrasting sorts of music could be clearly apperceived. Once the logical course of classical development was finished, men's minds were free to look elsewhere for beauties of another sort. So when the political interest in the common people led men to investigate the people's folk songs, musical consciousness was at the same time prepared to appreciate the striking differences between art music and folk music. Now all the national music of the 19th century is based on a very real sense on the folk music of the people. The music of the 18th century could not be truly national because it was supported chiefly by the aristocracy, and an art will inevitably tend to express the character of the people who pay its bills. The differences between the aristocracy of one nation and that of another are largely superficial. The court of Louis XV was distinguished from that of Frederick the Great chiefly by the cut of the courtiers' clothes, but of the France of 1813 was distinguished from the Germany of 1813 by the mould of the national soul. And the national soul can be seen very imperfectly in the official art of a nation. It must be sought for in the popular art, in the myths, the fairy tales, the ballads, and the folk songs. So when the newly awakened national consciousness began to demand musical expression, it inevitably sought its materials in the music of the people. In the 18th century, this popular music was thought too crude to be of artistic value. The snobbishness of political life was reflected in the prevailing attitude toward art. Because the people's melodies were different from the accepted music, they were held to be wrong. Or rather, one may say that cultivated people hardly dreamed of their existence. Gradually, in the latter half of the 18th century, scholars became aware of the value of popular art. Herder was the first important man to discover it in Germany, and he passed his appreciation of it on to Goethe. By the opening of the 19th century, the appreciation of folk art was well underway. Collections of folk songs and folk poetry were appearing, and their high artistic value was being recognized. For the first decade of the century, the impulse reached the Scandinavian lands, and their national existence in art began. These countries had, of course, been free from the immediate turmoil of the Napoleonic Wars. They had suffered, as all Europe had suffered, but they had not been obliged to defend their nationality with their blood. Denmark and Norway-Sweden had been for centuries substantially independent, and Finland, which had been in loose subjugation alternately to Sweden and Russia, was practically independent for some time, until a political pact between Napoleon and the Tsar Alexander made her a Grand Duchy of Russia. But even as a part of the Russian Empire, she suffered no violation of her national individuality until late in the 19th century. Political independence and geographical isolation had left the northern nations somewhat turgid and provincial. Their artistic life had been largely borrowed. The various courts had their choirs and kapellmeisters, usually imported from Germany. Native composers were infrequent. Composition was largely in the hands of second-rate musicians from Germany, who had migrated that they might be larger fish in a smaller puddle. And the composition was, of course, entirely in the foreign style. Stockholm and Copenhagen had their opera in the latter half of the 18th century, but the works performed were chiefly French and Italian. These imported works set the standard for most of the native musical composition. Toward the end of the 18th century, German influence began to predominate, especially in Denmark, where the German Singspiel took root and enjoyed a long and prosperous career. The German influence was much more proper to the Scandinavian lands than that of French or Italy, but it had not the slightest relation to a national art. Danish stories occasionally appeared in the subject matter, but the music was substantially that of Reichardt and Zelter in Germany. In Sweden, the course of events was the same. Occasionally, national subject matter appeared in operatic librettos, but in the music, never. Sweden, which up to the beginning of the 19th century continued to be a force in European political affairs, had naturally enjoyed a considerable degree of intercourse with other nations, and was all the more influenced by them in her art. Norway and Finland, however, were completely isolated, and received their musical ministrations not at second hand, but at third. In all these countries there was a considerable degree of musical life, choirs, orchestras, and dramatic works, but this was almost wholly confined to the large cities. Yet all these nations had the possibilities of a rich artistic life, in national traditions, in folk song, and in a common sensitiveness of the racial soul. All four nations are distinctly musical, and in Denmark and Finland, especially the solo four-part song was cultivated lovingly in the home and in the smaller communities. From their isolation and provincialism, the Scandinavian countries were awakened not by direct, but by reflex impulse. The vigorous national life of other European lands gradually stimulated a sympathetic movement in the two Scandinavian peninsulas. Denmark saw its first good collection of folk songs in 1812-14, Sweden in 1814-16. In 1842 came A.P. Berggren's famous collection of Danish songs, and about the same time the 540 Norse folk songs and dances gathered and edited by Ludwig Lindemann. Doubtless this interest had some political significance, but far more important than these was the appearance in 1835 of the first portion of the Kalevala, the Finnish national epic, which has since taken its place beside the Iliad and the Nibelunglied as one of the greatest epics of all time. This remarkable poem seems to have been genuinely popular in origin. It remained in the mouths and hearts of the people throughout the centuries, almost unknown to the scholars. A Finnish physician, Elias Lönnrot, made it his life work to collect and piece together the fragments of the great poem. In 1835, he published 35 runes, and in 1849, a new edition containing 50, all taken down directly from the peasants' lips. This work had a decided political significance. It intensified and solidified the national consciousness, tending to counterbalance the influence of the Swedish language, which until then had been unquestionably that of the cultivated classes. Later it formed a buffer to the Russian language, which the Tsar attempted to force upon the Finns by imperial edict. It served to arouse the national feeling to such a pitch that Finland has in recent years become the chief thorn in the Tsar's side. And this fact, as we shall see, helped to give the Finnish music of the last 3 decades its intense national character. The distinctly national movement in Scandinavian countries began, as we have said, in the first decade of the 19th century. Its growth thereafter was steady and uninterrupted, and was aided by the generous spread of choral and symphonic music. In the first stage, the music written was based chiefly on German models, but it was written more and more by native Scandinavians. In the second stage, roughly the second third of the century, the native composers wrote music that was based on the national folk music, but timidly and vaguely. In the third stage, the folk tunes were frankly utilized. The national scales and rhythms were deliberately and continuously called into service, and the whole musical output given a character homogeneously and distinctly national. It was in this stage that the Scandinavian music became known to the world at large. Grieg, a man of the highest talent, possibly of genius, made himself one of the best-loved composers of the 19th century, and awakened a widespread taste for the exotic. Together with Tchaikovsky the Russian, he made nationalism in music a worldwide triumph. After his success, it was no longer counted against a composer that he spoke in a strange tongue. The very strangeness of the tongue became a source of interest, and if there was added thereto a strong and beautiful musical message, the new composer usually had easy sailing. The outward success of Grieg doubtless stimulated musical endeavor in Scandinavian lands, and enabled the world at large to become familiar with many minor talents whose reputations could otherwise not have passed beyond their national borders. Finally, there has arisen in Finland the greatest and most individual of all Scandinavian composers, and one of the most powerful writers of music in the modern world, Jan Sibelius. In him, the most intense nationalism speaks with a universal voice. The folk music which made this Scandinavian nationalism possible is rich and extensive. Apparently it is of rather recent growth, but this fact is offset by the isolation of the countries in which it developed. It is of pure Germanic stock, with the exception of certain Eastern influences in the music of Finland. Yet it has a marked individuality, a perfume of its own. This is the more remarkable as we discover that in external qualities it exhibits only slight differences from the German folk song. The individuality is not obvious, as with the Russian or Hungarian folk music, but subtly resident in a multitude of details which escape analysis. Not only is the Scandinavian music clearly distinct from that of other Germanic lands, but the music of each of the 4 countries is subtly distinguished from that of all the others. The Danish is most like the ordinary German folk song with which we're familiar. It is not rich in extent or variety of mood. Its chief qualities are a discreet playfulness and a gentle melancholy. In formal structure it is good, but not distinguished. It is predominantly vocal. In old and characteristic dances, Denmark is lacking. The Swedish folk music is in every way richer. It does not attain to the extremes of animal and spiritual expression like the Russian, but within its fairly broad limits it can show every variety of feeling. Even in its liveliest moments it reveals something of the predominant northern melancholy, but the dances, which are numerous and spirited, reveal a buoyant health. The thin veil of melancholy which has been so often noticed is not nearly so prominent as a certain refined sensuality. Sweden, more than any of the other Scandinavian lands, has known periods of cosmopolitan luxury. She has become a citizen of the world, with something of the man of the world's self-indulgence and self-consciousness. So her folk songs frequently reveal an exquisite sense of form, which seems French rather than Germanic. The Norse folk song naturally shows a close relationship with that of Sweden, but in every point of difference it tends straight away from the German. Norway has for centuries been a primitive country in its material conditions, a country of tiny villages, of valleys for months isolated one from the other, a country of pioneer virtues and individualistic values. Large cities are few. The ordinary machinery of civilization is even yet limited. The economic activities are still in great measure primitive, and much of the work is out of doors, as in shipping, fishing, and pasturing. The scenery is among the grandest in the world, so it is not surprising that the Norwegian folk music is vigorous and sometimes a little crude, and that it reveals an intense feeling for nature. The people are deeply religious and filled with a stern Protestant sense of a personal relation with God. The tender and mystic aspects of the music are less easy to account for. Many of the songs are an intimate revelation of subtle mood, and others show a tonal vagueness which in modern times is called impressionistic. More than the Swedish songs, they are spontaneous and poetic. If they reflect nature, it is in her personal aspect. They show not so much the Norwegian mountains as the fog which covers the mountains. They sing not so much the old Vikings as the quiet people who have settled down to fishing and trading when their wanderings are over. They reveal not the face of nature, but her bosom on which lonely men may rest. The Finnish music is of a mixed stock. Primarily it is an adaptation of the Swedish, and the greater number of Finnish songs are externally of Swedish mould. But Lapland has also contributed her childlike melodies. The true Finnish music, however, is that drawn from the legendary sources of the original race. The melodies of the old runes retain their primitive aspects, and are unlike those of any other nation. They are doubtless the very melodies to which the Kalevala was originally sung. Externally monotonous and heavy, they reveal strange beauties in closer examination. They are distinguished by many repetitions of the same note, by irregular or ill-defined meter, and by a long and sinuous melodic line. Another typical sort of melody is the horn call, developed from the original blasts of the hunting horn. The theme of the trio, the scherzo of Sibelius' Second Symphony, is typical of the rune melody. Finally, the Russian influence may be felt in many of the older Finnish tunes, an uncertain tonality and a peculiar use of the minor. This mixture of musical forces is indicative of the ethnological and social mixture which is the Finnish race. The Finns are primarily a Mongolian people. From the Laplanders to the north, they received what that simple people had to give. For centuries they were under the domination of Sweden. Swedish was the language of their literature and their cultured conversation, and Swedish was their official civilization. A considerable accession of Swedish immigrants and infusion of Swedish blood left their affairs in the control of Germanic influences. It is on this account that the Finnish is included in a chapter on Scandinavian music. Finally, a nearness to Russia and an intermittent subjugation to the Tsardom brought into their midst Russian influences, which were assimilated flexibly but incompletely. In the late 19th century, Finland experienced a renaissance of national feeling. Genuine Finnish language gained the uppermost and provided a rallying point for the resistance to the Tsar's attempted Russianization of his duchy. Finnish traditions displaced those of the Vikings, and Finland began to stand forth as an Oriental nation with a heroic background. Therefore, though her music developed largely out of Germanic materials, it has become, under Sibelius, himself of Teutonic blood, a thing apart. The use of folk music on the part of the Scandinavian composers seems to have been less deliberate and conscious than in the case of the neo-Russian nationalists. In the earliest composers who can be regarded as national, it is scarcely to be noticed. For some years after Danish music began to have a national character, the actual presence of folk elements was to be detected only on close examination. Such a careful writer as Mr. Fink indignantly denies that Grieg made any deliberate use of folk music. In his view, the melodies of the people are so inferior to those of Grieg that to suggest the latter's indebtedness is something in the nature of blasphemy. Nevertheless, in the process of nationalizing the northern music, the patriotic composers introduced the spirit and the technical materials of the folk music into conscious works of art. Just what the process was is hardly to be known, even by the composers themselves. We know that Grieg was an ardent nationalist and studied and admired the folk songs. To what extent he imitated or borrowed folk melodies for his compositions is not of first importance. Probably with the best of the nationalists, the process was one of saturating themselves in the music of their native land and then composing personally and from the heart. At all events, it is certain that the influence of any folk music, deeply studied, is too pervasive for a sensitive composer to escape. Since the first third of the 19th century, the Scandinavian composers have been heavily influenced by the prevailing German musical forces. German musicians were frequent visitors or sojourners in Scandinavian cities, and the musicians of the northern lands sought their education almost exclusively in Germany. Hence, Scandinavian music has reflected closely the changes of fashion that prevailed to the south. Mendelssohn and Schumann, through the work of Gade, were the first dominating influences. Chopin influenced their style of pianistic writing, and Wagner and Liszt in due time influenced their harmonic procedure. Music dramas were written quite in the Wagnerian style, and a minor impulse toward program music came from Berlioz and Liszt. In the art of instrumentation, Wagner and Strauss received instant recognition and imitation which soon became a schooling and developed into a pronounced native art. Even Brahms had his share in the work, primarily in the shorter piano pieces, which have been so distinctive a part of the Scandinavian musical output, and latterly in the absolute polyphonic work of Alfven, Stenhammar, and Norman. But though all these strands are distinctly discernible, that which gives the Scandinavian tonal art a right to a separate existence is a contribution of its own. In the larger and more ambitious forms, the Scandinavian composers have usually not been at their best or most distinctive. It is the smaller forms, songs, piano pieces, orchestral pictures, etc., which have carried the music of the Northland throughout Europe and America. In these we best see the distinguishing Scandinavian traits. First, there is an impressionism, a dexterity in the creation of specific mood or atmosphere, which preceded the recent craze for these qualities. The music of Grieg, simple as it seems to us now, was in its time a sort of gospel of what could be done with music on the intimate or pictorial sides. Vagueness, mystery, poetry spoke to us out of this music of the North. Next, there was a feeling for nature, for pictorial values, for delineative music in its more romantic terms, which had not been found in the more strenuous program music of the Germans. The sunrise of Grieg's Peer Gynt Suite attuned many thousands of ears to the beauty of natural scenery as depicted in music. Finally, there was a feeling for tonal qualities as such, which the modern French school has developed to an almost unbelievable extent. The tone of the piano became an intimate part of the poetry of northern piano pieces. Further, the school of Grieg has shown an astonishing talent in the handling of orchestral color. Brilliant and poetic instrumentation has been one of the chief glories of the northern school. It was the romantic impulse that was behind all the best work, and accordingly the formal element does not bulk large in Scandinavian music. But there is often a wonderful finesse, polish, and dexterity, which reveals an exquisite sense of structure and workmanship, especially in the smaller forms. Vocal music, especially before the opening of the 20th century, flourished, and the songs of certain northern composers have taken their place beside the best beloved lyric works of Germany. Finally, there are brilliant exceptions to the statement that the best northern work has been achieved in the smaller forms. The concertos of Grieg, symphonic pieces of Sinding, and the symphonies and tone poems of Sibelius strike an epic note in modern music. 2. The early history of Danish music is that of any royal court of post-Renaissance times. Foreign composers and performers were invited to the capital, and when the lower classes had been unusually well drained of their earnings, history recorded a brilliant musical age. In the 18th century, there was a royal opera performing French and Italian pieces. From time to time, various choral or instrumental societies were founded. In the conventional sense, the musical life of Copenhagen was flourishing. But in all this, there was no trace of national Danish music. The first composer who may be called truly national began working after a thorough Germanizing of the country's musical taste had taken place. This man was Johann Peter Emilius Hartmann, 1805 to 1900. His extensive work was hardly known outside the limits of his native land. The few examples which were played in Germany were speedily forgotten. But he gradually came to be recognized as the great national composer of Denmark. Though a large part of his student years was spent in his native land, he was at first under the influence of the fashionable composers of the time, such as Marschner, Spontini, Spohr, and Auber. But, though not a student of Danish folk songs, he gradually came to feel the individuality of the national music, and in 1832 made himself a national spokesman with his melodrama The Golden Horns to Oehlenschläger's text. His opera Little Christine to Andersen's story, performed in 1846, was thoroughly national and popular in spirit. His output was astonishingly large and varied. He wrote for nearly every established form: symphonies, overtures, songs, choral pieces, religious and secular, sonatas as well as short romantic pieces for the piano, works for organ and violin, ballets and picturesque orchestral poems. His nationalism does not appear consistently in his work. He seems to have made it no creed. Perhaps he only imitated it from Weber and Chopin. But when he chose to work with national materials, he came nearer to the popular spirit than any other composer of the time, barring the 2 or 3 great ones, of whom Weber is the type. His facility was great, his themes pregnant and arresting. He revealed an energetic structural power, and together with fine polyphonic ability, a mastery of romantic suggestion in the style of Mendelssohn. But it is chiefly by his native feeling for the folk style that he established himself as the first Scandinavian nationalist in music. Grieg wrote of him, "The dreams of our younger generation of northern men were his from the time he reached maturity. The best and deepest thoughts which moved a later generation of more or less important spirits were spoken first in him, and he found their first echo in us." But it was Niels W. Gade, 1817 to 1890, who represented the Danish school in the eyes of the outside world. This was due chiefly to his strategic position as friend of Mendelssohn, and after Mendelssohn's death, director of the Gewandhaus Orchestra in Leipzig. At bottom he was thoroughly a German of the conservative romantic school. His excellence in the eyes of the time consisted in his ability at writing Mendelssohn's style of music with almost Mendelssohn's charm and finish. But he was also the Dane, and in subtle ways he managed to impregnate his music with Danish musical feeling. His 8 symphonies had a high standing in his day, the first and last being typically national in character, serving in fact as a sort of propaganda for the national school that was to come. But Gade was more thoroughly national in some of his choral ballads and dramatic cantatas, such as Calamus, the Erl King's Daughter, The Stream, and others, and especially in his orchestral suite, A Summer Day in the Country, and his suite for string orchestra, Holbergiana. His personality was not so vigorous as that of Hartmann. His culture was more conservative and classical. The shadow of Mendelssohn prevented the more aggressive national utterance that might have been desired. But what he did well, and his immense influence on the future of Scandinavian music was established through his masterful fusing of the best German classical manner of the time with popular national materials. Among the Danish composers of the same time, we may mention Emil Hartmann, 1836 to 1898, son of the great Hartmann, prolific composer of orchestral pieces, chamber music, and operas of professedly national character. Peter A. Heiser, 1830 to 1870, composer of songs to some of the best national lyric poetry of the time, and August Winding, 1835 to 1899, composer of piano, orchestral, and chamber music, in which national colour and folk humour were discreetly brought to the foreground. In recent times, the Danish school of the 4 Scandinavian branches has been least national in intent. Foreign gods have exercised their sway in one fashion or another. Nor can we say that the absolute value of the more recent works is distinguished. Among the half-dozen Danish composers who have attained to eminence, there is none who can be considered the equal of either Gade or Hartmann in personal ability. Much of the best efforts of the younger men has gone to larger forms, in which either their creative inspiration or their formal mastery has proved insufficient. Among them are 4 of marked ability: August Enna in opera, Asger Hammerich in symphonic music, P. E. Lange-Miller in lyric and piano works, and Carl Nielsen in chamber music. August Enna, born 1860, is the most prolific and successful of Denmark's opera composers. Chiefly self-taught, but mainly German in his influences, he has written some 10 operas, in which one influence or style after another is evident. Cleopatra, after Rita Haggard's story, is ambitious and theatric, but it reveals, alongside of Frank Wagnerianism, the ghost of Meyerbeer and of Italian opera, of the transition period of the 80s. Aucassin and Nicolette attempts the quaint and naive style which is supposed to comport with the late Middle Ages. It has a distinction of its own, but too often it is mere conventional romantic opera. The fairy operas after Andersen, The Little Match Girl and The Princess of the Peapod, are in more congenial style, but lack the necessary consistent manner of light fantasy. The truth is that Enna, with marked abilities, is limited to the expression of tender sentiment, gentle melancholy, and personal, intimate moods. His invention is happy, though uneven. His use of the orchestra colourful, but not always in taste. He lacks the ability to conceive and carry out a large work in a consistent and elevated manner. He fails in that ultimate test of the thorough workman, the ability to execute a whole work in a consistent and homogeneous style. The trouble is not with his operatic instinct, which is sufficiently vivid, nor with his melodic invention as such, for this is often fresh and charming, but his musicianship and his inspiration have not proven equal to the task he has set himself. Asger Hammerich, born 1843, has undertaken an equally big task in the field of symphonic music. He plans on a large scale, but it can hardly be said that he thinks likewise. We may note a poetic symphony, a tragic symphony, a lyric symphony, a majestic symphony, and a choral symphony, among several others. Of his 2 operas, one, the Vendetta, received a performance in Milan. There is considerable choral and chamber music, and in particular a northern orchestral suite, by which his artistic personality may be best known. But he has bottomed little of the national feeling. He is facilely eclectic, but with no individual or consistent binding principle. He has a romanticism that recalls Dvorak's, graceful, mildly sensuous, pleasing rather than inspiring. He has further a marked gift as an instrumental colorist, but his harmony is conventional, and his thematic ideas are usually undistinguished. Finally, his structural power is not sufficient to raise his musical material to a high artistic plane. Hammerich is out of the main line of Scandinavian national music, but has not been able to make a place for himself in music universal. Much more to the purpose in intent and achievement is P. E. Langemüller, born 1850. He reveals a graceful sense of form and a sincere emotional feeling in his smaller works for piano and voice. His harmony is conservative and sometimes disappointing, but whenever he strikes the tender mood of folk music, he saves himself with a touch of poetry. But he is rather a follower of the old school of German Romanticism than of Scandinavian nationalism. The 4-act opera, Frau Johanna, is content with an unobtrusive lyric style, but the lyricism is not exalted enough to sustain such a large-scale work. The melodrama Middelalderlig of more recent date shows much poetic colour, but fundamental lack of invention. In the larger works, he is at his best in the fairy comedy Once Upon a Time. His symphony in Autumn, his orchestral suite, Alhambra, and Niels Ebbesen for chorus have met with indifferent success. Langemüller is primarily a lyric composer for voice and piano, and in this field he shows a sort of grace and tenderness which we shall meet with frequently in recent Swedish music. A sincere and able, yet austere, composer is Carl Nielsen, born 1865. His music is, with that of the Swede Alfven, less programmatic and more absolute than we shall meet with in any other distinguished Scandinavian music of modern times. The national element in his work is almost nil. A master of counterpoint and a vigorous innovator in the modern Russian style, he commands respect rather than love. His output includes more than half a dozen symphonies, a number of works for string quartet and violin, some large compositions for chorus and orchestra, and a 4-act opera, Saul and David. It is by this that he is best known. This is a work to command respectful attention from musicians, but hardly enthusiastic applause from ordinary audiences. The writing shows great musical knowledge, careful and ample ability in counterpoint, and in modulation of the complex modern sort, a certain unity of style, and a command of special emotional colour. But the work is perhaps rather that of the symphonist than of the operatic poet. His instrumentation, unlike his harmony, is conservative. His workmanship is thorough, and his musicianship wide and soundly based. Among the minor names, there were several who deserve mention for one reason or another. Rudolf Nilsson, born 1876, is a thorough classicist at heart, though he has become known in Germany through his symphonic poems, In Memoriam, Frau Bjergene, and Summer Night Moods. He is more than usually talented, but very conservative in his style. His themes are interesting, though not striking, and his product is sufficiently inspired with human feeling to be preserved from pedantry. Håkan Börjesson, born 1876, has distinguished himself with many songs which preserve the national tradition established for Norway by Grieg and Sinding. His chamber music has revealed harmonic invention and tender colouring, which show him to be one of the chosen of the younger Danish composers. Finally, we may mention Otto Malling, born 1848, an able writer for organ and string quartet. Victor Bendix, born 1851, well known in Denmark for a number of symphonies which combine delicate poetry with structural beauty. Ludwig Scheiter, born 1848, prolific writer of piano pieces, and Cornelius Ribner, who commands respect for solidly classic workmanship. These latter men of the old school. Of the younger generation in Denmark, we are hardly justified in hoping for works of great distinction, unless a possible exception may be made in the case of Börjesson. For speaking broadly, the national impulse has departed from Danish composition. 3. Though Scandinavian art was first brought to the attention of the world at large through the Norwegians, Grieg in music, and Ibsen in literature, Sweden has, in more recent years, held her share of international attention. After Ibsen, the Swede Strindberg was perhaps the most talked-of dramatist in Europe. Still more recently, the novels of Selma Lagerlöf and the sociological writings of Ellen Key have been widely translated and read, not only in European lands, but in America also. Strindberg was a supreme artist, a personality of an intensity equaling Nietzsche, and of a spiritual variety suggesting that of Goethe. The strain of violent morbidity in his Weltanschauung was a purely personal and not at all a national matter. As executive artist, he showed an almost classic balance and control. Selma Lagerlöf is sane and finely poised, and Ellen Key has, by her moderation and her clearness of intellectual vision, made herself a leader in a department of modern sociological study, which more than any other is apt to be treated sentimentally and hysterically. Poise and artistic control are in fact to be noticed generally in modern Swedish art, and especially in music. The cosmopolitan character of Swedish political history is here seen in its results. Someone has called Stockholm the Paris of the North. The epithet is just. Grace, conscious artistry, sensuous self-indulgence are to be found in Swedish music in a degree that contrasts markedly with the militant self-expression of the Norwegian school. Without losing its national qualities, the art of modern Sweden has spoken the easy language of the European capitals. Sweden's story is like Denmark's, first a thorough Germanization of her music, then a gradual growth of the national tone. This tone grew in every case out of the early German Romanticism. The first great Swedish composer and the earliest Romanticist was Frank Berwald, 1796 to 1868. His position in Sweden is somewhat analogous to that held in Denmark by Hartmann. His output was large, and in the largest forms. He undertook symphonic works which, until his time, had been neglected in his native land. Without being known much outside Sweden, he gained a place in the hearts of his countrymen, which he has held ever since. His most popular work was his Symphony Sérieuse in G minor, composed in 1843, sincere, poetic, and musicianly. The influence of Schumann is predominant. A considerable quantity of symphonic and chamber music, reflecting chiefly Beethoven and Mendelssohn, gained him a position as the foremost symphonic writer of his time. An early violin concerto, composed in 1820, reveals him as a sincere student of Beethoven, youthful, romantic, and progressive. Out of half a dozen operas we may mention Estrella de Soria, a romantic work of large proportions, built on the Parisian model, though showing the homely influence of Weber, with hunting chorus, grand ballet, and all. That he was not unconscious of his nationality is proved by the names of some of his choral compositions, such as Gustav Adolf by Lützen, the victory of Karl XII in Navarre, and the Nordische Fantasiebilder. A symphonic poem, Ein Landlich Bröllopfest, makes extensive use of Swedish melodies, but the style is not a national one, and the themes are merely utilized, without being developed. As a highly trained and spontaneous worker in the early Romantic style, Berwald performed a great service in awakening musical consciousness in his native land. But here ends his national significance. Berwald's tendency was represented in the following generation by Albert Rubensson, 1826 to 1901, a less talented but very able composer. He came from the Leipzig school and was thoroughly Germanized, but like Berwald devoted some attention to Swedish subjects. Ludwig Norman, 1831 to 1885, anticipated the modern Swedish composers in his preference for the smaller forms. In his piano music he is tender and idyllic, delighting in detail and suggestive device, something of a poet and tone painter. Mendelssohn is the chief influence in his piano work. Though this is thin in style, it is rich and charming melody, and is carried out with a fine polish. In his larger works, such as the Symphony in E-flat major, 1840, he is still the melodist. His writing is fresh and even original, but his scoring is without distinction. His romantic overtures are in the Mendelssohnian manner, with romantic color in the fashion of the time. One of the most talented of the early Swedish composers was Ivan Hellström, 1826 to 1901, who may be said to have been the first truly national composer of his land. He appreciated the artistic possibilities of the national folk song, and made its use in his music a chief tenet in his artistic creed. This was preeminently true in his operas, such as Den Bretagne, De Nomenbraut, De Viking, and Niagara. The last named is a romantic work teeming with color and poetry, with traces of Wagnerian influence, but with much vigor, beauty, and depth. Some of these works have been favorably received in Germany, but they are not sufficiently personal and dramatic to justify a long life. The Swedish folk song was carried into symphonic and chamber music by J. Adolf Haag, born 1850, a disciple of Gade, and an able and fruitful composer of symphonies and sonatas, and romantic pieces for piano, which are filled with romantic and local color. But the early musical generation, of which Hellström may be considered one of the last, was more distinctive and national in its songs than its instrumental works. The first half of the 19th century may be called the golden age of the Swedish Lied. It was a time of choral societies, some of which became famous throughout the continent. Otto Lindblad, 1809 to 1864, was a leader and prolific composer for such societies. It is to his credit to have composed the official national song of Sweden. But the great lyric genius of Sweden was Adolf Franz Lindblad, 1801 to 1879, who is commonly called the Swedish Schubert. His genius was tender and elegiac, responding sensitively to the colors of nature, and, thanks to the art of Jenny Lind, it became familiar to concertgoers in many lands. Swedish music of modern times has maintained a wide variety of forms and styles. The national feeling is still strong, though some of the ablest work is being done in an absolute idiom. On the whole, the recent Swedish school is best represented to the outside world by Pettersson Berger, with his short and graceful piano pieces, and by Sjögren with his songs. In opera, Sweden has approached an international standing, but has not quite attained it. Her opera is represented at its best by Andreas Hallen, born 1846, who has used national tone material with Wagnerian technique. Like most other northern musicians of his time, he went to Leipzig for his training and saw it in Germany for his beacon lights. After returning to his native land, he became indispensable in its musical life, serving as director of the Stockholm Philharmonic Society and of the Stockholm Opera. Besides songs and choral works, he wrote a number of symphonic pieces of a high order, filled with Swedish melody and Swedish color. The Swedish Rhapsody is Opus 23, based entirely upon well-known national songs, are of a solid technique and agreeable variety. The themes themselves are little developed, but by their scoring and their juxtaposition they become fused into an admirable whole. The Summer Saga, Opus 36, lacks specific Swedish color, but is an attractive and able work in the older Romantic style. The Totenschnitzel, opus 45, is an ambitious symphonic poem. The themes are arresting, the development powerful, and the harmony energetic. But the work lacks the dithyrambic quality demanded of tone poems in recent times, and hence seems outmoded. In the music of the spheres, dating from 1909, we discover an admirable adaptation and fusion of modern harmonic technique, but the ideas and the construction speak of a bygone age. In all these words, Holland was mainly under the influence of Liszt. In the operas, on which his reputation chiefly rests, he was at first wholly Wagnerian. His first work for the stage, Harald the Viking, though presumably Swedish, is utterly Wagnerian in treatment. Were it not that Wagnerian imitation cannot be truly creative, this work would surely take a high rank, for it is powerful, dramatic, and admirably scored. The national tone becomes more marked in the later operas, Hexfallen, 1896, Valdemarsskatten, 1899, and Waldbogsmesse, 1901. The Wagnerian leitmotif and Wagnerian harmony is still present, but the Swedish material has suitably modified the general style. In Valdemarsskatten, which is of a light romantic tone, one even feels that the composer has despaired of being successful in the highest musical forms, and has made a compromise in the direction of easy popularity. But the work is filled with beautiful passages. In the spots where Holland imitates folk song or folk dance, he is fresh and inspiring. His musical treatment is never highly personal. On the other hand, he shows most valuable qualities: vigor, passion, folk feeling, and above all, dramatic sense. His scoring, too, is rich and colourful. Perhaps the best known and most typical of the modern Swedes is Emil Sjögren, born 1853, the undisputed master of the modern Swedish art song. No other composer of his land is so individual as he. No other is more specifically Swedish, in perfumed grace and sensuous tenderness. Yet he is by no means a salon composer. His work is energetic, showing at times even a touch of the noble and heroic. His nationalism does not consist so much in his use of actual Swedish material as in his finely racial manner of treatment. In his short piano pieces, cycles, novelettes, landscape pictures, etc., he has impregnated the salon manner of a Mendelssohn with something of the colour and personal feeling of a Grieg. His choral works are highly prized in Sweden. His work in the classical forms, chiefly for violin and piano, are conservative in form and, until recently, in harmony. But it is in his songs that Sjögren has expressed himself most perfectly. These are very numerous and show a wide range of emotional expression. Beyond a doubt, they are thoroughly successful only in the tenderer and intimate moments. They reveal a psychological power recalling that of Schumann, and an impressionistic harmonic perfume similar to that in Grieg's best work. In the brief strophe form, Sjögren shows himself master of the exquisite form which distinguishes the Swedish folk song. In his early period, his accompaniment followed closely the regular voice part, and his harmony, while also personal, was simple. A middle period shows a perfect blending of voice and piano, with freedom and variety in each, much pianistic resourcefulness, and a remarkable melodic gift. Since this period, his harmony has undergone a striking change. He has evidently sat at the feet of the modern French masters, and has adopted an idiom which is complex and difficult. He has managed to keep it original and personal, and it has to be doubted whether the recent songs will ever hold a permanent place beside the lovely ones of the middle period. Of almost equal personal distinction and importance is Wilhelm Petersen Berger, born 1867, a master of romantic piano music in the smaller forms, and a national voice to his native land. His work is varied. There is chamber music, such as the E minor violin sonata. There is a Banner Symphony, 1904, and one entitled Sonnenfärd, 1910. There are male choruses, such as En Fjällfärd, and orchestral works, such as the May Carnival in Stockholm, together with at least 4 operas: Sveageldra, 1897, Das Glück, 1902, Ran, 1903, and Arnjöld, 1907. Finally, there are the piano pieces, a rich and varied list ranging all the way from the simplest of parlor melodies to large tone poems and concert works. Some of the piano pieces bear such titles as To the Roses, Summer Song, and Lawn Tennis. Others are ambitiously named: Northern Rhapsody with Orchestra and Swedish Summer. With some of these works, Peterson Berger takes a place beside the ablest and most poetic modern writers for the pianoforte. Landscape, story, and mood are here expressed with a technique ranging from that of Schumann's children's pieces all the way to the modern idiom of Ravel. As some of the pieces seem cheap and sentimental, let it be remembered that they were replacing much less attractive things written by third-rate men, and are helping to raise the taste of the ordinary music lover, as Mendelssohn's Songs Without Words did half a century before. His melody is truly lyric, and his harmony truly impressionistic. His genius for the piano is proved by his ability to get full and colourful effects out of the style of writing, which on paper looks thin. Though sentimentality abounds, the spirit is fundamentally vigorous and healthy, and at times approaches something like tragic dignity. The Northern Rhapsody is a wholly admirable treatment of folk tunes on a large scale, and with the idiom of pianistic virtuosity. The songs are often charming, though on the whole less satisfactory than the piano pieces. When he writes simply, he shows almost flawless taste and artistic selection. When he aims at the mood of high tragedy, as in the songs from Nietzsche, he is sometimes unexpectedly successful. The Nietzsche songs, radical in technique, are moving and impressive. In his large works, Peterson Berger is not so successful. His Sonnenfeld Symphony is lyric, rather than orchestral. It is lacking in structural power and in the broad spiritual sweep which such a large-scale work must have. But here again his charming melody almost saves the day. The opera Orgniot can hardly be called a success. It is long and ambitious, but thinly written, undramatic, and not very pleasing. End of track 4. Track 5. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Music of Modern Scandinavia. Part 2. In direct contrast to Peterson Berger is Hugo Alfvén, born 1872, Sweden's most important contrapuntist. In him the national influence is reduced to a minimum, though it is sometimes to be noticed in a certain manner of forming themes and moulding cadences. Swedish colour is, however, noticeable in certain works, specifically national. The Midsommarvecka is built upon Swedish tunes, organised and developed in the spirit of the classic composers. The whole spirit is intellectual and technical, but this has its agreeable side in the composer's ability to build up long-sustained passages. The Uppsala Rhapsody, Opus 24, is merely an excuse for the technical manipulation of a collection of rather cheap melodies. The symphonies are more able and even less interesting. The solidity and complexity of the polyphonic style excite admiration, but the themes are without distinction, and the total effect is pedantic. In his songs, however, Alfvén gives us a surprise. His power of development here becomes something like poetic greatness, especially where the form is free enough to give the work a symphonic character. The voice part is unconventional, declamatory, and impressive, and the accompaniment varied and impressive. Altogether, these songs are among the most admirable which modern Scandinavia has given us. Among the other able composers of modern Sweden, we should mention Tor Aulin, born 1866, who has consecrated his lyric and poetic talent chiefly to the violin. Erik Ackerberg, born 1860, whose classical predilections have led him to choral and symphonic work, and Wilhelm Stenhammar, born 1871. The last is one of the ablest of modern Swedish composers, a man whose talents have by no means been adequately recognized, and a genius, perhaps, who is destined to outstrip his better-known contemporaries. The list of his works includes 2 operas, Tirfing, 1898, and The Feast at Solhaug, the libretto from Ibsen's play. String quartets, sonatas, and concertos for piano and violin, large choral works, songs, and ballads with orchestral accompaniment. The Piano Concerto, Opus 23, ranks with Grieg's finest orchestral works. The themes, not always remarkable, are lifted into the extraordinary by Stenhammar's brilliant handling of them. The A minor Quartet, Opus 25, shows great beauty of simple material and an intellectual and technical dominance which lift it quite above the usual Swedish chamber music. The Sonata for Violin and Piano, Opus 19, is a fine work, simple, fresh, original, and charming. In much of the instrumental music, the idiom is advanced, with the emphasis thrown on the voice leading rather than on the harmony, but it cannot easily be referred to a single school, for it is always personal, individually expressive. When we come to a work like Midwinter, Opus 24, a tone poem for large orchestra, we are at the summit of modern Scandinavian romantic writing. This work is a masterpiece. The themes, says the composer in a note, were taken down by air from the fiddler Hans Andersen, except for one, a traditional Christmas hymn, which is sung by chorus obbligato. The counterpoint in this work is masterly, the animal vigor overwhelming. At no point is the composer found wanting in structural power or invention. On the whole, no modern Scandinavian composer, unless it be Sinding, approaches Stenhammar in the fusing of fresh poetry with strong intellectual and technical control. But not only has he written some of Scandinavia's finest chamber and symphonic music, which stands out among its contemporaries as genius stands out from imitation. This is the Feast at Solhaug, Opus 6, dated 1896, and performed at the Berlin Royal Opera House in 1905. This work is utterly lyrical and utterly national. It is doubtful if there is a more thoroughly Swedish work in the whole list of modern Scandinavian music. In the vulgar sense, it is not dramatic. It is little concerned for square-cornered emotions and startling confrontations. Its melody, which is astonishingly abundant, is always spontaneous and always expressive. The discreetly managed accompaniment is unfailingly resourceful in supplying color and emotional expression. We can say without hesitation that there has been no more beautiful dramatic work in the whole history of Scandinavian opera. 4. Norway, as it seems, has always been a nation of great individuals. In her early history she was isolated socially as she was geographically. Though nominally a part of the Swedish Empire, she always maintained a large measure of independence and strengthened the barrier of high mountains with a more impassable barrier of neighborhood jealousy. Life was difficult among the mountains and fjords, and each man was obliged to depend upon his own courage and energy. Luxury was unknown. Even civilization was primitive. Hence, when Norway began to attain artistic expression in the 19th century, she was as provincial as a little village in the middle west of America. But her life, while simple, was intense, and the narrowness of the spiritual environment fostered a broad culture of the soul. Norway became a nation of laborers, of poets, of thinkers, and of religious seers. The very friction that opposed the current made it give out more light. Ibsen, the first supreme genius of Norway in the arts, wrote equally from Norway's traditional past and from Norway's circumscribed present. Out of the combination of the two, he created Brand, one of the noblest poetic tragedies of modern times. His later social dramas, as we know, altered the theatre of the whole world. Beside Ibsen was Björnson, only second to him in poetry and drama, and it was through Ibsen's early years that Norway began to attain self-expression in music. The first composer of national significance was Valdemar Thrain, 1790 to 1828, composer of overtures, cantatas, and dances, and of the music to Bjerregaard's Adventure in the Mountains. But the fame of Norway was first carried outside the peninsula by Ole Bull, 1810 to 1880, the virtuoso violinist who, after touring through all the capitals of Europe, settled down in Pennsylvania as the founder of a Norwegian colony. His compositions for the violin had an influence out of all proportion to their inherent value. He was a romantic voice out of the north to thousands who had never thought of music except in terms of Mendelssohn and Handel. His fantasies and caprices for the violin were filled with national melodies and national color. He was an ardent patriot, and through his national theatre in Bergen, no less than through his music and playing, awakened his countrymen to artistic self-consciousness. Of far wider power as a composer was Halfdan Kjærulf, 1815 to 1863, a composer of songs which stand among the best in spontaneity and delicate charm. His charming piano pieces in the small forms were filled with romantic colour. In his many songs, simple yet varied and original, he showed a power of evoking emotional response that forces one to compare his talent with that of Schubert. With him we should mention E. Neupert, 1842 to 1888, who carried the Romanticism of Weber and Mendelssohn into Norway, in a long and varied list of chamber and orchestral music. M. A. Udby, 1820 to 1889, composer of Norway's first opera, Fredkiller, and O. Winter-Hjelm, born 1837, who was a generous composer of songs, choral, and orchestral pieces in the conservative romantic style of Germany. Johann de Behrens, 1820 to 1890, proved himself a valuable conductor and composer for Norway's unbelievably numerous male singing societies. But the greatest composer of the older Romantic period was Johann Svensson, born 1840. He was solidly grounded in the methods and ideals of Schumann, Mendelssohn, Gade, and even Brahms, and remained always true to their vision. A specific national composer he was not, but with discreet colouring he treated national subjects in such works as the Norwegian Rhapsody, the Northern Carnival, the Legend for Orchestra Zorhede, and the prelude to Björnson's Sigurd Slembe. In the classical forms he wrote 2 symphonies, and a number of string quartets of marked value. As a colourist, he must be highly ranked. But his colour is not so much that of nationality as that of romanticism in the conventional sense. His virtues were the romantic virtues of sensuous beauty, discreet eloquence, and somewhat self-conscious emotion. But Norway found her true national propagandist in Richard Nordraak, 1842 to 1866. This man, who died at the age of 24, was a remarkably talented musician and an unrestrained enthusiast for the integrity of his native land, both in politics and in art. It is said that his meeting with Grieg in Copenhagen in 1864, and their later friendly intercourse, determined the latter to the strenuously national aspirations which he later carried to such brilliant fruition. The funeral march which Grieg inscribed to him after his death is one of his deepest and most moving works. Nordraak's few compositions, incidental music to 2 of Björnson's plays, piano pieces and songs, show his effort after purely national colouring, but have otherwise no very high value. The great apostle of Norwegian nationalism was, of course, Grieg. His place among the composers of whom we are now speaking was partly that of good angel and partly that of press agent. The other Scandinavian composers have basked to a great extent in the light which he shed, have taken their inspiration from him, and have learned invaluable lessons in the art of musical picture painting. He was by no means merely a nationalist. Besides acquainting the world with the beautiful peculiarities of Norwegian folk song, and with the fancied beauties of northern scenery, he showed composers in every part of the world how to use the melodic peculiarities of these songs to build up a strange and enchanting harmony, capable of calling forth mysterious pictures of the earth and sea and their superhuman inhabitants. Grieg was the first popular impressionist. He helped to shift the emphasis from the technical and emotional aspects of music to its specific pictorial and sensuous aspects, and he prepared the world at large for the idea of musical nationalism, which has become one of the 2 most striking facts of present-day music. When we say that Grieg was the first popular impressionists, we do not mean that he was more able or original than certain others who were working with the same tendencies at the same time. His popularity resulted to a great extent from the form and manner in which he worked. His piano music was admirably suited to making a popular appeal. It was often short and easy. It was nearly always melodious and clear. Its picturesque titles suggested a reason for its unusual turns of harmony and phrase. It was never so radical in its originality as to leave the mind bewildered. Hence Grieg became extremely popular among amateurs and casual music lovers. His piano pieces became house music, as those of Mendelssohn had been a generation before. The impressionistic effect was usually produced by simple means: a slight alteration of the familiar form of cadence, a gentle blurring of the major and minor modes, an extended use of secondary sevenths, and other orthodox dissonances. These interested the musical amateur without repelling him, and when listened to in association with picturesque titles, suggested all sorts of delightful, sensuous things, such as the mist on the mountains, the sunlight over the fjords, or the heavy green of the seaside pines. This musical style of Grieg's was expertly managed. It was unquestionably individual, and was matured to a point where it showed no relapses to the style into which it had developed. As an orchestral colorist, Grieg was talented and original, but by no means revolutionary. He chose timbres with a nice sense of their picturesque values, but in orchestration he is not a long step ahead of the Mendelssohn of the overtures. Edvard Hagerup Grieg, the son of Alexander Grieg, was born in Bergen, Norway in 1843. He was descended from Alexander Grieg. The spelling of the name was changed later to accommodate the Norwegian pronunciation. A merchant of Aberdeen, who emigrated from Scotland to Norway soon after the Battle of Culloden in 1746. His father and his grandfather before him served as British consul at Bergen. His mother was a daughter of Edvard Hagerup, for many years the mayor of Bergen, the second city of Norway. It was from her that Grieg inherited both his predisposition for music and his intensely patriotic nature. She was a loyal daughter of Norway, and was possessed of no small musical talent, which her family was glad to cultivate, sending her to Hamburg in her girlhood for lessons in singing and pianoforte playing. These she supplemented later by further musical studies in London, and she acquired sufficient skill to enable her to appear acceptably as a soloist at orchestral concerts in Bergen. It was a home surcharged with the musical atmosphere into which Edvard Grieg was born, and his mother must have dreamed of making him a musician, for she began to give him pianoforte lessons when he was only 6 years old. Though he disliked school, he appears to have been a typical youngster in his predilection for truancy. The boy made commendable progress in his music, and even tried his hand at little compositions of his own. But before his 15th year there was no serious thought of a musical career for him. In that year, Ole Bull, the celebrated violinist, visited his father's house, and having heard the lad play some of his youthful pieces, prevailed upon his parents to send him to Leipzig, that he might become a professional musician. It was all arranged very quickly one summer afternoon. The fond parents needed little coaxing, and to the boy it seemed the most natural thing in the world. Matriculated at the Leipzig Conservatory in 1858, young Grieg at first made slow progress. He studied harmony and counterpoint under Hauptmann and Richter, composition under Ritz and Reinecke, and pianoforte playing under Wenzel and Moscheles. At the conservatory at that time were 5 English students, among them Arthur Sullivan, J.F. Barnett, and Edward Danwaiter, who subsequently became leaders in the musical life of London, and their unstinting toil and patience and drudgery inspired the young Norwegian to greater concentration of effort than his frail physique could stand. Under the strain he broke down completely. An attack of pleurisy destroyed his left lung, and thus his health was permanently impaired. He was taken home to Norway, where it was necessary for him to remain the greater part of a year to recuperate. But as soon as he was able, he returned to Leipzig. He was graduated with honors in 1862. At Leipzig, Grieg came strongly under the sway of Mendelssohn and Schumann. He did not escape from that influence when he went to Copenhagen in 1863 to study composition informally with Niels Gade. While Grieg always held Gade in high esteem, the two musicians really had little in common, and the slight influence of the Dane was speedily superseded by that of Nordraak, with whom Grieg now came in contact. Nordraak was ambitious to produce a genuinely national Norwegian music, and, brief as their friendship was, it served to set Grieg, whose talents lay in the same direction, on the right path. Now fairly launched upon the career of a piano virtuoso and composer, he became a determined adversary of the effeminate Scandinavianism, which was a mixture of Gade and Mendelssohn, and with enthusiasm entered upon the work of developing independently, in artistic forms, the musical idioms of his people. In 1867, Grieg was married to Nina Hagerup, his cousin, who had inspired and who continued to inspire many of his best songs, and whose singing of them helped to spread her husband's fame in many European cities. In 1867 also he founded in Christiania a musical union of the followers of the New Norse School, which he continued to conduct for 13 years. Besides the giving of concerts in the chief Scandinavian and German cities, and making an artistic pilgrimage to Italy, Grieg at this period was increasingly industrious in composition. He was remarkably active for a semi-invalid. He had found himself, and he continued to develop his creative powers in the production of music that was not only nationally idiomatic, but thoroughly suffused with the real spirit of his land and his people. In 1868, Liszt happened upon his first violin sonata, Opus 8, and forthwith sent him a cordial letter of commendation and encouragement, inviting him to Weimar. This letter was instrumental in inducing the Norwegian government to grant him a sum of money that enabled him to go again to Rome in 1870. There he met Liszt, and the two musicians at once became firm friends. At their second meeting, Liszt played from the manuscript of Grieg's piano concerto, Opus 16, and when he had finished said, "Keep steadily on. I tell you, you have the capability, and do not let them intimidate you." The big, great-hearted Liszt feared that the frail little man from the far north might be in danger of intimidation, but his spirit was brave enough at all times. Though he wrote to his parents, "This final admonition was of tremendous importance to me. There was something in it that seemed to give it an air of sanctification." Thenceforward, the recognition of his genius steadily increased. In 1872, he was appointed a member of the Swedish Academy of Music. In 1883, a corresponding member of the Musical Academy at Leiden. In 1890, the French Academy of Fine Arts. In 1893, the University of Cambridge conferred on him the doctorate in music, at the same time that it honored by the bestowal of this degree Tchaikovsky, Saint-Saëns, Boiteau, and Max Bruch. Except when on concert tours, his later years were spent chiefly at his beautiful country home, the Villa Trollhaugen, near Bergen, and there he died on September the 4th, 1907, after an almost constant fight with death for more than 45 years. Hans von Bülow called Grieg the Chopin of the North, and the convenience of the sobriquet helped to give it a wider popular acceptance than it deserved, for in truth the basis for such a comparison is rather slight. Undoubtedly, Chopin's bold new harmony was one of the subconscious forces that helped to shape Grieg's musical genius. His mother had appreciated and delighted in Chopin's music at a time when it was little understood and much underrated, and from childhood Chopin was Grieg's best-loved composer. In his student days, he was deeply moved by the intense minor mood of the Slavic folk music and Chopin's harmonies, and the sadness over the unhappy fate of his native land in his melodies. It is certain that there is a certain kinship in the musical styles of these two men, in their refinement, in the kind and even the degree of originality with which each has enriched his art, in many of their aims and methods. While Grieg never attained to the heights of Chopin in his pianoforte music, he surpassed his Polish predecessor in the ability to handle other instruments as well as in his songs, of which he published no fewer than 125. These songs we hold to constitute Grieg's loftiest achievement, and in all his music he is first of all the singer, amazingly fertile in easily comprehensible and alluring melodies. He patterned these original melodies after the folk songs of the Northland he loved so ardently, just as he often employed the rhythms of its folk dances. By these means he imparted to his work a fascinating touch of strangeness, and succeeded in evoking, as if by magic, the moods of the land and the people from which he sprang. On the wings of his music we are carried to the land of the fjords. We breathe its inspiriting air, and our blood dances and sings with its lusty yet often melancholy sons and daughters. Much as there is of Norway in his compositions, there is still more of Grieg. His melodies are his own, and more enchanting than the folk songs which provided their patterns, and as a harmonist he is both bold and skilful. Grieg's place, as may be gathered from what has already been said, is in the small group of the world's greatest lyricists. He wrote no operas, and he composed no great symphonies. His physical infirmity militated against the sustained effort necessary for the creation of works in these kinds. But it is also plain from the work he did when at his best that his inclination and his powers led him into other fields. He possessed the dramatic qualities and ability only slightly, the epic still less, though it cannot be denied that in moments of rare exaltation he was a poet of the tragic, of the largely passionate and elemental. His nearest approach to symphonic breadth is to be found in his pianoforte concerto, which Dr. Niemann pronounces the most beautiful work of its kind since Schumann, his sonatas for violin and pianoforte, his string quartet, and his Peer Gynt music. Yet these beautiful and stirring compositions are, after all, only lyrics of a larger growth. Grieg himself knew well his powers and his limitations, and he was as modest as he was candid when he wrote, "Artists like Bach and Beethoven erected churches and temples on the heights. I wanted, as Ibsen expresses it in one of his last dramas, to build dwellings for men in which they might feel at home and happy. In other words, I have reached the folk music of my land. In style and form I have remained a German romanticist of the Schumann school, but at the same time I have dipped from the rich treasures of native folk song, and sought to create a national art out of this hitherto unexploited expression of the folk soul of Norway." The spirit of the man recalls the pretty little quatrain of Thomas Bailey Aldrich: "I would be the lyric, ever on the lip, rather than the epic, memory let slip." And this is not to disparage pure and simple song. It is enough for Edvard Grieg's lasting fame that he did have in rare abundance the pure lyric quality, that close and delicate touch upon the heartstrings which makes them vibrate in sympathy with all of the little importances and importunities of individual human life. 5. The one Norwegian composer besides Grieg who has attained an international position is Christian Sinding, born 1856. He is consciously and genuinely national, but in almost every other way is a complement and contrast to the other northern master. Where Grieg is best in the idyllic, Sinding is best in the heroic. Sinding is apt to be trivial, where Grieg is at his best, namely in the smaller forms. On the other hand, Sinding is noble and inspiring in works too long for Grieg to sustain. In Sinding, the Wagnerian influence is marked and inescapable. He, like Grieg, is most at home when working with native material, the sharp rhythms, short periods, and angular line of the Norwegian folk song. But he develops it objectively, where Grieg developed it intensively. Sinding need not work from the pictorial. Grieg was obliged to. Sinding's speech is much more cosmopolitan, his harmony less pronounced, his form more conventional. At times he attains a high level of emotional expression. On the other hand, he has written much, and his reputation has suffered thereby. Frequently he is uninspired, but the sustained magnificence of his orchestral and chamber music has done much to offset the prevailing idea that the northern composers could work only in the parlor or genre style. He sounds the epic and heroic note too often and with too much inspiration to permit us to question the greatness of his art. He has worked in most of the established forms. His D minor symphony, Opus 21, is one of the noblest in all of Scandinavian music. His symphonic poem, Perpetual Motion, with its inexhaustible energy and its glittering orchestral color, takes a high rank in modern orchestral music. His chamber music, quartets, quintets, trios, violin sonatas, etc., is distinguished by melodic inspiration, vigorous counterpoint, and sustained structural power. His piano concerto and 2 violin concertos, and his grandiose E-flat minor variations for 2 pianos, have taken a firm place in concert programs. As a piano composer in the smaller forms, he is of course less personal, less distinguished than Grieg. But every piano student knows his Frühlingsrauschen and Marcia Grotesque. As a song composer, he may justly be ranked second to Grieg in all the Scandinavian lands. His power and sincerity in the shorter strophic song is astonishing. His strophes have the cogency and finish of the Swedish folk song, combined with the intensity and sincerity of the Norwegian. In his longer songs, he is noble and dramatic. He is a master of poignant emotional expression and of sustained and mounting energy. 2 of his familiar songs, The Mother and A Bird Cried, are masterpieces of the first rank. Sinding's harmony is vigorous. An impressionist in the modern sense of the term, he is not. He loves the use of marked dissonance for specific effect. His harmonic style is broad, solidly based, square-cornered. It is regrettable, perhaps, that he did not work more in opera. His only dramatic work, The Holy Mountain, was performed in Germany early in 1914, but this fact doubtless furnishes us the reason, for Norway does not offer a career for an opera composer, who must depend for his success on great wealth in large cities. As it is, Sinding has made a high, perhaps a permanent place for himself in chamber and orchestral music. Johann Selma, born 1844, has taken the place as the most radical of the new Romanticists in Norway. His work is extensive and varied, and is most impressive in the larger forms. He has written a series of symphonic poems, several large choral works, many part songs and ballads, and the usual quarter of Lieder. His chief influences were Wagner, Liszt, and Berlioz. He can hardly be called a nationalist in music, for his work shows little northern feeling, except where he makes use of specific Norwegian tunes. Indeed, he seems equally willing to get his local colour from Turkey or Italy. His work is thoroughly disappointing. Modelling himself on the giants, he has been obliged to make himself a gigantic mask of paper. Neither his melodic inspiration, his structural power, nor his technical learning was equal to the task he set himself. His chief orchestral work, Prometheus, Opus 50, is ridiculously inadequate to its grandiose subject. His Finländische Festklang is the most ordinary sort of rhapsody on borrowed material. Of his other works, we need only say that they reveal abundantly the effect of large ambitions on a little man. Along with Selma, we may mention three opera composers of Norway, none sufficiently distinguished to carry his name beyond the national border: Johannes Harklo, born 1847, Kath Elling, born 1858, and Ola Olsen, born 1850. The last, though yet unproduced as a dramatic composer, deserves to be better known than he is. His symphonic and piano music is pleasing without being distinguished. The operas Laila and Hans Unversagt are charmingly colourful and melodic, revealing musical scholarship and fine emotional expression. Finally, we may mention Johan Halvorsen, born 1864, a follower of Grieg and an able composer for violin and male chorus. One of the most promising of the younger Norwegians was Sigurd Lie, 1871 to 1904, whose early death cut off a career which bade fair to be internationally distinguished. Surely he would have been one of the most national of Norwegian composers. His list of works, brief because of ill health, includes a symphony in A minor, a symphonic march, an oriental suite for orchestra, a piano quintet, a goodly list of short piano pieces, and many songs and choral works. He used the Norwegian folk song intensively, combining its spirit with that of the old ecclesiastical tone. He was a true poet of music. His moods were usually mystic, grey, and religious, and his effects, even in simple piano pieces, were obtained with astonishing sureness. His harmony, though not radical, was personal and highly expressive. His songs, much sung in his native land, reveal a genius for precise and poignant expression. One of the most popular of Norwegian's living composers for the piano is Halfdan Cleve, born 1879, writer of numerous works, of which those in the large forms are most important. Cleve is cosmopolitan, enamoured of large effects and of dazzling virtuosity. His technique is varied and exceedingly sure, but he lacks the appealing loveliness which has brought reputation to the works of so many of his countrymen. More popular is Agatha Backer Grøndahl, born 1847, industrious writer of piano pieces in the smaller forms. Outwardly a classicist, she is drunk of the lore of Grieg, and has achieved charming and able works, distinguished by delicate feeling and care for detail. Her children's songs are altogether delightful, but when she attempts longer works, her inspiration is apt to fail her. Perhaps the most original and personal composer after Grieg and Sinding is Gerhard Schjeldrup, born 1859, a tone poet of much technical ability and genuine national feeling. His songs and ballads are very fine, striking the heroic note with sincerity and conviction. In his simple songs and piano pieces, Schjeldrup's innate feeling for the folk tone makes him utterly successful. In his operas Norwegian Wedding, Beyond Sun and Moon, A People in Distress, and his incidental music, he lacks the dramatic and structural power for long-sustained passages, but his genius for expressive simplicity has filled these works with beauties. Sheldrup's symphonies and chamber music have made a place for themselves in European concert halls equally by their freshness of feeling and by their excellence of technique. 6. Finland's music, centred in its capital Helsingfors, was from the first under German domination. The national spirit, as we have seen, grew up under the inspiration of the Kalevala, then newly made known to literature. The first national composer of note was Frederick Pacius, 1809 to 1891, born in Hamburg, but regarded as the founder of the national Finnish school. He was under the Mendelssohnian domination, but gave no little national colour to his music, and helped to centre the growing national consciousness. Besides symphonies, a violin concerto, and male choruses, he wrote an opera, King Calls Hunt, and several Singspiele, which contain national flavour without any specific national material. To Pacius, Finland owes her official national anthem. Other Finnish composers of note are Carl Collin, 1828 to 1871, F. von Schantz, 1835 to 1865, and C. G. Vasinus. Wagnerian influence first penetrated the land of lakes in the works of Martin Vegelius, 1846 to 1906, able composer of operas, piano and orchestral music, and choral works. But the first specific national tendency in Finnish music is due to Robert Kajanis, born 1856, who achieved the freshness and primitive force of the national folk song in works of Wagnerian power and scope. Besides his piano and lyric pieces, we possess several symphonic poems of his, including Aino and Kalavo, all markedly national in feeling. Among the modern Finnish composers of second rank, Amos Järnefelt, born 1869, is distinguished. In orchestral suites, symphonic poems, for example the Heimatklang, overtures, choral works, piano pieces and songs, he has shown spontaneity and technical learning. Poetic feeling and sensitive colouring are marked in his work. Much of the same can be said of Erik Melaten, born 1875, except that his genius is more specifically lyric. His songs reflect the energy and freshness of a race just coming to consciousness. His smaller piano pieces show somewhat the salon influence of Sweden, but in all we feel that the artist is speaking. Ernst Milch, 1877 to 1899, had made a place for himself with his symphony and other orchestral works, when death cut short his career. Oscar Maricanto, born 1868, has written, besides one opera, many songs and piano pieces, most of them conventional and undistinguished, and Selim Palmgren, born 1878, has already attained a wide reputation. In Sibelius we meet one of the most powerful composers in modern music. Masterpiece after masterpiece has come from his pen, and the works which fall short of distinction are few indeed. He is at once the most national and the most personal composer in the whole history of Scandinavian music. His style is like no one else's. His themes, his mode of development, his harmonic atmosphere, and his orchestral colouring are quite his own. But his materials are, with hardly an exception, drawn from the literature and folklore of the Finnish nation. His melodies, when not closely allied to the folk melodies of his land, are so true to their spirit that they evoke instant response in his countrymen's hearts, and the moods and emotions which he expresses are those that are rooted deepest in the Finnish character. This powerful national tradition and feeling of which he is the spokesman he has vitalized with creative energy which is equalled only by the few greatest composers of the world today. He has touched no department of music which he has not enriched with powerful and original works. As an innovator, pure and simple, he seems likely to prove one of the most productive forces in modern music. No deeper, more moving voice has ever come out of the North. Only in modern Russia can anything so distinctly national and so supremely beautiful be found. Jean Sibelius was born in Finland in 1865 and first studied for the law. Shifting to music, he entered the conservatory at Helsingfors and worked under Vegelius. Later he studied in Berlin and thereafter went to Vienna. Here, under Goldmark, he developed his taste for powerful instrumental colour, and under Robert Fuchs his concern for finely wrought detail. But even in his early works there was little of the German influence to be traced beyond thorough workmanship. With his symphonic poem En Saga, Opus 9, he became recognized as a national composer. The Finns, longing for self-expression, looked to him eagerly. They had, as Dr. Neiman has put it, been made silent heroes by their struggles with forest, plain, cataract, and sea, and by the bitter recent political conflict with Russia. And as always happens in such cases, they sought to give expression to their suppressed national ideals in art. Sibelius's symphonic poem, Finlandia, is a thinly veiled revolutionary document, and his great male chorus, The Song of the Athenians, words by the Finnish poet Rydberg, gave verbal expression to the thoughts of the patriots of the nation. The former piece has explicitly been banned in Finland by Russian edict because of its inflammatory influence on the people. But all of this has not made Sibelius a political figure, such as Wagner became in 1848. He has worked industriously and copiously at his music, watching it go round the civilized world, keeping himself aloof the while from outward turmoil, though his personal sympathies are known to be strongly nationalistic. It was the symphonic poems which first made Sibelius a world figure. These included tetralogy, Lemminkainen, consisting of Lemminkainen and the village maidens, the river of Tuonela, the swan of Tuonela, and Lemminkainen's home faring, Finlandia, and Saga, Spring Song, and the more recent Spirits of the Ocean and Pohjola's Daughter. The Lemminkainen series is based on the Kalevala tale, which narrates the adventures of the hero Lemminkainen, his departure to the river of death, Tuonela, his death there, and the magic by which his mother charmed his dismembered limbs to come together and the man to come to life. Of the 4 separate works which make up the series, The Swan of Tuonela is the most popular. It was in this that Sibelius's original mastery of orchestral tone was first made known to foreign audiences. With its enchanting theme sung by the English horn, it weaves a long, slow spell of the utmost beauty. Finlandia tells of the struggles of a submerged nation. The early parts of the work are filled with passionate excitement and military bustle. Then there emerges the motif of all this struggle, a majestic chorale melody, scored with the strings in all their resonance, a song at once of battle and of devotion, a melody for whose equal we must go to Beethoven and Wagner. And Saga, the earliest of the great nationalistic works, is without a definite program, but is dramatic in the highest degree. It is a masterpiece of free form, with its long swelling climaxes and passionate adagios, surrounded by a haze of shimmering tone color, as though the bard was singing his story among the fogs of the northern cliffs. The national character of these works is quite as marked in their themes as in their subject matter. Sibelius is fond of the strange rhythms of the old times, 3/4, 7/4, 2/2, or 3/2 time. His accent is almost crudely exaggerated. His original themes are so true to the national character that they seem made of one piece with the folk tunes. The mood of these works is rarely gay. The animation is primitive and savage. The prevailing spirit is one of loneliness and gloom. In the symphonic poems, which go increasingly free in harmony, we see in all its glory the orchestral scoring which is one of Sibelius's chief claims to fame. It is no mere virtuoso brilliancy, as is often the case with Rimsky-Korsakov. It is always an accentuation of the character of the music with the character of the tone of the instrument chosen. It is colour from a heavy palette, chosen chiefly from the deeper shades, showing its contrast in modulation of tones rather than highlights, yet kept always free of the turgid and muddy. The same qualities are shown in the 4 symphonies. Of these, the last is a thing of revolutionary import, a daring work whose full meaning to the future of music has not begun to be appreciated. The other 3 are perhaps less symphonies than symphonic rhapsodies. They seem to imply a program, being filled with episodes, dramatic, epic, and lyrical, interspersed with recitative and legend-like passages. But however free the form, the architecture is cogent. In his development work, Sibelius is always masterly. Some of the passages, like the main theme of the first movement of the First Symphony, or the slow movement from the same, are amazing in their imaginative power and beauty. The Fourth Symphony is a work apart. In the first and second movements, the harmony is quite as radical as anything in modern German or French music. It is, in fact, hardly harmony at all, but the free interplay of monophonic voices. From this method, which at the present moment is almost Sibelius's private property, the composer extracts a quality of poetry which is impressive in its suggestions of great things beyond. Some of Sibelius's best music has been written to accompany dramatic performances. That for Adolf Paul's play King Christian II has been widely played as an orchestral suite. The introduction is especially fine. The warm and sweetly melancholy nocturne, the elegy for strings, and the profoundly moving dance of death are all movements of rare beauty. The lovely Valse Triste, a mimic drama in itself, written for Jannefeld's play Koalema, has carried his reputation far and wide, as the C-sharp minor prelude carried Rachmaninoff's, or the melody in F. Rubinstein's. There are, further, 2 orchestral suites from the accompanying music to Metterlinck's Pelléas and Melisande and Procope's Belshazzar's Feast. For orchestra we may further mention the Karelia Overture, the Scène Historique, the dance intermezzo of Pan and Echo, the melancholy waltzes to accompany Strindberg's Snow White, the 2 canzonettas for small orchestras, the Romance in C major for string orchestra, and short symphonic poem The Dryads, and the Funeral March. The violin concerto, one of the most difficult of the kind in existence, has already gained its place among the standard concert pieces for the instrument. It shows deep feeling and national colour, especially in the rhythmically vigorous finale. The string quartet, Voces Intime, opus 56, is a masterly work in a reserved style. The first 3 movements are said to have as a sort of program certain chapters from Swedenborg. The piano music is generally on a lower plane. To a great extent it recalls Schumann and Tchaikovsky, in such works as the Charakterstücke, Opera 5, 24, 41, and 58, in the Sonatina, opus 67, and in the Rondinos, opus 68, we find little that can be called original. But we must remember that in these pieces Sibelius was writing music to appeal to the people, and has succeeded to a remarkable degree in raising the general standard of taste in his native land. For his most personal piano work we must look to his transcriptions of finished tunes, especially the Fratricide and Evening Comes. In his songs for solo voice, Sibelius has achieved remarkable things. The remarkable Autumn Evening is a sort of free recitative, always verging on melody, accompanied by suggestive descriptive figures in the piano part. Here we see in germ one of the most important contributions to modern music, an emphasis on expressive monody. The ballad Das Farmansbraut, which has been arranged for orchestral accompaniment, is weaker musically, but shows the same genius for expressive melodic recitative. And not the least important and characteristic part of Sibelius's work has been in the form of the male choruses. Of these we may mention The Origin of Fire and The Imprisoned Queen, both with orchestral accompaniment, and above all the magnificent Song of the Athenians, which has come to have a national significance among the Finns. As we look over this remarkable list of works, from the great symphonic forms down to brief songs, and note the quantity of germinal originality they contain, their high poetry, their universal beauty and intense national expression, we must adjudge Sibelius to be a master with a creative vitality which cannot be matched by more than half a dozen composers writing today. End of track 5. Track 6. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Russian Nationalists. 1. The most significant phase in the history of Russian music is that which represents the activity of the Balakirev group, and the founders of the St. Petersburg Free School of Music. This belongs to the middle of the past century, when the seed sown by Glinka, Dagomitsky, and particularly by Bortniansky, began to bear its first fruits. Up to that time, the question of Russian national music had not been aroused. The country was dominated either by German or the Italian musical ideals. Art, particularly music, was in every direction aristocratic, academic, and pedantically ecclesiastic. The ruling class was foreign to the core and followed literally the timely aesthetic fads of other countries. The idea that there could be any art in the life of a mujik was ridiculed and flatly denied. "O Bože Sorani," a patron of music would exclaim at any attempts at a national music. To the middle class and the common people, the admission to high-class musical performances in the opera was legally denied. The concerts of the Imperial Musical Society and the performances of the Imperial Opera were meant only for the elite, and the direction of those institutions was in the hands of bureaucratic foreigners. It was at a critical moment that Balakirev, who had come as a young lawyer from Nizhny Novgorod to St. Petersburg, laid the foundation of the Free School of Music. Its institution was meant to train young Russians, to arouse in them an enthusiasm for the possibilities latent in their native music, and at the same time to arrange free concerts for the people and perform the works of those native composers who were turned away by the existing organizations. Founded by Balakirev, the composer, Lomakin, the talented choirmaster, and Stasov, the celebrated critic, the Free School became the institution of Borodin, Mussorgsky, and Rimsky-Korsakov. Balakirev, Borodin, and Mussorgsky can be considered as the real founders of the Russian realistic school of music, if not the pioneers of a new musical art movement altogether. Upon their principles and examples rest the original vigor and the subjective glamour of all subsequent Russian music. The vague initiative given by Glinka and Argamisky underwent a thorough process of reconstruction at the hands of these three reformers. The stamp set by them upon the Russian music is as unique and as lasting as the semi-oriental spirit that permeates Russian life and character with its exotic magic. The ideal of building up an art out of national material seemed to hang in the air, for this was the time of a great national awakening in Russia. Gogol, Lermontov, Pushkin, Dostoevsky, and Turgenev in poetry and fiction, Griboyedov and Ostrovsky in the drama, Stasov, Herzen, and Mikhailovsky in critical literature, and the revolutionary movement of the so-called Narodnovolts in politics were all symptoms of a vigorous reform period. It should be noted that in this great and far-reaching movement the Russian Church, with all its seeming supremacy, exercised but little influence over matters of art and literature. While the Church in Western Europe was aristocratic in its institutions, in Russia it remained throughout the centuries democratic. A Russian clergyman has remained nothing but a more or less refined muzhik, a man who lives the life of the common people and associates with the people. As such, he has never been antagonistic to the spirit of the common people, as far as their aesthetic tendencies and traditions are concerned. He has never tried to make art an issue of the Church. Music, less than any other of the arts, has never been influenced in any way by ecclesiastical interests. No instrumental music of any kind has ever been performed in Russian churches. Hence, unlike those of Western Europe, Russian composers never came under the sway of the Church. The Western Church was, as we have seen, originally opposed to the influence of folk music. In Russia, on the other hand, it favored any assertion of the people's individuality. It was, therefore, unlike the aristocratic classes, sympathetic to such a work as that which the Free School of Music made the object of its existence. Before treating the works of the three great Russian reformers individually, we may remark that none of them made music his sole profession. Balakirev was sufficiently well off to devote himself to his art without thought of material gain. Borodin earned his living as a scholar and pedagogue, and so maintained his independence as a composer. Mussorgsky alone felt the pinch of poverty. His official duties were strenuous and left him little leisure for composition. Yet, like his colleagues, he never compromised with public taste. The real initiator of this new movement, Mily Alexeyevich Balakirev, was born at Nizhny Novgorod in 1837. He studied law at the University of Kazan, though music was his hobby from early childhood on. His musical ideals were Mozart, Beethoven, and Berlioz. During one of his summer vacations, Balakirev met in the country near Nizhny Novgorod a certain Mr. Ulebichev, a retired diplomat and friend of Glinka, an accomplished musician himself, and thoroughly familiar with the classic composers of every country. It was he who converted Balakirev to the idea that Russia should have its own music, and that the lines to be followed should be those indicated by Glinka. With an introduction to that apostle of nationalism, Balakirev journeyed to St. Petersburg in 1855, He found the city under the spell of German and Italian music, and the masses limited to the musical enjoyment to be derived from military bands and boulevard artists. With all the youthful energy at his command, Balakirev set himself to combat the foreign influence and advance nationalistic ideas of music. Balakirev was an artist such as perhaps only Russia can produce. Without really systematic study, he was an accomplished musician theoretically and practically. No existing method could measure up to his ideas of musical study. He had mastered the classics and made their technique his own. His contemporaries he approached in a critical spirit, appropriating what was good and rejecting what he considered wrong. His watchword was individual liberty. "I believe in the subjective, not in the objective power of music," he said to his pupils. "Objective music may strike us with its brilliancy, but its achievement remains the handiwork of a mediocre talent. Mediocre or merely talented musicians are eager to produce effects. The ideal of a genius is to reproduce his very self, in unison with the object of his art. There is no doubt that art requires technique, but it must be absolutely unconscious and individual. Often the greatest pieces of art are rather rude technically, but they grip the soul and command attention for intrinsic values. This is apparent in the works of Michelangelo, of Shakespeare, of Turgenev, and of Mozart. The beauty that fascinates us most is that which is most individual. I regard technique as a necessary but subservient element. It may, however, become dangerous and kill individuality, as it has done with those favourites of our public, whose virtuosity I despise more than mere crudities. The man who launched such a theory at a time when the rest of the world was merged in admiration of Wagner and his technique was an interesting combination of a scholar, poet, revolutionist, and agitator. Wagner, Rubinstein, and Tchaikovsky were technicians in his eyes, whose creative power moved merely in the old-fashioned channels of classicism. Of the rest of his contemporaries, Liszt was the only genius worthy of attention. Between Balakirev, Rubinstein, and Tchaikovsky there was continual strife. Rubinstein headed the newly founded Imperial Conservatory, Balakirev his Free School of Music. On Rubinstein's side were the members of high society, the music critics, and the bureaucratic power. Balakirev and his group of young composers were outcasts. Music critics and public opinion stamped him a conceited dilettante. Only a handful of intellectuals subscribed to his creed. Balakirev's first composition was a fantasia and Russian themes for piano and orchestra, which he afterward rearranged for an orchestral overture. In 1861 he composed the music to King Lear, which is his only work of a dramatic character. An opera, The Golden Bird, which he commenced some years later, was never completed. One of the most significant of Balakirev's early works is the symphonic poem Russia, commemorating the 1000th anniversary of the inauguration of the Russian Empire by Rurik. That his own works are rather limited in number is explained by the fact that he spent most of his best years in organizing his campaign and in criticizing the compositions of his followers. The symphonic poem Tamara, some 20 songs and ballads, Islame, an Oriental fantasy for piano, which was one of the most cherished numbers in Liszt's repertoire, and his symphonic poem Bohemia represent the best fruits of his genius. His first and second symphonies are very beautiful, original and Russian in feeling, but they have somehow remained behind his above-mentioned works. Very fiery and popular are his two concertos, the Spanish Overture, and a number of dances. Tamara is a real gem of Oriental wickedness and fascination. In 1869, Balakirev was appointed conductor of the Imperial Musical Society, and later of the court choir. In 1874, he retired from the directorship of the Free School of Music, and the post was taken over by Rimsky-Korsakov. From this time until his death, Balakirev lived in seclusion in his comfortable home in St. Petersburg, and avoided society. He died in 1910, having outlived all his contemporaries and many of his pupils. The last period of his life was overshadowed by a strange mystic obsession which caused him to destroy many of his compositions. An artist of wholly different caste was Alexander Porfiryevich Borodin. While Balakirev was the positive type of an active man, a born organizer and agitator, Borodin was a dreamer and tender-souled poet, the true Bohemian of his time. He was a most remarkable combination of very unusual abilities. Borodin, the surgeon and doctor, enjoyed a nationwide reputation. Borodin, the chemist, made many valuable discoveries and wrote treatises which were recognized universally as remarkable contributions to science. Borodin, the philanthropist and educator, was tireless from early morning till night. Borodin, the flutist, violinist, and pianist, rivaled the best virtuosi of his time. And Borodin, the composer, was, according to Liszt, one of the most gifted orchestral masters of the 19th century. Here is what Borodin writes of his visit to the hero of Weimar in 1877. "Scarcely had I sent my card in when there arose before me, as though out of the ground, a long black frock-coat and long white hair. 'You have written a fine symphony,' he began in a resonant voice. 'I am delighted to see you. Only 2 days ago I played your symphony to the Grand Duke, who was wholly charmed with it. The first movement is perfect. Your Andante is a masterpiece. The scherzo is enchanting, and then this passage is wonderful, great.'" This was his second symphony, which Felix Weingartner has called one of the most beautiful orchestral works ever written. Under what circumstances he produced his enchanting beauties is best evidenced from one of his letters to his wife in 1873. "Thursday I gave 2 lectures for women on surgery, received clothes sent from the institution, had a letter from Butlerov to take dinner with him, and then to attend the meeting of the chemists. I brought there all my material and gave an account of my experiments. Then Mendeleev, the famous chemist, took me to his house. I worked this morning as usual, took dinner with Mieti at Sorokina, then Ryder and Cleopatra called on me to request space for a sick man in the hospital." Who would believe that a man of such a versatile nature was at the same time one of the finest composers and musicians of his generation? In another letter to his wife, he writes how he rushes madly from his laboratory to his musical study, sits furiously at the piano, and starts to pour out the musical ideas that have haunted him day and night. His friends thought he would never be able to continue such a triple life for any length of time, and urged him to devote himself merely to music. But to him this change of thought and work seemed a recreation, and he lived in this very turmoil until he died. Borodin was born in St. Petersburg in 1834. His father was Prince Gideonov, a descendant of the hereditary rulers of the kingdom of Emeretia in the Caucasus, and his mother, Mademoiselle Kleinicke, the widow of an army doctor in Narva. Borodin's Oriental tendency can be traced back through his family. His nationalism was truly spontaneous and genuine, in spite of the fact that, unlike his colleagues, Balakirev and Mussorgsky, he never had an opportunity to come in contact with the peasantry. Borodin's nationalism is a product of heredity and owes nothing to environment. Having studied medicine in the famous military surgery school in St. Petersburg, Borodin became a professor in the same institution after a short practice as a surgeon in various hospitals of the capital. He was, even as a student in college, an accomplished virtuoso in music. At the age of 18, he had composed a concerto for violin and piano. But his real musical creative activity started when he met Balakirev and the members of his circle, to whom he was introduced by Mussorgsky, then a young officer of the guard in the military hospital. Though filled with Balakirev's ideals, Borodin was not close to his teacher. Balakirev's ideas were grand in outline, but rather rough in detail. Borodin's preferences were toward refinement in detail and melodic form. Though the opera Prince Igor may be considered Borodin's masterpiece, he has enriched Russian musical literature by exquisite examples of orchestral composition, of which his second symphony and the symphonic poem in Steppes of Central Asia are the best. Chamber music, songs, and dances. Borodin's orchestral compositions excel in richness of coloring and in the dramatic vigor of his melodies. Withal, he has an almost mathematical mastery of form and style. From all his works emanates a distinctly lyric, Slavic Oriental glow of sound, brilliant, passionate, gay, and painful in turns. In the words of a modern Russian composer, it is individually descriptive and extremely modern, so modern that the audiences of today will not be able to grasp all its intrinsic beauties. In Prince Igor, Borodin has produced a work that has nothing in common with either Italian or German operas. He employs libretto of legendary character, such as Wagner used for his operas, but in construction and style he follows the very opposite direction of the German master. The dramatic plot is almost lacking in the conventional sense, but the interest of the audience is kept in suspense by means of a unique musical beauty, by stage effects, and the dramatic truth that shows itself in every detail of the action. As compared with Balakirev and Mussorgsky, Borodin was an aristocratic figure in thought and inclination. He was more chivalrous and lyric in his style, and more imaginative in his form, therefore less dramatic and less elemental. Borodin's great significance for Russian music lies in his individual form of melodic thought, and the relation of that thought to human life. His realism verged on the point of impressionistic symbolism, in which he surpassed both Balakirev and Mussorgsky. He gave to Russian music new forms of romantic realism, forms that have been used and perfected by the composers who have followed him. Unlike Balakirev and Mussorgsky, Borodin was married and lived a happy family life. He died suddenly at a costume ball in St. Petersburg in 1887. 2. Of all artists, one of the most fought and ridiculed, the least recognized and a figure almost ignored, yet doubtless the greatest personality in Russian musical history, was Modest Petrovich Mussorgsky. It has remained for the present generation, especially for men like Rimsky-Korsakov, Claude Debussy, Richard Strauss, and Hugo Wolf, to appreciate the most original musical genius of the last century. Rubinstein and Tchaikovsky spoke of Mussorgsky as of a talented musical heretic, regarding his compositions as the result of accidental inspiration, crude in their workmanship and primitive in their form, though his name was known through Russia to some extent, especially after Rimsky-Korsakov had secured for him some professional success. He remained always a minor character. This lasted until the beginning of this century, when a celebrated foreign composer came out publicly and said, "What Shakespeare did in dramatic poetry, Mussorgsky accomplished in vocal music. The Shakespearean breadth and power of his compositions are so original that he is still too great to be appreciated, even in this generation. A century may pass before he will be fully understood by composers and music lovers generally. His misfortune was that he composed music 200 years ahead of his time." After this, the whole atmosphere changed. A cult of Mussorgsky was started at home and abroad. The public began to dig out the tragic chapters of his life little by little, and the neglected genius of Mussorgsky loomed up to an extraordinary height, as is usually the case when the sentiments of the public are stirred. However, this cult of Mussorgsky is merely a timely fad, and adds nothing to his real greatness. After the composer had met bitter opposition where he had expected enthusiastic appreciation, he wrote to Balakirev, "I do not consider music an abstract element of our aesthetic emotions, but a living art, which, going hand in hand with poetry and drama, shall express the very soul of human life and feeling. The academic composers and the people who have grown to love the musical classics take my works for eccentric and amateurish. This is all because I lack the high academic air and do not follow the conventional way. But why should I imitate others, when there is so much within myself that is my own? My idea is that every tone should express a word. Music to me is speech without words." Mussorgsky's music reminds us so much of the poetry of Walt Whitman that we cannot but regard these two geniuses of two different worlds as intimately related to each other. Composers, mighty maestros, and you sweet singers of old lands, soprani, tenori, bassi, to you a new bard caroling in the west, obeisant sends his love. Like Whitman, Mussorgsky broke loose from the conventional rhythm and verse. Most of his compositions are set to his own words and librettos, in a kind of poetic prose. He said plainly that he never cared for verse for his compositions, but merely for a dramatic story to carry a certain thought. "Thoughts and words fascinate me more than rhythm and poetic technique," he used to say. Every piece of work bears the stamp of his individuality. Every chord of his music breathes power and inspiration. It was not a notion to be original that actuated him, but the irresistible necessity to pour out what came to life in his creative soul and temperament. In his autobiography, Mussorgsky writes characteristically, "By virtue of his views on music and of the nature of his compositions, Mussorgsky stands apart from all existing types of musicians. The creed of his artistic faith is as follows: art is a means of human intercourse, and not in itself an end. The whole of his creative activity was dictated by this guiding principle. Convinced that human speech is strictly governed by musical laws, Mussorgsky considered that the musical reproductions, not of isolated manifestations of sensibility, but of articulate humanity as a whole, is the function of his art. He holds that in the domain of the musical arts reformers, such as Palestrina, Bach, Berlioz, Gluck, Beethoven, and Liszt, have created certain artistic laws, but he does not consider these laws as immutable, holding them to be strictly subject to conditions of evolution and progress, no less than the whole world of thought." Mussorgsky's life was no less unique than his thoughts and works. He was born in 1831 in the village of Kareva, in the province of Pskov, son of a retired judicial functionary. He inherited the gift of music from his mother, and from his father the gift of poetry. At the age of 10 he was sent to a military school in St. Petersburg, where he remained until 1856, when he became an officer of the Preobryansky Guard Regiment in St. Petersburg. A handsome young man of chivalrous manners, he became the romantic hero of the beau monde of St. Petersburg. His musical studies, begun in the college, were taken up more systematically and energetically after he became an officer. As a sentinel in the military hospital, he met Borodin, the surgeon, and the two passionate lovers of music soon grew to be intimate friends. It was through Borodin that he heard of Balakirev, in whose free school of music he at once became a student. Already in 1858, he composed his first orchestral work, Scherzo, which was performed 2 years later by Balakirev's orchestra. In 1859, Mussorgsky resigned from the army with the idea of living for his music alone, but, lacking a systematic musical education, he found himself an outcast. He was treated as a dilettante by the professional musicians and the patrons of music, and this closed the way to earning a living by his art and getting his compositions published or produced. The situation made him desperate, and he was glad to accept a clerkship, first in the Department of Finance, later in the office of the Imperial Comptroller. The salary was small and the work hard. He could only compose during the evenings and on festival days. This made him bitter about his future. It is rather strange that even Balakirev did not wholly understand Mussorgsky's genius when he joined the group. For Rimsky-Korsakov writes in his memoirs that Mussorgsky was always treated as the least talented of all. This was on account of the peculiarly passive frame of mind into which the composer had fallen after leaving the army. He even changed in his appearance and manners. The once handsome, chivalrous young social hero was suddenly transformed into a dreamy vagabond who cared nothing for manners and appearances. Mussorgsky's masterpieces are his 3 song cycles of about 20 numbers each, his few orchestral compositions, and his 2 operas, Boris Godunov and Kovenshina. There is hardly a work by another composer who has upon the listener such a ghastly, hypnotic effect as some of these works of Mussorgsky. Every chord of them is like a gripping, invisible finger. His cycle of death dances, of which Trepak is the most popular, are knocks at the very gates of death, written in the weird rhythms of the old Russian peasant dances. In this work he makes the listener realize the indifference of nature to human fate. Snowfields in silence, so cold is the night, and the icy north wind is wailing, brokenly sobbing, as though a ghastly dirge. Over the graves it is chanting, "Lo, O behold!" Through the night a strange pair approaches. Death holds an old peasant in his clutches. Thus sings the composer in the epilogue. The starved peasant is frozen under the snow. But then the sun shines warmer, spring comes into the land, the icy fields change into flourishing meadows, the lark soars to the sky, and nature continues its everlasting, alternate play, as if individual joys and sorrows never existed. The descriptive power of Mussorgsky's vocal compositions is marvellously realistic, and of this his songs of the second and third active period of his life, such as Peasant Cradle Song, Children's Songs, Serenade, and Polkavodets, give the best illustration. In the first named composition, not only does he visualize the rocking of the cradle, accompanied by a sweet melody, but he also draws with a remarkable power the interior of a peasant's hut, the mother bending with tenderness over her child, her sigh and dreaming of his future, the child's breathing and the ticking of a primitive old watch on the wall. One can almost see the details of an idyllic, lonely Russian village. But Mussorgsky is not only powerful in his gloomy and melancholy tone pictures, in which he depicts the hopeless situation of the Russian people in the struggle for freedom. He is also great in his humorous, gay songs. Hopak, Porushki, Pogrebi, and the children's songs are full of exultant humor, naughtiness, or joy. How well he could make music a satire is proved by Classic, Raik, and others, in which pedantic academicism is caricatured in ironic chords. Mussorgsky's musical activity may be divided into three periods. First, from 1858 until 1865, when, more or less under the influence of Dostoevsky, he composed Oedip, Saul, Slumbo, Intermezzo, Prelude, and Minuet. Second, from 1865 until 1875, when he was independent and wrote the death dances, children's songs, Boris Godunov, Korenchina, etc. And the third, during which he composed the Song of Mephisto. The works of his second period are overwhelming in their elemental power and boldness of treatment. In them he surpasses all Russian composers up to his time. Boris Godunov, finished in 1870, was performed 4 years later in the Imperial Opera House. The libretto of this opera he took from the poetic drama of Pushkin, but he changed it, eliminating much and adding new scenes here and there, so that as a whole it is his own creation. In this work, Mussorgsky went against the foreign classic opera in conception as well as in construction. It is a typically Russian musical drama, with all the richness of Slavic colors, true Byzantine atmosphere, and characters of the medieval ages. Based on Russian history of about the middle of the 17th century, when an adventurous regent ascends the throne, and when the court is full of intrigues, its theme stands apart from all other operas. The music is more or less, like many of Mussorgsky's songs, written in imitation of the old folk songs, folk dances, ceremonial chants, and festival tunes. Foreign critics have considered the opera as a piece constructed of folk melodies. But this is not the case. There is not a single folk melody in Boris Godunov. Every phrase is the original creation of Mussorgsky. Although there is nothing in the symphonic development of Boris Godunov which approaches the complexities of Wagnerian music drama, the leading motifs are quite definitely associated with the characters and emotions of the drama. Noteworthy features in the realm of musical suggestion are those of the music accompanying the hallucinations of Boris, where Mussorgsky forsakes the conventional custom of employing the heavy brass and reproduces the frenzy in musical terms by means of downward chromatic passage played tremolo by strings, an effect which succeeds because it has a far more direct appeal to the nerves of the listener than the more abstract commentary of the German operatic masters. Mussorgsky's second opera, Korenchina, which was finished by Rimsky-Korsakov after the death of the composer, is in its subject and broad style far superior to Boris, especially because of its more powerful symbolism and exalted pathos. But the music, particularly in the last unfinished acts, lacks the originality and grip of his early opera. If he had been able to work out this opera under more favorable circumstances, it would have caught more faithfully the psychology of a nation's life and history in a nutshell of music than anything written before or later for the stage. Mussorgsky also wrote a comic opera, The Fair at Sorchinsk, which was partly orchestrated and finished by Sarnowski and Lyadov, and performed for the first time in the spring of 1914. Mussorgsky's perpetual misery, overwork, and the thought that his compositions would be hardly understood and recognized during his lifetime made him so gloomy and desperate that he drifted away from Balakirev's circle. For some time he lived at the country place of his brother, and when he returned to St. Petersburg, he tried to overcome the haunting thoughts, but in vain. He began to avoid all society and everything conventional. In the meanwhile, his Boris Godunov had been given with great success on the stage. Yet the academic circles would not recognize him in spite of this public success. The man's pride was touched, and he felt unhappy about everything he had done. His only contentment he found in playing his works for himself and in associating with the common people in dram shops, which he visited with dire results. Shunning every intelligent circle and society, he grew melancholy, and his mental and physical health was seriously affected. In 1868, Mussorgsky began to write an opera to the libretto of Gogol's drama Marriage. This, however, he never finished. He wrote quite a number of powerful orchestral works, of which his intermezzo, prelude, and menuet monstre are the most typical of all. Having composed several piano pieces and orchestral works with little satisfaction to himself, he decided to devote himself only to vocal music. The period from 1865 to 1875 was the most productive part of his life. During these 10 years he composed his Hamlet songs, ballads, romances, and operas, every one of which is more or less original and hypnotizing in its own way. Mussorgsky's letters to his brother throw a remarkable light on his unique nature and the change that took place in his mind in regard to his social environment. They are partly ironic, bitter expressions upon modern civilization and its wrong standards. Mussorgsky died in 1881 in the Nikolaevsky military hospital at the age of 42, and asked the nurse that instead of a mass in church, his death dance be played for him by a few of his admirers. 3. The most widely known of the Neo-Russian group outside of Russia was Nicholas Andreevich Rimsky-Korsakov. This man, the most prolific and most expert of the group, proved himself in some ways one of the supreme masters of modern music. His command over harmonic color painting and his astonishing mastery of all details of modern orchestration have made him a teacher to the composers of all nations. Rimsky-Korsakov was born March 18, 1844, at Tikhvin in a department of Novgorod. On his father's estate he received all the advantages of a childhood in the open air, and of the best education available. From the 4 musicians who furnished music for the family dances, he received his first initiation into the art of his later years. When he was 6, he received his first piano lessons, and when he was 9, he was already composing pieces of his own. But it was in the family tradition that the sons should enter the navy, so when he was but 12 years of age, the boy went to the St. Petersburg Naval School and entered the long-required course. He did not, however, give up his music during this period. He worked hard at the piano and the cello, also receiving lessons in composition from Keneally. But music was comparatively meaningless in his life until, in 1861, he met Balakirev, who had recently come to the capital to undertake the musical spiritualization of his country. Under Balakirev he worked for about a year, and during this time came into close contact with the other members of the famous circle. The contact was profoundly stimulating. They aired their opinions and criticized the giants of the past, says Mrs. Newmarch, with a frankness and freedom that was probably very naive, and certainly scandalized their academic elders. They adored Glinka, regarded Haydn and Mozart as old-fashioned, admired Beethoven's latest quartets, thought Bach, of whom they could have known little beyond the well-tempered clavier, a mathematician rather than a musician. They were enthusiastic over Berlioz, while as yet Liszt had not begun to influence them very greatly. Of these days, the composer has written, "I drank in all these ideas, though I really had no grounds for accepting them, for I had only heard fragments of many of the foreign works under discussion, and afterwards I retailed them to my comrades at the naval school, who were interested in music as being my own convictions." Then, while Rimsky-Korsakov's technique was still being moulded, while his ideals were unprecise and his appreciations fluid, he was called away on a long cruise on the ship Almaz, a cruise which was to last for 3 years and take him around the world. But with the huge energy for which Russians are so notable, he decided to add music to his regular official duties. He arranged that he was to send to Balakirev from time to time the things he would write on shipboard, and was to receive extended criticisms in return, to be picked up at the harbours at which his ship should stop. Thus he would maintain his active pupilship. The work which he managed to accomplish on shipboard is astonishing, but Rimsky-Korsakov was endowed with a capacity for orderly and methodical work which enabled him in later life to discharge all sorts of onerous artistic burdens and keep his creative output undiminished in quantity. When he returned from the cruise in 1865, he brought with him his Symphony No. 1 in E minor, the first symphony to be written by a Russian. It was performed under Balakirev's direction at one of the concerts of the Free School of Music, and made a favourable impression. For the next few years the composer's life was chiefly centred in St. Petersburg, and his association with the Balakirev group was once more resumed. In this period, too, began his close friendship with Mussorgsky, which continued until the latter's death. After composing the first Russian symphony, he produced the first Russian symphonic poem in Sadko, Opus 5, which revealed his marked power of musical narration and scene painting. Directly he followed with the Fantasy on Serbian Tunes, Opus 6, which gave the first signs of his later brilliancy in orchestration. This work attracted the attention of Tchaikovsky, who became his ardent supporter, and continued as a personal friend, in spite of the fact that the ideals of the two composers were so disparate that close association was impossible. In 1870, Rimsky-Korsakov began his first opera, Pskov-Vitienka, The Maid of Pskov, which was performed early in 1873 and was well received. Soon afterwards he completed his second symphony, which is in reality rather a symphonic poem, the Antar, Opus 9. This may be taken as closing one period of his creative activity. He had entered music with all the lively nationalistic ideals of the Balakirev group, and with its naivete as to musical technique. Like his associates, he had written chiefly in an intuitional fashion. But in 1871 he accepted an invitation to teach the St. Petersburg Conservatory of Music, and he was recorded that in attempting to teach the theory of music, he became convinced that it was first necessary for him to learn it. He became profoundly dissatisfied with his musical achievement and set out deliberately to acquire an exhaustive knowledge of musical technique by means of hard work. During one summer, he wrote innumerable exercises in counterpoint and 64 fugues, 10 of which he sent to Tchaikovsky for inspection. From this severe period of self-tuition, he emerged with a command of conventional musical means unsurpassed in Russia, but without any essential loss, either to his individuality or to his nationalism. By some, Rimsky-Korsakov's recognition of his need for further technical learning has been accepted as a recantation of his nationalistic principles. But it was not this in reality, for his later operas are all drawn from national sources, and the folk song continues to occupy a prominent place among them. The enthusiasm for classical learning may have changed his standards somewhat. Many critics feel that the revision to which he later submitted the Mussorgsky opera scores reveals a pedantic cast of mind, a failure to appreciate the original genius of his friend. But on the other hand, his severe training gave him that fluent technique which enabled him to accomplish such a great amount of work on such a high plane of workmanship. In point of fact, Rimsky-Korsakov recanted nothing. His ideals and his fundamental musical method had been formed in his early youth. Balakirev's enthusiasm for folk song never left him. The influence of the early ocean cruise was in his work to the end. Among all musicians, Rimsky-Korsakov is perhaps the greatest describer of the sea. The effect of lonely days and nights out in the midst of the swelling ocean, at a time when his adolescent senses were still deeply impressionable. This we can trace again and again in his later music. What a thing to be thankful for is the naval profession, he wrote in a letter to Qui during the first voyage. How glorious, how agreeable, how elevating. Picture yourself sailing across the North Sea. The sky is grey, murky, and colourless. The wind screeches through the rigging. The ship pitches so that you can hardly keep your legs. You are constantly besprinkled with spray and sometimes washed from head to foot by a wave. You feel chilly and rather sick. Oh, a sailor's life is really jolly. We see here the effect of the out-of-door activity on the young artist, that awakening of sensibilities to the external life of nature, rather than the introspection of the thinker who spends his time solely in the study of his art. It was this voyage, surely, that chiefly helped to make Rimsky-Korsakov so objective in his music. He loves to describe the form and colour of nature rather than the experiences of the soul. He paints for us the life of the senses. We recall the young naval officer in the mighty swell of the ocean in Scheherazade. We cannot doubt the effect of this early influence toward making Rimsky-Korsakov the great storyteller of modern music. His later life was an extremely active one. He retained his position at the conservatory for many years, and numbered among his pupils some of the most talented composers in modern Russian music, among them Lyudov, Erensky, Ippolitov Ivanov, Gurchaninov, Cheparin, and Stravinsky. He was an enthusiastic collector of national folk tunes. He revised, completed, arranged, or orchestrated many large works, including operas by Mussorgsky, Borodin, and Glinka. He served for many years as conductor of the concerts of the Free School, succeeding Balakirev, and for a time was assistant director of music at the Imperial Chapel. A perquisite post as inspector of naval bands, given him in 1873, enabled him to devote his time to music. For many years he remained officially a servant of the government. After 1889, and up to the time of his death in 1908, he wrote 12 operas, and at one period was looked to provide one dramatic work each year for one or another of the great lyric theatres of Russia. Once or twice he was publicly at odds with officialdom, at one time going so far as to resign his professorship in the conservatory. But on the whole he was a figure of whom Russia, both popular and official, was proud. His books on theory and orchestration have long been standard. Rimsky-Korsakov's works, in addition to the 15 operas already mentioned, include 3 symphonies, one of them the Antar, a sinfonietta on Russian themes, several symphonic poems, including the Symphony Scheherazade, the Sadko, and the Symphonic Tale, founded on the prologue to Pushkin's Ruslan and Ludmilla, several large orchestral works, including the famous Spanish Caprice, the Fantasia on Serbian themes, and the Easter Overture, a fine piano concerto and a violin fantasia, some church music, a limited amount of piano music, and many songs. Rimsky-Korsakov's operas are the staple of the Russian opera houses. They are not works of such genius as those of Mussorgsky and Borodin, but taken together they reveal a creative genius of a high order. In general their style is lyric rather than declamatory, but in this respect Rimsky-Korsakov applied a wide variety of means to his special problems. Some, like his first, the Maid of Pskov, follow loosely the principles laid down by Dogomissky in The Stone Guest, in which the libretto was regarded as a spoken text to be followed with great literalness by the music. Others, like Snegurotchka, are almost purely lyric in character. Yet another, Mozart and Salieri, is written in the style of the 18th century. But in one way or another, the national feeling is in all of them, and folk tunes are introduced freely, with more or less literalness. Though Rimsky-Korsakov could occasionally reach heights of emotional intensity, as in the last scene of The Maid of Pskov, his genius is more properly lyrical and picturesque. The songs and pictures of Snegurotchka and Sadko, in which a huge variety of resource is brought to achieve vividness and brilliancy of effect, are the work of a rich imagination. The melody is supple and varied, the harmony extremely expressive and colourful, but neither is so original as with Mussorgsky. The orchestration, however, never fails to be masterful in the highest degree. This suits admirably the legendary and picturesque subjects which Rimsky-Korsakov invariably chose. With only 1 or 2 exceptions, his operas have held the stage steadily in Russia, and 2 or 3 of them have become familiar by frequent performances to foreign audiences. Among Rimsky-Korsakov's other works, the Spanish Caprice and the Scheherazade Symphony have become classics of the concert room. The former is a virtuoso piece and brilliantly coloured orchestration. The other is one of the most successful musical stories ever told. In these pieces he is working in his own field, that of national or oriental colour, made vivid by every device of the modern musician. When he is composing in the more absolute or classical forms, as in the Belayev Quartet or the Piano Concerto, his inspiration seems to wane. Mention should be made of the songs, which include some of the most perfect in Russian literature, though in many the slender melody is weighted down by the richness of the accompaniment. Finally, we should not forget Rimsky-Korsakov's great service to Russian church music, which will be referred to later. From this brief outline, we can see how great was the variety of his activities. Very little that he did was undistinguished. When he was at his best, in the exploitation of the resources of the modern orchestra, in painting national scenery, the sea or the woods, in narrating a story of fairies or heroes, he was in the very front rank of composers of the 19th century. In comparison with Mussorgsky, Rimsky-Korsakov was conservative. He inclined toward the sensuous and regular melody of Borodin, which was always somewhat Italian. His harmony was far from revolutionary. He can show us no pages like that wonderful page of Mussorgsky's, introducing the Kremlin scene in Boris Godunov, where the light of the rising sun is painted striking the towers of the ancient churches, a page which has become historic in connection with modern French Impressionism. On the whole, indeed, he seems rather timid about venturing off the beaten path. His harmonic heterodoxies, where they occur, are introduced discreetly, obtaining their effect rather by their appropriateness than by their originality. Nor was Rimsky-Korsakov so instinctive a nationalist as is Balakirev or Mussorgsky. In a great quantity of his music we find nothing to mark it as Russian. But when we listen to the music of Rimsky-Korsakov, we feel that it is daring, novel, and exotic. The striking difference between this music seen and heard is due chiefly to the orchestration, which so glitters with strange colours that we forget how unorthodox the musical writing generally is. By tone colouring, the composer gives it qualities of pictorial suggestiveness and oriental strangeness, which is quite lacking in the piano score. Sometimes he even covers up musical poverty by his magnificent scoring. The Spanish Rhapsody, for instance, is a work of little inherent originality, but is maintained on our concert programs because of its inexpressible brilliancy of orchestration. If on the whole we find Rimsky-Korsakov's music thin, we must give due credit to the style which enabled the composer to write a great quantity of music with easy facility, while his taste kept him almost always above the level of banality. 4. The fifth and last member of the nationalist group was César Cui, the least distinctive and least important of the five. He occupied a somewhat anomalous position in the movement. The son of a Frenchman, he became an enthusiastic nationalist, being the first of Balakirev's important converts. As a teacher in the government engineering school in St. Petersburg, he had little time for active composition, but exerted great energy in defending the nationalist group in the press and in pamphlets. In all Russia, with the single exception of Vladimir Stasov, there was no more vigorous and overbearing apologist of the Russian school of composition. Yet his own music is hardly tinged with Russian elements, being a compound of Schumann or some of the most superficial of the French composers, notably Alba. Though he was undoubtedly a musician of considerable learning and much talent, he has left nothing of much creative vigor. His father came to Russia with Napoleon's army, was wounded at Smolensk, and later became a teacher of French in a private school at Vilna, near Poland. Here, on January the 18th, 1835, César Antonovich Cui was born. He received fairly good instruction in piano and violin in his early years, and at the age of 15 was sent to the School of Military Engineering at St. Petersburg. Here, in a 7 years' course, he distinguished himself so that he was made sub-professor in the school, and later became a specialist in military fortifications. The present Tsar was at one time his pupil. All his life he gave distinguished service in this capacity, and during the war that is going on at this writing, though he is past 80 years of age, he is taking a prominent part in the military defense of Russia. It was in 1856, when he was 21 years old, that he was introduced to Balakirev. He immediately became fired with the latter's enthusiasm for a Russian school of music, but his first works show no signs of it. Some early piano pieces are written entirely in the style of Schumann, and his first dramatic work, an operetta called The Mandarin's Son, is a weak piece in the manner of Auber. His first important opera, The Prisoner of the Caucasus, finished about this time, though not performed until 20 years later, shows some originality and an attempt at local colour. Early in the 60s, Cui was at work on his opera William Ratcliffe, which established his reputation. It was performed in the year 1869, at the Imperial Theatre, St. Petersburg, and though coldly received at the time, was revived with considerable success many years later in Moscow. But Cui's chief influence on the music of his time was exerted through his newspaper articles, which stoutly championed the Big Five. In these he showed himself an able but a somewhat dogmatic commentator. He held his ground successfully until the music of the new school had ceased to depend on the written word for its prestige. His pamphlet Music in Russia was the chief source of knowledge of Russian composers to the outside world for many years. Cui further helped the cause among foreign lands through the performances of his operas in Belgium and Paris. In fact, two of his later operas, The Filibusterer and Mademoiselle Fifi, were composed to French texts. The opera Angelo, performed in 1876, and in some ways his strongest work, was also drawn from a French source, a play by Victor Hugo. When we have mentioned The Saracen, founded upon a work of Dumas, and The Feast in Plague Time, based on Pushkin, we have named all his works for the stage. In these, the dramatic element is always subordinate to the lyrical. The harmony, though often meticulous, is rarely strong or original, and in general the style is thin and conventional. But Cui had a rich fund of melody, and in a few scenes, as in the love episodes in The Saracen, he succeeded to a notable degree in the expression of emotion. But it is in Cui's songs and small pieces for violin and piano that he shows his talent most markedly. Here his French feeling for nicety of form and delicacy of effect revealed itself at its best. We feel that the pieces were written by some lesser Schumann, but we admire the taste and judgment displayed in their execution. Further, we must admire Cui's confining himself to his own style of music. His enthusiasm for and appreciation for the neo-Russian composers is unquestionable, and he might have produced much flamboyant nonsense in trying to make their style his own. As it is, he has played an important part in the development of Russian music and displayed abilities which are by no means to be overlooked. Before leaving the Russian nationalists, we should mention several composers of their generation who were not definitely allied with them or with the school, but still demand mention in any history of Russian music. Edward Franzovich Napravnik was born August 12, 1839 in Bohemia and moved to St. Petersburg in 1861. He had received his musical education in his native country and in Paris, where he studied organ and piano and later taught. In St. Petersburg he took charge of Prince Yusupov's private orchestra, and thereafter became intimately associated with the musical life of his adoptive country, and worked indefatigably for its improvement and independence. In 1863 he was appointed organist to the Imperial Theatres, and assistant to the conductor. At the time of the latter's illness in 1869 he was appointed conductor, and this post he held for nearly half a century. He found Russian operatic life under the complete dominance of the Italian influence, and made every effort to shift the centre of gravity toward native work. His productions of Glinka's, Tchaikovsky's, and Rimsky-Korsakov's operas were notable. He was always distinctly hospitable to native work, and the subsequent triumph of Russian musical expression was due in no small degree to his faith and energy. He further built up the opera orchestra in St. Petersburg until it became one of the best in all Europe, and restored to the opera house its old brilliancy of performance. He was also an able and frequent conductor of orchestral concerts in the capital. His compositions, though many and varied, show chiefly French and Wagnerian influence, and are not highly important. He has written 4 symphonies, among them one with a program taken from Lermontov, several symphonic poems, of which the Orient is most important, 3 string quartets and a quintet, 2 piano trios, a piano quartet, a sonata for violin and piano, 2 suites for cello and piano, a piano concerto, fantasias and Russian themes for piano and violin, all with orchestral accompaniment, a suite for violin and numerous vocal and instrumental pieces in the smaller forms. His operas, though they were never very popular, are perhaps the most important part of his work. The first, The Citizens of Nizhny Novgorod, was produced at the Imperial Opera House in 1868. It is somewhat in the style of Glinka, but is generally thin and uninspired, except in the choral parts, which make effective use of the old church modes. Harold, produced in 1886, is more Wagnerian in form, and dispenses with the effects which helped the former work to its popularity. Dubrovsky, produced in 1895, is Napravnik's most popular work. In it, the lyric quality is again most prominent, and the parts are written with expert skill for the singers. His last opera, Francesca da Rimini, founded on Stephen Phillips's play, was first presented in 1902. It is musically the most able of his works, though highly reminiscent of the later Wagner. The music of the love scenes is touching and expressive. On the whole, we find Napravnik's influence on Russian music to be notable and salutary, and his original composition, though not inspired, sincere and workmanlike. Paul Ivanovich Blaramberg, born 1841, the son of a distinguished general of French extraction, came early under the influence of the Balakirev circle, but a number of years spent in foreign countries impressed other influences on his style, so that his music vacillated from one manner to another without striking any distinctive note. Blaramberg was long active as a teacher of theory in the school of the Philharmonic Society in Moscow. His works include a fantasia, The Dragonflies, for solo, chorus, and orchestra, a musical sketch, On the Volga, for male chorus and orchestra, The Dying Gladiator, a symphonic poem, a symphony in B minor, a sinfonietta, a number of songs, and 5 operas. His first opera, The Mummers, founded on a comedy by Ostrovsky, is a mingling of many styles, from the dramatic declamation of Dostoevsky to the musical patter of opera buffa. The Rusalka Maiden contains many pages of marked lyric beauty, and Mary of Burgundy attains some musical force in the grand manner. The last opera, The Wave, contains a number of pleasing melodies, and not a little effective oriental colour. J. N. Melganov, 1846–1893, was a theorist rather than a composer, and had some part in the nationalistic movement through his close and scientific study of folk songs, at a time when the cult of folk song was chiefly sentimental. A. Alfaraki, born 1846, was also a specialist in folk song, particularly those of the Ukraine, where he was born. He composed a number of songs as well as piano pieces, in which the national feeling is evident. N.V. Lysenko, born 1842, was the author of a number of operas popular in the Malo-Russian province. He was a pupil of Rimsky-Korsakov, and set music to several texts drawn from Gogol. End of track 6. Track 7. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Music of Contemporary Russia. 1. The influence of the Neo-Russian group did not continue in any direct line. There is today no one representing the tendency in all its purity. But there are a number of composers, originally pupils or satellites of the Balakirev circle, who have carried something of the nationalistic tendency into their style. Chief of these, perhaps, is Alexander Konstantinovich Glazunov, one of the most facile and brilliant of contemporary Russian writers for the orchestra. His early career was brilliant in the extreme. He was born in St. Petersburg on August 10, 1865, of an old and well-known family of publishers. In his childhood he received excellent musical education and showed precocious talents. At the age of 15 he attracted the notice and received the advice of Balakirev, who urged further study, and 2 years later his first symphony was performed at a concert of the Free School. In the following year he entered the university, continuing the lessons he had begun under Rimsky-Korsakov. The first symphony attracted the attention of Liszt, who conducted it in 1884 at Weimar, and to whom a second symphony, finished in 1886, was dedicated. Smaller works written at this time show vivid pictorial and national tendencies. In 1889, Glazunov conducted a concert of Russian works, including his own, at the Paris Exposition, and was honored by the performance of a new symphonic poem of his, Stenka Razin, in Berlin. The following years brought more narrative or pictorial works: the orchestral fantasias The Forest and the Sea, the symphonic sketch A Slavonic Festival, an Oriental Rhapsody, a symphonic tableau The Kremlin, and the ballet Raymonde. The last, which was finished in 1897, may be taken as marking the end of Glazunov's period of youthful romanticism. His work thereafter was less bound to story or picture, more self-contained, and notable for architectural development. There are 7 symphonies already to be recorded, together with a violin concerto of the utmost brilliancy, though of classical design. Among the other works of the later period should be mentioned the symphonic prologue In Memory of Gogol, a Finnish fantasia performed at Helsingfors in 1910, the symphonic suite The Middle Ages, and another ballet, The Seasons. There is also not a little chamber music, distinguished in form and execution, and a quantity of songs of facile and graceful quality. Glazunov is now director of the St. Petersburg Conservatory. Obviously, his early ideals were much influenced by Rimsky-Korsakov and by Balakirev, from whom he gained his first distinguished encouragement. He responded to the romantic appeal of medieval and national fairy stories. He felt the grandeur of the sea and the poetry of heroic legends. Thus, in Stenka Razin, he tells of the Cossack brigand whose death was foretold by his captive Persian princess, and who sacrificed her in expiation of his sins to the river Volga. But it is evident that this romantic influence was not lasting. What he chiefly learned from Rimsky-Korsakov was not the picturing of nature or of legendary beings, but the manipulation of the orchestra with the utmost of brilliancy. In his later works, this becomes only technical virtuosity, dazzling but somewhat empty. His travels in foreign lands impressed foreign ideals upon him. When we have given due credit to his thoroughness of workmanship, his sensitive regard for form and balance, the pregnant beauty of many of his themes, we still feel that he is only a sublimated salon composer. Anatol Konstantinovich Lyudov is another of Rimsky-Korsakov's pupils who has shown little enthusiasm for distinctly nationalistic music. He was born in St. Petersburg on April 29th, 1855, of a musical family, both his father and his uncle being members of the artistic staff of the opera. He entered the violin class of the conservatory and was chosen for Rimsky-Korsakov's class in composition. His graduation cantata was so fine that he was invited to become a teacher, and has remained with the institution ever since. In 1893 he was appointed with Lyapunov to undertake the collection of Russian folk songs initiated by the Imperial Geographical Society. His genius has shown itself chiefly in the smaller forms, in which he has produced pieces for the piano distinguished for perfection of form. His songs, especially those for children, have had a wide popularity. There are a certain number of genre pieces for the piano, for example in the Steppes, Opus 23, and numerous pieces in the well-known small forms such as preludes, etudes, and dances. The symphonic suite Baba Yaga, telling of the pranks of an old witch of children's folklore, is one of his ablest works. We should also mention the orchestral legend entitled The Enchanted Lake, Opus 62, The Amazon's Dance, Opus 65, and the last scene from Schiller's Bride of Messina, Opus 28, for mixed chorus and orchestra. Sergei Mikhailovich Lyapunov was born on November 18th, 1859, at Yaroslav, and studied at the Imperial School of Music at Nizhny Novgorod and at the Moscow Conservatory. Later he came under the influence of Balakirev, who conducted the first performance of his concert overture. For some years he was assistant conductor at the Imperial Chapel at St. Petersburg. He is best known by his piano pieces, chiefly the fine concerto in E-flat minor and the tremendously difficult etudes. His numerous lighter pieces for piano, among which are the Divertissement, Opus 35, have become exceedingly popular. His songs show a strong national or oriental influence. His orchestral compositions include a symphony, Opus 12, the solemn overture on a Russian theme, Opus 7, and a symphonic poem, Opus 37. Mention should also be made of his Rhapsody on Ukrainian airs for piano and orchestra, which is a further proof of his sensitive feeling for folk song. Vasily Sergeyevich Kalinikov, born in 1866 in the department of Orlov, was at the time of his death in 1900 one of the most promising of the then younger Russian composers. He studied for 8 years in the school of the Moscow Philharmonic Society, and upon his graduation became assistant conductor of the Moscow Private Opera. The oncoming of consumption, however, forced him to take up his residence in the Caucasus. His most extraordinary work was the First Symphony, in the key of G minor, which was finished in 1895, and went begging for performance until it was given several years later in Kiev. Since then, it has figured as one of the most popular of Russian orchestral works. The Second Symphony in A major is less distinguished. His other orchestral works, showing great talent and considerable national feeling, include two symphonic scenes, The Nymphs and the Cedars, and the incidental music to Alexander Tolstoy's play Tsar Boris, written for its performance at the Moscow Art Theatre in 1899. There is also a cantata, Ivan Damaskin, and a ballad, Rusalka, for solo, chorus, and orchestra. Kulinnikov also left some songs, chamber music, and piano pieces. A marked originality is revealed in his best work, but it was still immature when his final illness put an end to creative activity. A. Spendiarov is loosely associated with the neo-nationalists and has acquired some little popularity with his orchestral works, The Three Palms and the Caucasian Sketches. He shows a marked talent of a pictorial order and felicity in the invention of expressive melody. But his technique is that of age past. His method rings always true to the conventional, and his musical content sounds all too reminiscent. Osip Ivanovich Vytol, born in 1863 at Volna near the Baltic Sea, has gained a distinctive position for himself as a worker with Lettish themes. He was educated at the St. Petersburg Conservatory and studied composition under Rimsky-Korsakov. Until 1908, he was a teacher of theory in this institution. His best works are those which are connected with Lettish folk music, notably the Symphonic Tableau, Opus 4, the Orchestral Suite, Opus 29, and the Fantasia for Violin, Opus 42. We should also mention the Dramatic Overture and the Spiritus Overture, the Piano Sonata, a string quartet, and a number of songs and choruses, some a cappella and some with orchestral accompaniment. 2. We have spoken several times of the absence of a true national school of Russian composition in present times. But this statement must be amended. There is one school which represents in great purity the cult of the national, and has achieved notable results in its work. This is the school of musicians who have undertaken to build up a pure ritual music for the Russian Church. This group is purely national in character. It is the most intense contemporary expression of the Slavophile ideal in recent times. The neo-Russian group of Balakirev was, it is true, only loosely connected with the Slavophile or nationalistic political movement of its time, but its relation to the Western tendency of Tchaikovsky and Rubinstein is analogous with that of the novelist Dostoevsky to Turgenev. The renaissance of Russian church music probably has a certain political significance, for church and state have been traditionally close to one another in the land of the Tsar. The Eastern Church, like that of Rome, suffered from the musical sentimentalism of the 19th century, and received a vast accretion of sacred music, which was the flowery, thin, and utterly unsacred in spirit. Unlike the Roman Church, it made strenuous efforts to effect a reform, choosing as its basis the traditional ecclesiastical modes. These in the Eastern Church are as rich and impressive as the Gregorian modes of Rome. The first definite step was the establishment in 1889 of the Synodical School of Church Singing in Moscow, under the direction of C.V. Smolensky. It was only a preparatory step, for under the advice of Tchaikovsky and Taneyev, it concentrated first upon the education of a number of singers, thoroughly grounded in musical art and theory. In 1898, the school was enlarged and reformed, becoming a regular academy, with a 9-year course and offering a thorough training in every branch of musical art, from sight reading up to composition. New methods of teaching, introduced in 1897, brought the choral work up to an unprecedented pitch of excellence, and a visit of the school choir to Vienna in 1899 left a profound impression upon the outside world. The school instituted, in addition to its regular theoretical studies, a course in the history of church music and its use in contrapuntal forms, and thus began the training of its own line of church composers, of whom the most able is today P.G. Chesnikov. V.C. Orlov, who notably raised the standard of singing in the Metropolitan Choir in St. Petersburg, is now director of the school. and with the help of the choral director A.D. Kostalski has brought it to astonishing efficiency. Kostalski and Gretchaninov have attained their eminence as composers chiefly through their work in the Renaissance of church music. The former was born in 1856, received a regular preparatory school course, and studied music in the Moscow Conservatory. In 1887, he became teacher of piano at the Synodical School, and later of theory. He has composed much for the ritual, basing his work on the old church melodies, and developing a style which is personal, yet in the highest degree religious and impressive. His position in Russian ecclesiastical music is now supreme, but in praising his work we should not forget to mention that of his predecessors, who did much to preserve a decent appropriateness for Russian church music in the dark days. Following the great Bodniansky came G.F. Lvovsky, 1830 to 1894, who was educated in the Imperial Choir and was later director of the Metropolitan Choir in St. Petersburg. He was a man of much talent, and, feeling the approach of the new attitude towards sacred music, showed in his work the transition from the old to the new. Other notable church composers, both in the old and new style, were A. Arkhangelsky, born 1846, Taneyev, Erensky, and Rimsky-Korsakov. But Gretchaninov, though he has by no means given himself solely to the composition of sacred music, has brought the greatest genius to bear on it. He is no mere routiner and theorist. Some of his works for the ritual will stand as among the most perfect specimens of sacred music the world over. Combined with the greatest simplicity of method is an exhaustive technical knowledge, and a poetical feeling for the noble and profound. It is he who has put into tones the supreme poetry of worship. The profound impressiveness of this new sacred music in performance is in part due to the traditional Eastern practice of singing the ritual unaccompanied. This a cappella tradition has disciplined a generation of choirs to an accuracy of intonation which is impossible where singers can depend upon the support of an organ. Further, there is the marvelous Russian bass voice, sometimes going as low as B-flat or A, which furnishes a pedal support to the choir and makes an accompanying instrument quite superfluous. The newer church composers have not been slow in taking advantage of the striking musical opportunities offered by this peculiar Slavic voice. As a result of all these influences, the musical renaissance of the Eastern Church has been far more successful than the parallel awakening in the Roman, and has produced a music and a tradition of church singing incomparable in the world today for nobility and purity. Alexander Tikhonovich Gretchaninov was born on October 13th, 1864 in Moscow, studied piano in the Moscow Conservatory, and went in 1890 to St. Petersburg to enjoy the advantages of Rimsky-Korsakov's teaching. He early gained a prize with a string quartet and became known in foreign countries by his songs and chamber music. His style, outside of his church music, is not especially national. He is inclined to the lyrical, preferring Borodin to Mussorgsky, and throughout his secular work shows German influence. His symphony in G minor, opus 6, gained for him general recognition in Russia, and the symphony, opus 27, justified the great hope felt for his talent. Gretchaninov has been active in dramatic music. He has written incidental music to Ostrovsky's The Snow Maiden, and to two of the plays which go to form Alexander Tolstoy's trilogy on the times of Boris Godunov. His two operas, Dobrynya Nikitich and Sister Beatrice, are distinguished by great melodic impressiveness, and in general by a lyrical style which derives from Rimsky-Korsakov and Borodin. The latter opera, founded on Maeterlinck's play, met with disfavor at the hands of the Russian clergy, because of its representation of the Virgin on the stage, and was withdrawn after 4 performances. A number of minor composers may also be grouped under the general head of nationalists. Most prominent of these is Nikolai Alexandrovich Sokolov, who was born in St. Petersburg in 1859 and studied composition in the St. Petersburg Conservatory under Rimsky-Korsakov. His chamber music comprises 3 quartets, a string quintet, and a serenade. For orchestra, he has written incidental music to Shakespeare's A Winter's Tale, for performance at the Alexandrinsky Theatre in St. Petersburg, a dramatic poem after Tolstoy's Don Juan, a ballet, The Wild Swans, and an elegy and serenade for strings. There are numerous small pieces for piano and violin, and choruses both for mixed voices and for men's voices alone. A. Amani, 1875 to 1904, was also a pupil of Rimsky-Korsakov, and in his piano and chamber music took for his inspiration the poetry of the Orient and the melody of folk song. F. Blumenfeld, born 1863, has distinguished himself as conductor of the Imperial Opera, St. Petersburg, and has written, besides the Allegro Concerto for piano and orchestra and the Symphony in C, many songs and smaller piano pieces which place him with the newer nationalists. A. Elginsky, born 1859, has composed an opera on Pushkin's Fountain of the Bakhtisarai, a symphonic scherzo, and an overture to Tolstoy's Tsar Fyodor, besides much chamber and piano music. G. A. Kazachenko, born 1858, has written an opera, Prince Serebrny, which was performed in St. Petersburg in 1892, and is now chorus master at the Imperial Opera. A. Kapelov, born 1854, has written much orchestral music, including a symphony in C major, a scherzo for orchestra, and a concert overture, also chamber music, including an effective quartet in G major, opus 15. N. V. Stjepachev, born 1853, is associated with the younger nationalists and has composed much for piano and voice, in addition to a serenade and 2 idylls for orchestra. Finally, B. Zolotarev has distinguished himself in chamber music and in songwriting, and has shown great ability in his Fête Villageoise, opus 24, his Hebrew Rhapsody, opus 7, and his Symphony, opus 8. 3. We now come to a group of composers who have been little influenced by the Russian folk song. They all trace their artistic paternity in one way or another to Tchaikovsky. They are men who have used their native talent in a scholarly and sincere way, and have attained to great popularity in their native land and even outside of it, but they seem likely not to retain this popularity long. This judgment may, however, be premature in the case of Glier. It is not, of course, their denial of nationalism which has placed them in the second class, but their loyalty to the past does not seem to be coupled with sufficiently powerful creative faculty to make secure their hold upon the public. Anton Stefanovich Arensky was one of the most popular composers in Russia. This reputation was gained in part by his piano pieces, which made rather too great an effort toward the superficially pleasing and have now almost passed out of sight. His ambitious operas, too, have failed to hold the stage, but his chamber music shows him at his best. He was the son of a physician, and was born at Nizhny Novgorod on July 30th, 1861. His early evinced musical talent was carefully nurtured in his home, and when he was still young he was sent to St. Petersburg to study under Zika. Later he worked under Rimsky-Korsakov at the conservatory and gained that institution's gold medal for composition. His first symphony and his piano concerto were both given public performance soon after his graduation in 1882, and Arensky was appointed professor of harmony and counterpoint at the Moscow Conservatory. In 1888 he became conductor of the concerts of the Russian Choral Society in Moscow, and in 1895 moved to St. Petersburg to accept the position of director of the Imperial Chapel Choir, to which he had been appointed on the recommendation of Balakirev. He died in 1906, and it was generally felt that the death prevented the composition of what would have been his best works. Early in his career he gained the active sympathy and encouragement of Tchaikovsky, who influenced him strongly in a personal way. His talent was essentially conservative, and his scholarly cast of mind was shown in his published Method, which he illustrated with 1,000 musical examples, and in his book on musical forms. His best works date from the Moscow period, since bad health decreased his creative vigor in his later years. Some of his smaller works may be placed beside the best of Tchaikovsky. Most popular outside of Russia have been the 2 string quartets, his trio in D minor, and his piano quintet in D major, opus 51. Of his 2 symphonies, the first, written in his boyhood, is quite the best. the piano fantasia on Russian themes, the violin concerto, and the cantata The Fountain of Bakhchisarai are among his best-known works. His first opera, The Dream on the River Volga, was written to a libretto which Tchaikovsky had abandoned and passed on to him with his blessing. He aimed at dramatic force and truthfulness, but his talent was essentially lyrical, and proved to be his best in his clear and graceful ariosos. His later operas, Raphael and Nal and Damayanti, each in one act, show an advance in musical power, though the method still continues conservative. Arensky's ballet A Night in Egypt was produced in 1899. His last work, composed on his deathbed, was the incidental music composed for the performance of The Tempest at the Moscow Art Theatre. Some of these numbers are among the best things he ever wrote. Sergei Ivanovich Taneyev is a conservative both in mind and in heart, and may be considered the only real pupil of Tchaikovsky. He was born of a rich and noble family in Vladimir on November 13th, 1856, and at the age of 10 entered the then newly opened Moscow Conservatory, where he studied the piano under Nicholas Rubinstein. Under Tchaikovsky he worked at theory and composition. In 1875 he graduated with highest honors and with a gold medal for his playing, which was characterized by purity and strength of touch, grace and ease of execution, maturity of intellect, self-control, and a calm, objective style of interpretation. These qualities may well be considered typical of his compositions. After a long Russian tour with Auer, the violinist, Taneyev succeeded Tchaikovsky as professor of orchestration at the Moscow Conservatory. In 1885 he became director of the institution, but soon retired to devote himself wholly to composition. Though he is an admirable pianist, he seldom appears in public. His compositions, though, are not numerous, are all marked by sincerity and thoroughness of workmanship. Some of them have been compared to those of Brahms. His work is essentially that of a scholar and makes little appeal to the emotions. His mastery of form is marked. The most ambitious of his works is the Trilogy, in reality a three-act opera based on the Aeschylus Oresteia. This, though never popular in Russia because of its severity of style, compels admiration for its nobleness of concept and its scholarly execution. The overture and last entr'acte are still frequently performed in Russia. In general, the style is Wagnerian, and the leitmotif is used freely, though not to excess. A cantata for solo, chorus, and orchestra, the Ivan Damaskin, is one of the finest works of its kind in Russian music. Taneyev has also written 3 symphonies and an overture on Russian themes, but his most distinctive work is perhaps to be found in his 8 string quartets, of which the third is the most popular, in his 2 string quintets, and his quartet with piano. There are also a number of male choruses and smaller piano works. A much more likable, though no less conservative, figure is Michael Mikhailovich Ippolitov Ivanov. He was born of a working-class family near St. Petersburg on November 15th, 1859, and managed to get to the St. Petersburg Conservatory, where he studied for 6 years under Rimsky-Korsakov. In 1882 he went to Tiflis, where he remained a number of years as director of the local music school, as conductor of the concerts of the Imperial Musical Society, and for a time as director of the government theatre. In 1893 he came to Moscow to teach harmony, instrumentation, and free composition at the conservatory, to the directorship of which he succeeded in 1906. But perhaps his greatest influence in Russian musical life was exerted by him in his position as director of the Moscow Private Opera, which he assumed in 1899, and which he helped to build up to its high artistic standard. His reputation in foreign lands rests chiefly on his string quartet, Opus 13, and his orchestral suite, Caucasian Sketches, Opus 10. A second Caucasian suite appeared in 1906 and has had much success. The list of his works also includes notably a sinfonietta and a piano quartet, 3 cantatas, Iberia for orchestra, and the Armenian Rhapsody, Opus 48. In many of these works, as in his songs, he is frequently displaying his penchant for Oriental, Hebrew, and Caucasian music, which he has studied with the poet's love and appreciation. In his 2 operas, Ruth and Asiya, these qualities are also apparent. The notable qualities of his music are its freedom from artificiality, its warmth of expression, and its consistent thoroughness of workmanship. But it is perhaps as an organizer and director that he has performed his chief service to Russian music. One of the most promising of the younger conservative Russians is Reinhold Glier, who is now director of the Conservatory at Kiev and conductor of the Kiev Symphony Concerts. He has in these positions been a dominant factor in the provincial, as opposed to the metropolitan musical life of Russia, and has by his energy and progressiveness raised Kiev to a position in some ways rivaling the capital. He was born at Kiev in January 11, 1875, and was educated in Moscow, where he studied with Taneyev and Ippolitov Ivanov. Though he was thus under conservative influences, he showed in his earliest compositions a feeling for the national musical sources which forbade critics to classify him as a cosmopolitan. His first string quartet in A, Opus 2, showed national material treated with something of Western softness, and his many small pieces for string or wind instruments often make use of folk-like melodies. It is in his piano pieces that he shows himself weakest, and these have contributed to an underappreciation of him in his own as well as in foreign lands. Some of his works, especially the later ones, are thoroughly national in character. Thus, his recently finished opera Awakened is built entirely on folk material, and comes with revolutionary directness straight from the heart of the people. His symphonic poem The Sirens showed French influence, but was hardly a successful synthesis. His first symphony in E-flat, Opus 8, revealed great promise, and his string quartets have drawn the attention of music lovers in foreign lands. It is in his symphonic work that Glier shows his greatest ability. His orchestral writing burns with the heat that is traditional in Russian music, and his handling of his themes in development and contrapuntal treatment is sometimes masterly. By far his greatest work is his third symphony, Ilya Muromets, which is in reality a long and extremely ambitious symphonic poem. It tells the tale of the great hero Ilya of the Novgorod cycle of legends, who sat motionless in his chair for 30 years, until some holy pilgrims came and urged him to arise and become a hero. Then he went forth, conquering giants and pagans, until he was finally turned to stone in the holy mountains. In this work the themes, most of which are national in character, and some of which seem taken directly from the people, are in the highest degree pregnant and expressive. They are used cyclically in all four movements, and are developed in a great length and with great complexity. The harmonic idiom is chromatic, not exactly radical, but yet personal and creative. If we accept certain cliché passages which are unworthy of so fine a work, we must adjudge the symphony from beginning to end a masterpiece. Something of this mastery of the heroic mode is also to be seen in Glier's numerous songs. Though most of them are conventional in the harmonic scheme, they reveal great poetry and expressive power. With but one exception, Glier seems to be the greatest of the conservatives of modern Russia. This exception is Sergei Vasilievich Rachmaninoff, whose reputation, now extended to all parts of the civilized world, is by no means beyond his deserts. He was born on March the 20th, 1873, in the department of Novgorod, of a landed family of prominence. At the age of 9, he went to St. Petersburg to study music, but 3 years later transferred to Moscow, where he worked under Taneyev and Arensky. He graduated from the Moscow Conservatory in 1892 with high honors, and his one-act opera Eleko, written for graduation, was promptly performed at the Grand Theatre and made a deep impression. 2 short periods of his later life were spent in the conducting of opera in Moscow, but most of his time he has spent in composition. He is a pianist of rare abilities, and has played his own music much on tours. For some years he resided in Dresden. Rachmaninoff's early fame is due to the sensational popularity of his C-sharp minor prelude for piano, a fine work of heroic import, holding immense promise for the future. While much of his later composition has been somewhat conventional in style, Rachmaninoff at his best has justified the promise. The magnificent E minor symphony ranks among the best works of its kind in all modern music. Scarcely inferior to it is a symphonic poem, The Isle of the Dead, suggested by Arnold Berkland's picture. 2 later operas have proved very impressive, The first, The Covetous Knight, is founded on a tale of Pushkin, and follows the complete original text with literal exactness, achieving an impressive dramatic declamation which seems always on the verge of melody, and entwines itself with the masterly psychological music of the orchestra. Francesca da Rimini is more lyrical, and shows much passion and power in its love scenes. Rachmaninoff's only chamber music is an elegiac trio in memory of Tchaikovsky and a couple of sonatas. A large choral work, Spring, has attained great popularity in Russia, and a recent one, founded on Edgar Allan Poe's poem The Bells, is said to reveal abilities of the highest order. For piano there are many pieces, notably the various groups of preludes, some hardly inferior to the famous one in C-sharp minor, a set of variations on a theme of Chopin, 6 pieces for 4 hands, Opus 11, 2 suites for 2 pianos, Opus 5 and Opus 17, and 2 superb concertos for piano and orchestra, of which the second, Opus 18, is the more popular. His minor piano pieces are among the most vigorous and finely executed in modern piano literature. His songs are of wide variety, especially in regard to national feeling. In some, as for instance The Harvest Fields, he is almost on a plane with Mussorgsky. We should mention also 2 works for orchestra, a Gypsy Caprice and a Fantasia, The Cliff. Rachmaninoff's music is justly to be called conservative and even academic in its later phase, but this must not be taken to imply that it is cold or unpoetic. No modern Russian composer can better strike the tone of high and heroic poetry. Rachmaninoff has taken the technique of the West, especially of modern Germany, and the spirit, if not the letter, of the tunes of his own lands, and fused them into music of his own, which, at once complex and direct, stirs the heart and inflames the blood. His orchestral palette is powerful and inclined to be heavy. His contrapuntal style is complex and masterful. His melody is free and impressive. He is by all odds the greatest of the modern Russian eclectics. A number of other composers, loosely connected with the Western tradition of Tchaikovsky, should here be mentioned. Some of these are young men who may as yet have given no adequate evidence of their real ability, but all of them are able musicians with some solid achievement to their credit. A.N. Koreschenko, born 1870, won the gold medal at the Moscow Conservatory for Piano and Theory after studying under Taneyev and Arensky, and is now professor of harmony at that institution. His most important work includes 3 operas, a ballet, The Magic Mirror, and a number of orchestral works, notably the Lyric Symphony and a festival prologue, the Georgian and Armenian songs with orchestra, and the usual proportion of songs and piano pieces. Nicholas Nikolaevich Cheparin was born in 1873 and studied for the law, but changed to the St. Petersburg Conservatory, where he energetically studied composition under Rimsky-Korsakov. His style is eclectic and flexible. His name is best known through his 2 ballets, Narcisse and La Pavillon d'Armide, but his overture to Rostand's Princess Lointain, his dramatic Fantasia Opus 17, and his orchestral sketch from Macbeth give further evidence of marked powers. His songs and duets have had great popularity, and his pianoforte concerto is frequently played. He has also been active as a composer of choral music, accompanied and a cappella. Maximilian Steinberg, born in 1883 and trained under Rimsky-Korsakov and Glazunov, has worked chiefly in an academic way and has shown marked technical mastery, especially in his quartet Opus 5 and his Second Symphony in B minor. Nicholas Medtner, who is of German parentage, shows the same respect for classical procedure, together with an abundance of inspiration and enthusiasm. He was born in Moscow on December 24, 1879, and carried off the gold medal at the Conservatory in 1900. Since then he has been active chiefly as a composer, and has to his credit a number of very fine piano sonatas, as well as considerable chamber music. Attention has recently been attracted to his songs, which combine great technical resource with a fresh poetical feeling for the texts. There is nothing of the nationalistic about his work. The same, however, cannot quite be said for George Cantois, born Moscow 1861, who, though educated in Berlin, has shown a feeling for things Slavic in his symphonic poem Murtsiri, and in his cantata Veselka. Among his other large works are a symphony in C minor, a piano concerto, and considerable chamber music. De Krushanovsky is another modern eclectic, known chiefly by his sonata for piano and violin, which, though able, shows little poetic inspiration. Let us complete the section of the history with a passing mention of certain minor composers of local importance. A. von Borkmann has shown a solid musical ability and a strong classical tendency in his string quartet, Opus 3. J. A. Bleichmann, 1868 to 1909, was the composer of many popular piano and violin pieces, of an orchestral work, several sonatas, and a sacred choral work, Sebastian the Martyr. A. Goediger has composed 2 symphonies, a dramatic overture, a piano trio, a sonata for piano and violin, and another for piano alone, and numerous smaller pieces. W. Maniszewski is an able composer of great promise and has written 3 symphonies, 3 quartets, and a violin sonata. M. Osterglazov is an eclectic whose true powers are as yet undetermined. W. Pogiev is fairly well known because of his able chamber pieces and piano pieces. S. Prokofiev, born 1891, is an able and classically minded pupil of Glier and Lyudov and Solanov, born 1875, has carried his early German training into the writing of symphonic poems. We should also make mention of E. Esposito, an able and charming composer of operetta. 4. Of radical Russian composers, 2 have in recent years become internationally famous. Alexander Scriabin is notable for his highly developed harmonic method, which makes sensible subjective states of emotion hardly possible to music hitherto. And Igor Stravinsky has in his ballets carried free counterpoint and a resultant revolutionary harmony to an extreme almost undreamed of in the whole world of music. How much there is of mere sensation in these 2 musicians is at this time hard to determine. The question will be determined in part not only by the extent to which they retain a hold over their audiences, but also by the extent to which the new paths which they are opening prove fruitful to later followers. If one may judge by appearance at this writing, it would seem that Scriabin, who was essentially a theorist and a mystic, had little to give the world beyond a reworking of the chromatic style of Wagner's Tristan, a style seemingly inadequate to the intimate subjective message he would have it bear. Stravinsky, on the other hand, though still crude, seems to be at the threshold of a new and remarkable musical development. In addition to these new men, we find in Russia a number who may justly be called radicals, being influenced by the radicals of other lands, chiefly France. No creative ability of the first order has as yet been discovered among these minor men. Alexander Scriabin was born in Moscow on December 25, 1871. He was destined by his family for a career in the army, but his leaning toward music determined him to quit the cadet corps and become a student in the Moscow Conservatory. Here he studied piano with Safonov and composition with Taneyev. He graduated in 1892, taking a gold medal and setting out to conquer Europe as a concert performer. In 1898, he returned to the Moscow Conservatory to teach, but in 1903 he resigned, determining to devote all his time to composition. Since then he has lived in Paris, Budapest, Berlin, and Switzerland. In 1906-07, he made a brief visit to the United States, appearing as a pianist. He died, dreaming great dreams for the future, in 1915. His compositions have been numerous and have shown a steady advance from the melodious and conventional style of his early piano works to the intense harmonic sensualism of his later orchestral pieces. The first piano works were characterized by Cui as stolen from Chopin's Trousseau. This is not unjust, although the works show a certain technical originality in the invention of figures. The first symphony is written in solid and conservative style, with a due element of Wagnerian influence, and a choral finale in praise of art speaking for its composer's good intentions. The second symphony shows a development of technical skill and an enlarging of emotional range, but gives few hints of the later style. The smaller music of this period, as for instance the Mazurkas, Opus 25, the Fantasia and the Preludes, Opus 35, also show progress chiefly on the technical side. The Satanic Poem for piano, Opus 34, points to Liszt as its source. It is the third symphony in C, entitled The Divine Poem, which first gives distinct evidence of change. This work, composed in 1905, undertakes to depict the inner struggles of the artist in his process of creation and reveals the subjective trend of its composer's growing imagination. Its three movements are entitled respectively Struggles, sensual pleasures, and divine activity. Here the emotional element is well to the fore. The first movement is stirring and dramatic, the second languorous and rich, the third bold and brilliant. The orchestra employed is large and the technique complex. Other ambitious works of the earlier period are the Concerto in F-sharp minor, opus 20, a work of no outstanding importance, and the Reverie for orchestra, opus 24, which is distinctly weak. But by the time we have reached the Poem of Ecstasy, composed in 1908, we have the composer in all his long-sought individuality. The harmonic system is vague to the ear and weighs terribly on the senses. There is evidence of some esoteric striving. One feels that more is meant than meets the ear. It is in a single movement, but in 3 sections, and these are entitled respectively His Soul in the Orgy of Love, The Realization of a Fantastic Dream, and The Glory of His Own Art. The orchestration is rich in the extreme, and the development of the motifs shows a mature musical power. The effect on the nerves and senses is undeniably powerful, but withal it remains vague as a work of art. It is obviously meant to convey an impression, but the definite impression, like the programme, is withheld, and perhaps it is as well so. But it is the Prometheus, subtitled Poem of Fire, composed 1911, opus 60, which shows Scriabin at his most ambitious. The work is written in the general style of the Poem of Ecstasy, but the style, like the themes, is more highly developed, and there is superadded the colour symbolism, which has helped to give the work something of its sensational fame. The music is meant to tell of the coming of fire, that is, of the creative principle, to man, and the orchestra describes, one might better say experiences, the various forces bearing upon incomplete man, represented by the piano, which serves as a member of the orchestral body, until the creative principle comes and makes complete him who accepts it. But in addition to the tones, Scriabin has devised a parallel manipulation of colours, on a colour machine partly of his own invention, and has scored the chords as he imagines them to suit the music. The light keyboard, says a commentator, traverses 1 octave with all the chromatic intervals, and each key projects electrically a given colour. These are used in combination, and a part for this instrument stands at the head of the score. The arrangement of colours is as follows: C, red; G, rosy orange; D, yellow; A, green; E and B, pearly blue in the shimmer of moonshine; F sharp, bright blue; D flat, violet; A flat, purple; E flat and B flat, steely with a glint of metal; F, dark red. The first performance of the work, with a colour machine used as the composer planned, was that of the Russian Symphony Orchestra of New York in March 1915. It can hardly be said that the experiment was convincing to many in the audience, but it seems altogether possible that some sort of union of the arts of pure colour and pure tone in an expressive mission may be fruitful for the future. In a posthumous work entitled Mystery, Scriabin intended to use every means possible, including perfume and the dance, to produce a supreme emotional effect on the audience. We should also mention the 10 piano sonatas, of which the 7th and 9th are the best, which show their composer's musical development with great completeness, but suffer in the later examples from harmonic monotony. This seems to be Scriabin's besetting sin. It seems doubtful whether his harmonic method, as he developed it, is flexible enough for the continued strain to which he put it. For in truth it is not a daring or extremely original system, however impressive it may sound in the commentator's notes. If we may sum the matter up in a slang phrase, we might say that Scriabin's harmony listens better than it sounds. The influence of the French Impressionists on Russian composers is represented at its best in the work of such men as Vassilenko and Rebikov. The Russians have ever been citizens of the world, and have been quick to imitate and learn from their Western neighbours. But in the past century they have also been quick to assimilate, and to give back something new from their own individuality. This may be the destined course of the French influence on Slavic musicians. Sergius Vassilenko was born in Moscow in 1872, entered the conservatory in 1896, and was awarded the gold medal for a cantata written after 5 years' work under Taneyev and Ippolitov Ivanov. His early work was much under the influence of the Russian Nationalists, and his epic Poem for Orchestra, Opus 4, illustrates a taste for medieval poetry which he supported out of his profound knowledge of modal and church music. but his larger works after this were chiefly French in style. These include the two poems for bass voice and orchestra, The Whirlpool and the Widow, a symphonic poem, The Garden of Death, based on Oscar Wilde, and the orchestral suite Au Soleil, by which he is chiefly known in foreign lands. Fyodor Achimenko, though less wholly French in his manner, may be ranked among those who chiefly speak of Paris in their music. He was born at Kharkov on February 8, 1876, was educated in the Imperial Chapel in St. Petersburg, and later was instructed in one or other branch of music by Lyudov, Balakirev, and Rimsky-Korsakov. The influence of these masters is evident in his work, however much he may have absorbed a French idiom. He has a fundamentally Slavonic personality, says one commentator, which inclines toward dreaminess more than toward sensuality or the picturesque. His music resembles the French only in suppleness of rhythms and elaborateness of harmonies. His early works, which are more thoroughly Russian in method, include many songs and piano pieces, 3 choruses for mixed voices, a lyric poem for orchestra, a string trio, and a piano and violin sonata. After his journey to Paris, his style changed notably. From this later period we may mention such works for the piano as the Récit d'une amie rêveuse, Uranie, Page d'une poésie fantastique, etc. His latest compositions include a sonata fantastique and an opera, The Queen of the Alps. Another composer of much originality and of subjective tendencies is Vladimir Rebekov, who was born on May 16, 1866, at Krasnoyarsk in Siberia. Even in his piano pieces he has attempted to mirror psychological states, but this attempt is carried much further in his operas. The Christmas Tree, in one act, attempts to contrast the failings of the rich and the poor, and it was successful enough in its artistic purpose to gain much popularity with its Moscow public. Rebekov has written 2 other psychological operas, Thea, opus 34, and The Woman and the Dagger, opus 41, not to mention his early The Storm, produced in 1894. In his mellow mimics or pantomimic scenes, with closely allied musical accompaniment, Rebekov has created a small art form all his own. M. Neeson is one of the most talented of the younger Russians who have shown marked foreign influence, in this case German. His important works include a symphonic fragment, after Shelley, opus 4, a sonata ballad in C-sharp minor for piano and cello, opus 7, a symphonic poem, Ruble, and a number of admirable songs. W. G. Karategin is known as the editor of Mussorgsky's posthumous works, and composer of some carefully developed music. Among the remaining young composers of this group, we need only mention the names of Kuzmin, Yanovsky, Alanin, and Chernikov. There remains Igor Stravinsky, perhaps the greatest of all the younger Russian composers in the pregnancy of his musical style. He is regarded as a true representative of nationalism in his second stage, for, though his work bears little external resemblance to that of Mussorgsky, for instance, its style is indigenous to Russia, and its thematic material is closely connected with the Russian folk song. Stravinsky was born at Oranienbaum on June 5, 1882, the son of Fyodor Stravinsky, a celebrated singer of the Imperial Theatre in St. Petersburg. Though his precocious talent for music was recognized and was fostered in piano lessons under Rubinstein, he received a classical education and was destined for the law. It was not until he met Rimsky-Korsakov at Heidelberg in 1902, that is, at the age of 20, that he turned defiantly and finally to music. He began work with Rimsky-Korsakov and learned something about brilliancy in orchestration. But his ideals were too radical always to suit his master. The latter is said to have exclaimed on hearing his pupil play the Firebird, "Stop playing that horrible stuff, or I shall begin to like it." Stravinsky's first important work was his symphony in E-flat major, composed in 1906 and still in manuscript. Then came Faun and Shebedes, a suite for voice and piano, and in 1908 the Scherzo Fantastique for orchestra. His elegy on the death of Rimsky-Korsakov, his 4 piano studies, and a few of his songs written about this time hold a hint of the changed style that was to come. Here begins the list of Stravinsky's important compositions. Fireworks for orchestra was written purely as a technical tour de force. Music in the higher sense it is not, but it reveals immense technical resource in scoring and the invention of suggestive devices. Pinwheels, skyrockets, and exploding bombs, among other things, are pictured in this orchestral riot of tone. In 1909 came the ballet The Nightingale, which has recently been rewritten, partly in the composer's later style, and arranged as an opera. This led him to his first successful ballet. But before considering the three works which have chiefly brought him his fame, let us refer to some of the later songs, e.g. The Cloister and the Song of the Dew, which are masterful pieces in the ultra-modern manner, and to the Astral Cantata, which has not yet been published at this writing. Stravinsky's fame in foreign lands, which is doubtless also equal to that in his own, a strange thing in Russian music, rests almost entirely on the three ballets, which were mounted and danced by Diaghilev's company of dancers, drawn largely from the Imperial Opera House in St. Petersburg, who for several seasons made wonderfully successful tours in the European capitals. It must be understood that this institution, the so-called Russian ballet, was in no wise official. It represented the extreme left wing of Russian art in regard to music, dancing, and scene painting. It was altogether too radical to be received hospitably in the official opera house, but it proved to be one of the most brilliant artistic achievements of recent times, and on it floated the fame of Igor Stravinsky. His first ballet, The Firebird, was produced in Paris in 1910. It tells a long and richly coloured story of the rescue of a beautiful maiden from the snares of a wicked magician. The music is by no means radical, but it shows immense talent in expressive melody, colourful harmony, in precise expression of mood, in the suggestion of pictures, and in a certain elaborate and free polyphony, which is one of Stravinsky's chief glories. It is a work irresistible alike to the casual listener and to the technical musician. The next ballet was Petrushka, produced in 1911. This is a fanciful tale of Petrushka, the Russian Pierrot, and his unhappy love for another doll. The little man finds a rival in a terrible blackamoor, and in the end is most foully murdered, spilling his vital sawdust upon the toy shop floor. The characters are richly varied, and the carnival music is telling in the extreme. Stravinsky's musical characterization and picturing here is masterly, but his greatest achievement is his preservation of the tone of burlesque throughout, bouncing and joyous, yet kindly and refined. In this work we notice much of the harmonic daring which is so startling in his third ballet, The Consecration of Spring. Here is an elaborate dance in two scenes, setting forth, presumably, the mystic rites by which the prehistoric Slavic people lured spring, with its fruitful blessings, into their midst. The character of the music and of the libretto is determined by the peculiar theory of the dance on which the ballet is founded. We cannot here go into this matter. Suffice it to say that the dancing does not pretend to be primitive in an ethnological sense, though its angular movements continually recall the crudities of prehistoric art. The music is quite terrifying at first hearing, but a second hearing, or hasty examination of the score, will convince one that it is executed with profound musicianship and a sure understanding of the effects to be obtained. Briefly, we may describe the musical style as a free use of telling themes, largely national in character, contrapuntally combined with such freedom that harmony, in a classical sense, quite ceases to exist. Because of the musical mastership displayed in the writing, we can be sure that this is not a freak or a blind alley experiment. Whether the tendency represents a complete denial of harmonic relations, where the attention centered wholly on the polyphonic interweaving, or whether it is preparing the way for a new harmony in which the second, major or minor, will be regarded as a consonant interval, we cannot at this time say. But Stravinsky's well-proved ability, and his evident knowledge of what he is about, or at least presumptive evidence that our enjoyment of this new style will increase with our understanding of it. Certainly men like Scriabin and Stravinsky prove that Russian music has not been a mere burst of genius, destined to become embalmed in academicism or wafted on lyrical breezes into the salons. Probably no nation in Europe today possesses a greater number of thoroughly able composers than Russia, The Slav seems to be no whit behind his brothers either in poetic inspiration or in technical progress. Perhaps it is a new generation that has just begun its work, a generation destined to achievements as fine as those of the glorious Big Five. End of track 7. Track 8. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Musical Development in Bohemia and Hungary. Part 1. 1. All that is best in the music of Bohemia is fully represented in the compositions of her two greatest sons, Frederick Smetana, 1824–1884, and Antonin Dvorak, 1841–1904. As Louis XIV said that he was the state, so it may almost be said that, musically speaking, these two men are Bohemia. And yet, paradoxical as it may seem, they can be really understood only when studied in relation to their national background, when considered the spokesman of an otherwise voiceless but richly endowed race. This is the paradox, indeed, of all so-called national composers. From one point of view they are personally unimportant. Their eloquence is that of the race that speaks through them, and we listen to them less as men of a general humanity than as a special sort of men from a particular spot of earth. Thus Mr. W. H. Hadow, in his admirable essay on Dvorak, does not hesitate to say of the 18th century Bohemian musicians Mysliveček, Riker, and Dussek, all of whom lived abroad, we may find in their denial of their country a conclusive reason for their ultimate failure. Shift the standpoint a little, however, and it is obvious that something more is necessary for a Bohemian musician than to live at home and to incorporate the national melodies, or even express the national temperament in his compositions. He must, that is, have gone to school to the best masters of the music of the whole world, not literally, of course, but by the study of their works. He must thus have become a past master of his craft. Above all, he must be a great individual, whatever his country, a man of broad sympathy, warm heart, and keen intelligence. Theme, wrote one who realized this on the occasion of Dvorak's death, is not the main thing in any art. The part that counts is the manner of handling the theme. When books are good enough, they are literature, and when music is good enough, it is music. Whether it be national or not matters not a jot. Both of the truths that oppose each other to form this paradox are repeatedly exemplified in the history of music in Bohemia. The Czechs or Bohemians, like other Slavic peoples, are extremely gifted in music by nature, but while their cousins, the Russians, exemplify this gift largely in songs of a melancholy cast, they are, on the contrary, gay and sociable, and rejoice above all in dancing. They are said to have no less than 40 native dances. Of these the most famous is the polka, improvised in 1830 by a Bohemian farm girl, and quickly disseminated over the whole world. The wild furiant and the meditative poetic dumka have been happily used by Smetana, Dvorak, and others. Still other dances bear such unpronounceable names as the beseda, the dudek, the hulan, the kozak, the sedlak, and the trinozhka. They are accompanied by the national instrument, the dudi, a sort of bagpipe. On the whole, says Mr. Waldo S. Pratt, Bohemian music shows a fondness for noisy and hilarious forms whose origin is in ardent social merrymaking, or for somewhat grandiose and sumptuous effects, such as imply a half-barbaric notion of splendor. In these respects, the Eastern music stands in contrast with the much more personal and subjective musical poesy to which Northern composers have tended. This characterization, is interesting to note, would apply as well to the music of Smetana and Dvorak, in which the kind of thoughtfulness we find in Schumann is almost always wanting, as to the folk music of the country. The songs, if naturally less boisterous than the dances, are animated, forthright, and cheerful, rather than profound. are usually in major rather than in minor, and vigorous, though graceful in rhythm. As in the spoken language, the accent is almost always put on the first word or syllable. The music usually begins, too, with an accented note. Another peculiarity that may be traceable to the language is that the phrases are very apt to have an uneven number of accents, such as 3 or 5, instead of the 2 or 4 to which we are accustomed. This gives them, for our ears, an indescribable piquant charm. On the other hand, as Bohemia is the most western of Slav countries, and consequently the nearest to the seats of musical culture in Germany, its songs show in the regularity of their structure, and sometimes in considerably extended development of the musical thought, a superiority over those of more remote and inaccessible lands. Music has been taught, too, for many generations in the Bohemian schools as carefully as the 3 R's, and it is usual for the village school teachers to act also as organists, choir, and bandmasters. The Bohemian common people seem really to love music. It has been truly said, if a Bohemian school of music can now be said to exist, it is as much due to the peasant as to the conscious efforts of Bendel, Smetana, Fibich, A. Stradl, and Dvorak. As in Poland, Russia, Italy, and other countries, however, music suffered long in Bohemia from political oppressions and from lack of leadership. In the 17th century, after the 30 Years' War, Bohemia, in spite of her proud past, found herself enslaved intellectually as well as politically. Her music was overlaid and smothered by fashions imported from Germany, France, and Italy, and her gifted musicians, as Mr. Hadow points out, emigrated thither. During the 18th century, her Germanization was almost complete, and even the Czech language seemed in danger of dying out. George Benda, 1721 to 1795, wrote 14 operas for the German stage. Anton Reicher, 1770 to 1836, settled in Paris as a teacher. J. L. Dussek, 1761 to 1812, best known of all, was a cosmopolitan musician, more German than Czech. Then, early in the 19th century, began a gradual reassertion, timid and halting at first, of the national individuality. Kalivoda, Kittel, Dionys Weber, and others tried to restore the prestige of the folk songs. Tomaszek founded instrumental works upon them. Scroop made, in 1826, a collection of them. This František Scroop, 1801 to 1862, deserves as much as any single musician to be considered the pioneer of the Czech Renaissance. Conductor of the Bohemian Theatre at Prague, he composed the first typically national operas, performed in 1825 and later, and the most universally loved of Bohemian songs, Where is My Home? His life spans the whole period of gestation of the movement, for it was in 1862, the year of his death, that it reached tangible fruition in the founding of the National Opera House, the Interimstheater at Prague. 2 years before this, in October 1860, the gift of political liberty had been granted Bohemia by Austrian imperial diploma. In May 1861, Smetana, most gifted of native musicians, had returned from a long sojourn in Sweden. Thus the national music now found itself, for the first time, with an abiding place, liberty, and a great leader. Friedrich Smetana, born at Leitemischl, Bohemia, March 2, 1824, showed pronounced musical talent from the first, and was highly successful as a boy pianist. His father, however, averse to his becoming a professional musician, refused to support him when, in his 19th year, he went to Prague to study. The severe struggle with poverty and even hunger which he had at this time, together with his close application to the theory of music, may have had something to do with the nervous and mental troubles which later overtook him. His need of study was great, for his musical experience had hitherto been chiefly of the national dances and other popular pieces. In 1848, looking over a manuscript composition of 6 years before, he noted on its title page that it had been written in the utter darkness of mental musical education, and was preserved as a curiosity of natural composition, only at the request of the owner, that is his friend, Katerina Kolar, who in 1849 became his wife. He settled for a time in Prague as a teacher, and even opened a school of his own. But musical conditions in Bohemia were at that time so primitive that in 1857 he accepted an appointment as director of a choral and orchestral society at Gothenburg in Sweden. During his residence abroad, he composed, in addition to many piano pieces and small works, 3 symphonic poems in which are to be found much of the spontaneity and buoyancy of thought and the brilliancy of orchestral colouring of his later works of this type. These are Richard III, 1858, Wallenstein's Lager, 1859, and Harkenjarl, 1861. Nevertheless, he had not yet really found his place. In 1859 his wife died, and the following year he married Barbara Ferdinandi, a Bohemian. It was partly due to her homesickness, partly to the projected erection of the Interims Theatre, that he decided to return to Prague in 1861. He was then nearly 40, but his life work was still ahead of him. He entered with enthusiasm into the national movement. He established with Ferdinand Heller a music school, through which he secured an ample living. He was one of the founders of a singing society, and also of a general society for the development of Bohemian arts. Above all, he began the long series of operas written for the new National Opera House with the Brandenburgs in Bohemia, composed in 1863, and the Barted Bride, 1866. Later came Dalibor, 1868, Libuza, composed in 1872, but not performed until 1881, Die beiden Witwen, 1873-74, Der Kuss, 1876, Das Geheimnis, 1878, and Die Teufelsmauer, 1882. The most famous of Smetana's operas, The Barted Bride, performed for the first time at Prague in 1866, became only gradually known outside Bohemia, but it is now a favourite all over the world. It is a story of village life, full of intrigue, love, and drollery. To this spirited and amusing story, Smetana has set equally amusing and spirited music. From the whirling violin figures of the overture to the final chord, the good humour remains unquenchable. In the polka closing Act 1, in the feuillant opening Act 2, is village merriment of the most contagious kind. In the March of the Showman and his troupe, in the third act, orchestrated for drums, cymbals, trumpet, and piccolo, is humour of the broadest. And in Wenzel's stammering song, opening the same act, is characterization of a more subtle kind, in which humour and real feelings are blended as only a master can blend them. There are, too, many passages of simple tenderness, notably Marie's air, and the duet of the lovers in the first scene, and their tezet with Cazal in the last, in which is revealed the composer's unfailing fund of lyrical melody. This opera, says Mr. Philip Hale, was a step in a new direction, for it united the richness of melody as seen in Mozart's operas with a new and modern comprehension of the purpose of operatic composition, the accuracy of characterization, the wish to be realistic. We may note, furthermore, how free is this realism of Smetana's from the brutality of some more modern operas on similar subjects, such as those of Mascagni, Leoncavallo, and Puccini. The village life depicted in The Barted Bride is never repulsive. It is not even tragic. It is simply pathetic, comic, and endlessly appealing. The simplicity of the musical idiom is notable. Not only does the composer incorporate folk tunes bodily when it suits his purpose, as in the case of the polka and feuillant already mentioned, but the melodies he invents himself are often equally simple, even naive, and harmonized with a similar artlessness. The haunting refrain of the love duet might be sung by village serenaders, yet the simplicity is the simplicity of distinction, not that of commonplaceness. There is a purity, a chivalric tendency about it that can never be counterfeited by mediocrity. And that is in many of Smetana's tunes, as it is in Schubert's and in Mozart's. It is a very cheap form of snobism that criticizes such art as this for its lack of the complexities of the German music drama or symphony. Smetana himself said, as Wagner writes, "We cannot compose." He might have added, "and would not." To us, says Mr. Haydell, Speaking of the Bohemian composers in general, to us who look upon Prague from the standpoints of Dresden or Vienna, the music of these men may seem unduly artless and immature, with Wagner on the one side, with Brahms on the other. We have little time to bestow on tentative efforts and incomplete production. Some day we shall learn that we are in error. The Botted Bride is an achievement that would do credit to any nation in Europe. One effect of the great success of his opera was that Smetana was appointed conductor of the Opera House. A few years later, in 1873, he also became director of the opera school connected with it, and one of the two conductors of the concerts of the Philharmonic Society at Prague. All these promising new activities, however, were suddenly arrested by a terrible affliction, perhaps the worst that can happen to a musician: deafness. On the score of the Rizharad, composed in 1874, the first of the series of 6 symphonic poems, which bears the general title My Country, and constitutes his masterpiece in pure orchestral music, is the note, in a condition of ear suffering. The second, Vltava, composed later in the same year, bears the inscription in complete deafness. It was indeed in 1874 that he was obliged to give up all conducting. Part of a letter which he wrote some years later is worth quoting, both for the particulars it gives as to his trouble, and for the fine spirit of manly endurance it reveals, recalling vividly the similar spirit displayed by Beethoven in his famous letter to his brothers. The loud buzzing and roaring in the head, he says, as though I was standing under a great waterfall, remains today, and continues day and night without any interruption, louder when my mind is employed actively, and weaker when I am in a calmer condition of mind. When I compose, the buzzing is noisier. I hear absolutely nothing, not even my own voice. Shrill tones as the cry of a child, or the barking of a dog, I hear very well, just as I do loud whistling, and yet I cannot determine what the noise is, or where it comes from. Conversation with me is impossible. I hear my own piano playing only in fancy, not in reality. I cannot hear the playing of anybody else, not even the performance of a full orchestra in opera or in concert. I do not think that it is possible for me to improve. I have no pain in the ear, and the physicians agree that my disease is none of the familiar diseases of the ear, but something else, perhaps a paralysis of the nerves and the labyrinth. And so I am completely determined to endure my sad fate in a manly and calm way, as long as I live. Aside from its deep musical beauty, a peculiar interest attaches to the string quartet entitled by Smetana Aus meinem Leben, From My Life, because of the account it gives in tones of his great affliction. The autobiographical character is maintained throughout. The first movement in E minor, Allegro vivo appassionato, with its constant turbulence and restless aspiration, depicts, according to the composer, his predisposition toward Romanticism. The second, quasi-polka, bears me, he says, back to the joyance of my youth, when as composer I overwhelmed the world with dance tunes and was known as a passionate dancer. The Largo sostenuto, the third movement, perhaps musically the finest of all, is built on 2 exceedingly earnest and noble melodies, which are worked out with elaborate and most felicitous embroidering detail. They tell of the composer's love for his wife and his happy marriage. Of all the movements, the finale is the most dramatic. Indeed, it is one of the most dramatic pieces in all chamber music. It opens in E major, vivace fortissimo, an indescribable bustle of happy folk themes jostling each other. A buoyant secondary melody is a little quieter, but still full of childlike joy. These 2 themes alternate in rondo fashion, are developed with never-flagging energy, and suggest the composer's joy in his native folk music, and its use in his art. At the height of the jollity there is a sudden pause, a sinister tremolo of the middle strings, and the first violin sounds a long, high E, shrill, piercing, insistent. It is, says Smetana, the harmful piping of the highest tone in my ear that, in 1878, announced my deafness. All the bustle dies away. We hear reminiscences, full now of a tragic meaning, of the themes of the first movement, and the music dies out with a mournful murmuring of the viola and a few pizzicato chords. If the string quartet is thus intimately personal in a high degree, the series of orchestral tone poems, My Country, dedicated to the city of Prague, is national in scope. Number 1, Vyšehrad, depicts the ancient fortress, once a scene of glory, and its melancholy decline into ruin and decay. In number 2, Vltava, or the Moldau, the most popular of all, we hear the two tiny rivulets which, rising in the mountain, fly down and unite to form the mighty river Moldau. Saka III, 1875, refers to a valley north of the capital, which was named for the noblest of mythical Bohemian Amazons. From Bohemia's Fields and Groves, number 4, 1875, is built on several intensely Czechic tunes and reaches a dizzying climax on a most delicate polka theme. In Tabor, number 5, 1878, is introduced the favourite war chorale of the Taborites. The last of the series, Blanik, 1879, pictures the mountain on which the Hussite warriors sleep until they shall have to fight again for their country. The orchestration of the whole series is as brilliant as the themes are spirited and attractive. They are universal favourites in the concert hall. Smetana wrote a good deal of choral and piano music, as well as other orchestral works, but it is by My Country, the Quartet, and The Barted Bride that he will continue to be known. Fortunately for him, his greatness was recognized during his lifetime. He was idolized by his countrymen. But he knew the pleasure of public triumphs at the 50th anniversary in 1880 of his first appearance as a pianist, at the opening of the new National Theatre in 1881, and on other occasions. But when his 60th birthday, March 2nd, 1884, was honoured by a national festival, he was unable to be present for a tragic reason. His nerves had been troubling him for some time. When Die Teufelsmaul was coldly received in 1882, he said, "I am, then, at last, too old, and I ought not to write anything more, because nobody wishes to hear from me." Later he complained, "I feel myself tired out, sleepy, and I fear that the quickness of musical thoughts has gone from me." Gradually he lost his memory and his power to read. He was not permitted by the doctors to compose, or even to think music. Only a few weeks before his 60th birthday, he had to be put in an asylum, and there, without regaining his mind, he died May the 12th, 1884. 2. Untoward as was Smetana's personal fate, he was fortunate artistically in having at hand a younger contemporary of genius equal and similar to his, to whom he could pass on the torch he had lighted. His friend and protégé, Antonin Dvorak, at this time 42 years old, had not only felt his direct influence during formative years, but resembled him in temperament and in artistic ideals to a degree remarkable even for fellow citizens of a small country like Bohemia. Both were impulsive, impressionable, unreflective in temper. Both found in the strong dance rhythms and the simple yet poignant melodies of the people the natural expression. In both the classic qualities, reticence, restraint, balance, were acquired rather than instinctive. In Dvorak, however, there was an even greater richness and sensuous warmth than in the older man, and his music is thus, in the memorable phrase of Mr. Hadow, more Corinthian than Doric, has a certain opulence, a certain splendour and luxury to which few other musicians have attained. Anton Dvorak, born in 1841, eldest of 8 children of the village butcher Nelahozeves on the Moldau, knew poverty in music from his earliest days. At 14 he could sing and play the violin, the piano, and the organ. A year later came his first appearance as an orchestral composer. Planning to persuade his reluctant father by practical demonstration that he was destined to write music, he prepared for the village band an original polka with infinite pains. But alas, in ignorance that the brass instruments do not play the exact notes written. He wrote what he wanted to hear, but what he heard might well have induced him to resign himself to butchery. That it did not, that he still held out against parental opposition, and was finally allowed to go to Prague, is an evidence of that tenacity, which was in the essence of his character. At Prague he entered the organ school, played in churches and restaurants, and earned about $9 a month, on which he lived. An occasional concert he managed to hear by hiding behind the kettle drums of a friendly player, but classical music he met for the first time when, already 21, he borrowed some scores of Beethoven and Mendelssohn from Smetana. Symphonic composition he acquired laboriously and with surprising skill. The polka and the furiante were in his blood. He now spent about 10 years composing industriously, in poverty and complete obscurity. In 1871 came the long-awaited chance to emerge, in the shape of an invitation to write an opera for the National Theatre. In writing this, his first opera, The King and the Collier, Prague, 1874, he allowed himself to be misled by his curious facility in imitating other styles than his own. Mr. Haydel tells the story at length. The point of it is that Dvorak, acting on a momentary enthusiasm for Wagner, which his music shows that he afterwards outgrew, committed the surprising folly of giving his countrymen, at the very moment when they were initiating a successful campaign for native art, a Wagnerian music drama under the guise of Czech operetta. It was only a momentary aberration, but it is worth mentioning because it illustrates a childlike uncriticalness which was as much a part of Dvorak as his freshness of feeling, his love of colour, and his persistence. Soon realizing his error, he rewrote the music in a more appropriate style. It then appeared that the libretto, too, was wrong. Anyone else would have given the matter up in disgust, but Dvorak had the book also rewritten, and in this third version his work won him his first operatic success. Soon he began to be known outside Bohemia. In 1875 he received a grant from the Austrian Ministry of Education on the strength of a symphony and an opera submitted. 2 years later, offering to the same body his Moravian duets and some of his recent chamber music, he was fortunate enough to have them examined by Brahms, one of the committee. Brahms cordially recommended his work to Simrock, the great Berlin music publishing house, with the result that his compositions began to be widely disseminated, and he was commissioned to write a set of characteristic national dances. The result of this commission was the first set of Slavonic dances, opus 46, later supplemented by 8 more, opus 72. These dances are as characteristic as any of Dvorak's works. Their melodic and rhythmic animation is indescribable. While the basis is national folk song, the themes are imaginatively treated and led through many distant keys, with the happy inconsequence peculiar to Dvorak, and the whole is orchestrated with a richness, variety, and delicacy that make him one of the greatest orchestral masters of all time. The same qualities are found in the beautiful Slavonic rhapsodies, the overtures Mein Heim and Husitzka, both based on Czechish melodies, and mixed with more classic elements in the 2 sets of symphonic variations and the 5 symphonies. In the choral field, Dvorak is best known for his admirable Stabat Mater 1883, written in a pure classical style, as if based on the best Italian models, and of large inspiration. There are also an oratorio, St. Ludmilla, 1886, more conventional, a requiem mass, and several cantatas. Of many sets of beautiful solo songs, special mention may be made of the Gypsy Songs, opus 55, Im Volkston, opus 73, and the Love Songs, opus 83. The duets Echoes of Moravia are fine. There is much piano music too, but charming as are the humoresques, opus 101, the poetic mood pictures, opus 85, and some others. It may be said that Dvorak is less at home with the piano than with other instruments. On the other hand, one might with reason place his chamber music even higher than his orchestral work, for it is as admirably suited to its medium, and its sober palette restrains his almost barbaric love of colour. His pianoforte quintet in A major, opus 81, with its broadly conceived allegro, its tender andante, founded on the elegiac dumka of his country, and its immensely spirited scherzo and finale, is surely one of the finest quintets written since Schumann immortalized the combination. As for his string quartets, they must equally take their place in the front rank of modern chamber music, beside the quartets of Brahms, Franck, Tchaikovsky and Dante. The last two, opera 105 and 106, are perhaps the best. Those who charge Dvorak with lack of depth would do well to penetrate a little more deeply themselves into such things as the lento e molto cantabile of the former. A special niche among the works of this wondrously fertile mind must be reserved for the so-called American works, written during his sojourn in New York in the early 90s. These are the Quartet, Opus 96, the Quintet, Opus 97, and the famous Symphony from the New World, Opus 95. The importance of the Negro element in these works has perhaps been exaggerated. It is true that we find in them the rhythmic snap of ragtime, the melancholy crooning cadences of the spirituals, and even the scale of 5 notes, pentatonic scale. It is even true that there is more or less close resemblance between some of their themes and certain well-known songs, as for instance between the second theme of the first movement of the symphony and Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, or between the scherzo of the quintet and Old Man Moses, He Sells Roses. But after all, the treatment is more important than the theme, and it is because Dvorak is a great musician that the pathos of the Largo in the symphony moves us as it does, and that he can make us as merry with a bit of ragtime as with the Feuillante. He was one of the musicians most richly endowed by nature, and one who knew nothing of national boundaries. He was indeed a veritable Schubert in fertility and spontaneity, and as it was said of Schubert that he could set a wall advertisement to music, so it might be said of Dvorak that he could have made even Indian tunes interesting, had he tried. It is pleasant to add that he got universal love in response to this more than Midas-like transmuting power of his, and that the poor Bohemian boy, after becoming rich and famous, died full of honours, but as simple at heart as ever, in 1904. He was described in an obituary notice as Pan Antonin of the sturdy little figure, the jovial smile, that kindly heart, and the schoolgirl modesty. Of other Bohemian composers contemporary with or earlier than Dvorak, none are of sufficient importance to require more than briefest mention. These are Josef Nesvadba, 1824 to 1876, who wrote Bohemian songs and choral works; Franz Guhersky, 1830 to 1892, who wrote Czech operas, chamber music, and theoretical works; Menzel Theodor Bradsky, 1833 to 1881, who wrote both German and Czech operas; Josef Wojtkowny, born 1833, who wrote Czech operas, masses, songs, and instrumental music; and William Blodeck, 1834 to 1874, who wrote Czech operas and instrumental music. A somewhat more important figure is that of Karl Bendel, 1838 to 1897, composer of Czech operas and ballets, who was conductor of the chief choral society in Prague, influential in the Interims Theatre, and who, jointly with Smetana and Dvorak, enjoys the distinction of winning general recognition for Czech musical art. His operas Leila, Bretislav and Jitka, Chernohorai, Karol Streta, and Dita Tabora are all on the standing repertory of the National Theatre at Prague. Adalbert Hrumalí, 1842 to 1908, who wrote Czech operas, and whose Enchanted Prince, 1870, has proved a lasting success, deserves mention in this place. 3. Between Smetana and Dvorak and the contemporary Bohemians stands Zdenko Fibich, a most prolific composer, well known in Bohemia, but little heard of outside it. Fibich was born at Leberschitz in Bohemia, December the 21st, 1850. Studying at Prague and later at the Leipzig Conservatory, he became in 1876 assistant conductor of the National Theatre in Prague, and in 1878 director of the Russian Church Choir. He is said to have written over 700 works, but they are more facile than profound. Of his many Czechish operas, the most successful was Sarka, 1898. He was much interested in the musical form known as melodrama, not to be confused with the stage melodrama. It is a recited action accompanied by music. classic examples are Schumann's Manfred and Bizet's La Légion. Fibbich wrote 6 melodramas, 3 scenic melodramas, and a melodramatic trilogy, Hippodamia, text by Birchlicky, 1891. His orchestral works include 7 symphonic poems, 2 symphonies, and several overtures, of which A Night in Karlstein is well known. He also wrote chamber music, songs and choruses, piano pieces, and a method for pianoforte. He died in 1900. A number of minor composers, contemporaries of Fibbich, are only of local importance for their Czechish operas produced in Prague. Such are Heinrich von Kahn-Albest, born 1852, director of the Prague Conservatory in 1907, Václav Suk, born 1861, composer of the opera Der Waldkönig, 1900, Karl Navratil, born 1867, who writes symphonic poems and chamber music, and Karl Kovarovich, born 1862, conductor of the Royal Bohemian Landes- und Nationaltheater. This theatre was erected in 1883 by subscription from Czechs in Bohemia, Moravia, Silesia, northern Hungary, even the colony in America. The Austrian government is said to be not very favourable to it, vetoing the posting of placards announcing performances in Austrian watering places. The subsidy is raised by the country of Bohemia, not by the government. In August 1903, a cycle of operas was given here, including Fibbich's The Fall of Arcana, Kovarovich's Tête de Chien, Nedbal's La Grosse Jaune, Dvorak's Rusalka, and several operas of Smetana. A better-known composer of Czechish operas is Emil Nikolaus von Reznicek, who was, however, born not in Bohemia, but at Vienna, May 4th, 1861. His comic opera, Donna Diana, produced in 1894 at Prague, made so great a success that in a short time it was heard in 43 European opera houses. Other operas by him are Die Jungfrau von Orleans, 1887, Satanella, 1888, Emmerich Fortunat, 1889, and Till Eulenspiegel, 1901, on the subject made famous by Strauss's witty symphonic poem. For orchestra he has written a tragic symphony, an ironic symphony, an idyllic overture, a comedy overture, 2 symphonic suites, while a string quartet was played by the Dessau Quartet at Berlin in 1906. Fibbich's pupil, O. Ostrichel, whose contrapuntal skill and brilliant orchestration testify to his ability, has written the operas Kunal's Eyes, The Fall of Vlasta, and Bud's Nospen, also an impromptu and a suite for orchestra. Of the pupils of Dvorak, Rudolf Karel has written a symphony in E-flat minor, and Jugend, a symphonic poem in which he pictures the struggles of a youth of genius, and Alois Reiser is known as the composer of an opera Gobi, showing melodic and harmonic originality without exaggeration, and of a trio, a cello concerto, and solo pieces for violin, in which his nationality is reflected. Other contemporaries are Ottokar Jeremias, symphonies, overtures, and chamber music, and his brother Yaroslav Jeremias, a follower in his 2 operas of modern French tendencies, K. Krichka, W. Stepan, J. Maxner, B. Novotny, and others. Without doubt, the 2 most important living Bohemian composers are Josef Suk and Vítězslav Novák. Suk, who was born at Křečovice, January 4th, 1874, became a pupil of Dvorak at the Prague Conservatory in 1888, and later married his daughter. He is second violin of the Bohemian Quartet. Among his works may be mentioned a dramatic overture, an overture to A Winter's Tale, a symphony in E, a suite entitled A Fairy Tale, a piano quartet, a piano quintet, and 2 string quartets. The symphony in E major, Opus 14, published in Berlin, has charm and is most skillfully written, especially for the strings, like everything by this violin composer, but is somewhat prolix and student-like, revealing Dvorak in many places, and in the finale containing a theme too obviously suggested by the overture to Smetana's The Boated Bride. A Fairy Tale, Opus 16, sonorously and brilliantly scored, is of programmatic character, especially the fourth movement. Both of these orchestral works introduce a number of folk themes. This is also the case in an early string quartet, Opus 11, 1896, in B-flat major, the finale of which is built on a polka tune in 6-bar phrases. If one were to judge him by these things, one would say that Suk was a skillful violinist who thoroughly understood how to write for his instrument, that he had caught much of the charm of Bohemian folk melody, and especially of Dvorak's way of treating it, but that his musical expression was neither very far-reaching nor very original. He may have felt this himself, for in his second quartet, Opus 31, published in 1911, he has thrown over his earlier style completely and adopted a so-called modern idiom. The work is played in one movement, without pauses. It is full of changes of tempo and of key, extremely complicated in harmony, frightfully difficult for the players as regards intonation, and difficult for the listeners too, from its spasmodic and constantly changing character. So far as one can tell about such a work from reading the score, it would seem as if the composer had abandoned his natural speech here without gaining real eloquence in exchange. Whether he be misguided or not, however, there can be no doubt of his marked natural talent for the same kind of impulsive, fresh musical expression we find in Smetana and Dvorak. The music of Novak, on the other hand, if less immediately ingratiating, is much more thoughtful. The influence of Dvorak is less felt in it than those of Schumann and Brahms. Although the Bohemian and also the allied Moravian and Hungarian Slovak folk melodies are to some extent drawn upon for material, the treatment is more intellectual than popular. Rhythmic subtleties abound, and the types of construction are often highly complex and ingenious, there being considerable use of those cyclic transformations of a single theme throughout a long composition, to which César Franck and his school attribute so high a value. It is worth noting that Novak, who was born December 5, 1870, at Kamenets, Bohemia, is a man of general as well as technical education, having attended Bohemian University and a Conservatory of Music at Prague. He has continued to live in Prague as a music teacher, several times receiving a state grant for composition. Among his works are an overture to a Moravian popular drama, Opus 18, the symphonic poems on the Lefty Tatra, Opus 26, and Eternal Longing, Opus 33, a Slovak suite, Opus 32, 2 piano trios, 2 string quartets, a piano quartet, a piano quintet, and a piano sonata. In his early compositions, Novak shows the influence of the German Romantic school, as in the trio, Opus 1, with its somewhat pompous main theme and its contrasting theme for cello solo, verging dangerously upon the sentimental. The piano quartet, Opus 7, 1900, on a striking and even noble theme, suffers from Brahmsian mannerisms of style, and a treatment at times dryly academic. On the other hand, the piano quintet, Opus 12, published in 1904, but doubtless written much earlier, on a plaintively poetic folk theme in A minor, and the first string quartet, Opus 22, 1902, show clearly the more native influence of his master Dvorak. He thus shows the impressionability of all really highly endowed minds, and in his mature works writes with as much flexibility as authority. The trio Quasi un ballata, Opus 27, 1903, and the second string quartet, Opus 35, 1906, are masterpieces. The trio is dramatic and powerful in expression, original in style and structure. It begins Andante tragico, with a fine, bold melody of folk character in D minor, given out by the violin, and later powerfully developed by the piano. A secondary section in D-flat, also somewhat folkish, immediately follows without break. Next, again without pause, comes a quasi-scherzo allegro burlesca in G minor, the trio of which is ingeniously derived from the main theme of the work. Recitative-like passages in the strings and cadenzas for the piano then lead back to the original Andante theme, worked out in combination with subsidiary matter and bringing the whole to an impressive soft close. The string quartet in D major is equally original, though different in mood. Dramatic declamation here gives place to a meditative thoughtfulness, especially suited to the 4 strings. There are but 2 movements, The first is a fugue, largo misterioso, and on a deliberate, impressive theme, in the mood of a later Beethoven. A fugue admirably fresh and spontaneous, with the accepted inversions of the theme and so on, to be sure, but coming less as academic prescriptions than as natural flowerings of the thought. The second movement, Fantasia, is composite, containing first suggestions of the root theme of the fugue, introducing a sort of sonata exposition, in which the same fugue then figures as first subject, and a new melody is second, then instead of a development, a scherzo section, derived again from the root theme. Then the recapitulation of the two themes, completing the suggested sonata, and finally a literal repetition of the last 3 pages of the fugue movement, thus binding the two parts into unity. The scheme of construction is thus as original as the music itself is impressive and beautiful. If Novak can avoid the pitfall of over-intellectualism peculiar to his temperament, he may easily become one of the most vital forces in contemporary European music. End of track 8. Track 9. The Art of Music, Volume 3, Modern Music, written by the National Society of Music. Chapter 6. Musical Development in Bohemia and Hungary. Part 2. 4. It may appear surprising at first that Hungary, a 1,000-year-old nation, has not until our own day achieved an independent cultural existence, and more especially an individual musical art. For we know that the Magyar race is inherently musical, and recent researches have unearthed unsuspected treasures of folk songs, as ancient as they are characteristic. There has indeed been for some time a recognized Hungarian flavor, utilized in the manner of an exotic by various composers, notably Brahms and Liszt, and the dance rhythms so utilized have proved no less fascinating than those of the Slavs, for instance. But native Hungarian composers have not until recently developed these artistic germs with sufficient ability to arouse the attention of the musical world. When we consider the political condition of Hungary during its long history, however, we no longer wonder at the dearth of national culture. Twice the country was utterly desolated. For ages the people possessed no political independence, no constitution, and did not use their own language. Indeed, their native tongue was suppressed by a tyrannical government until late in the 19th century. With the recrudescence of national independence there came, as elsewhere, a revival of nationalistic culture, and it is nothing short of remarkable that within hardly more than a generation Hungary has raised itself, in music especially, to a point where its own sons are capable of brilliant and characteristically native achievement. At any rate, it argues eloquently for the profound musical and poetic instincts which were latent in the race. A brief historical review of early musical endeavour in Hungary may not be without value as an introduction to our treatment of its modern composers. When the Hungarians first occupied their present country, A.D. 896, they found no music whatever in their new home. The musical instinct born in them, however, was very strong, for they sang when praying, when preparing for war, at burials and festivals, and their first Christian king, Stephen I, 997 to 1038, found a school where singing was taught. In fact, the power of music was respected so much that early musicians were called hegedűs, a word not derived from the Hungarian hegedű, violin, but from heged, having healed the wounds. In the 14th century, when the first gypsies migrated to Hungary, they found there a people whose music was already so highly developed that the newcomers themselves learned their melodies from them. It was through the songs of the Hungarians that the gypsies became famous, and we have to bear in mind that the great merit of the gypsies was not in creating melodies, but in making them popularly known from generation to generation. Under the reign of the great national king, Matthias I, 1458 to 1490, music flourished and was even highly cherished. The king who made Hungary one of the greatest powers of Europe in that period possessed an organ with silver pipes and an orchestra. He also had in his service numerous court singers, who sang of the heroic deeds of national heroes. That musicians were highly esteemed there we infer from the fact that such musicians as Adrian Veliat and Thomas Stolzer were in the service of King Louis II, 1516 to 1526. After the Battle of Mohawks, 1526, the whole country was brought under the yoke of the Turks, and almost every trace of the high culture of the Hungarians was destroyed, so that we possess nothing of the musical treasures of this period. Collections of religious chants from the 16th and 17th centuries show that sacred music exerted a notable influence upon Hungarian folk music. The folk element, however, was already very strong at the time of Sebastian Tinondy, 1510 to 1554, whose historical songs displayed genuine and pure Hungarian qualities. Not before the middle of the 16th century was the character of Hungarian music reflected outside of Hungary, at first in pieces called Pasamezzo and Ongaro, published in various German and Italian collections. In tracing the further development of Hungarian music, we find that in the latter part of the 17th century, some stage productions included songs. At about the same time, the Rákóczian era of national struggle brought forth many beautiful and impressive melodies. These treasures were of no small influence upon the evolution of national music, brought into still greater prominence by musicians whom we may call the real originators of the Hungarian idiom. They were Lavater, 1764 to 1820, Schamak, 1771 to 1822, and Behari, 1769 to 1827. Lavater's compositions were genuinely characteristic Hungarian products, showing mastery of invention and skill in handling the national rhythms. He possessed a vivid fancy and a wealth of ideas, but no technique. While his most important work had the promising title of The Siege of Székesfehérvár, it was composed for a solo violin without accompaniment, and its musical ideas were not over 8 to 16 measures in length. Lavater's other compositions, such as his Serenade, in modern arrangements are extremely effective. Some of his folk songs will live forever. Lavater's pupil, the Bohemian Schamak, produced some characteristic dances. He too lacked solidity of structure. The compositions of the brilliant gypsy violinist Behari, some of which are preserved in various transcriptions, are the most valuable examples of old national Hungarian music. The famous Rákóczi March, as we know it through the transcriptions of Liszt and Berlioz, is his work, being a remodeled version of the original, plaintive Rákóczi song composed about 1675 by M. Barner. Summing up, we may distinguish the following 6 periods in the history of Hungarian music. From its beginning, the age of the pagan Hungarians, those whose songs were so persistent that 3 centuries after the introduction of Christianity, the councils found it necessary to suppress them. The period from the rise of Christianity to the 15th century, when, as elsewhere, music was wholly in the service of the Church, while secular music was cultivated only by wandering minstrels. The 3 centuries following, when the growing influence of the gypsies is most powerfully felt, when Lutheran and Calvinistic churches spread among the people, and when the folk songs alive in the mouths of the people today were born, the 18th century, when Hungarian national music became more independent and individual, Hungarian rhythms especially became strongly pronounced, and the fundamental principles of absolute music were laid down, in the first half of the 19th century, which produced the first masters. The last of the 6 periods is that of the contemporary composers and of Young Hungary. In a few words, we have endeavoured to give a sketch of the first 4 divisions. The transitions to the next, the period of the first masters, may be marked by the first opera with a Hungarian libretto. This was Duke Pico and Tutka Perczy, performed in 1793 under Lavater. The work was without any significance whatsoever. The first noteworthy attempt in the direction of national grand opera was Bella's Flight by Wojcicka, 1833. That composer preferred the forms of the light and popular Hungarian folk songs to a more serious vein. He should be given credit for his ambitious attempt to create a truly national historical opera, Hungarian both in music and in text. He was followed by Franz Erkel, 1810 to 1893, whose operas, with subjects taken from Hungarian history, are still played today. His music was genuinely Hungarian in character and had absolute value. The overture to his Hunyadi László, with its classical form and poetic content, was made popular in Europe through the efforts of Liszt. Erkel was careful in selecting his dramatic subjects, drawing freely upon Hungarian history. The subject of his most successful work, Bank Bahn, has also inspired the medieval German poet Hans Sachs, the eminent Austrian dramatist Grillparzer, and the Hungarian József Katona, whose tragedy of the same title represents the best in Hungarian dramatic literature. Contemporary with Erkel, but of much less significance, was M. Mozonyi, 1814 to 1870, who preserved the Hungarian character in his operas and orchestral compositions, as well as in his piano pieces. His studies were highly esteemed by Wagner. The further development of Hungarian culture and music in the 19th century closely reflects the influence of the French, Germans, and Italians. Although the national ambition of the Hungarians to remodel the foreign examples according to their own genius is evident. It is upon this principle that Hungary today produces musical works of absolute merit. 5. The most significant representatives of modern Hungarian music are Ordon Mihailovich, Count Gerzsa Zichy, and Jenő Hubay. The compositions of these men should be considered first as works of absolute merit, regardless of their nationality. Second, for the Hungarian national elements which they unconsciously display, and finally, as noble, though not completely successful, attempts to apply these elements and characteristics to serious modern forms. Though much preoccupied with this problem, they cannot be criticized for the lack of strong individuality, since their personalities almost always overshadow the Hungarian qualities in their works, which, however, are still sufficiently prominent to typify them as Hungarian composers. Each of the three received his training under the most eminent foreign masters, by which fact they were peculiarly fitted to become the teachers of young Hungary, and incidentally the real founders of the modern Hungarian school. The oldest of the three, Mihailovich, was born in 1842. He studied with Hauptmann in Leipzig, with Bülow in Munich, and was in personal touch with Liszt and Wagner. In his position as the director of the Hungarian Royal National Academy of Music in Budapest, he exercises a strong and salutary influence upon present Hungarian musical life. It is due to his efforts that this unique school maintains an extraordinarily high standard. As a composer, he is versatile and prolific. He has successfully applied his talent to every form, from song to grand opera. Hagbert and Signe, Toldi is Love, Aliana, and Wieland der Schmied, upon the libretto planned by Wagner. He has written a symphony in D and several symphonic poems: Cello, Pan's Death, The Ship of Ghosts, Hero and Leander, Ronda de Sabat, etc. He is a master of orchestration and displays superior craftsmanship in working out the thematic material. His style shows a fusion of Wagnerian elements and of the principles of 19th century program music with Hungarian national characteristics. His musical ideas are usually lofty and of refined taste. Count Gerzsa Zichy, born 1849, is an aristocrat in the best sense of the word. The qualities of the man of noble birth and high rank, he is a privy councillor to the king, a member of the House of Lords, the president of the National Music Conservatory, etc. The fine sensibility of a man endowed with talent and trained under the best masters, he studied with and was a friend of Liszt and Volkmann, are reflected in his works as a poet, an author, a virtuoso, and a composer. A man of wealth, he employs his means in the realization of high artistic ideals. When as a lad of 14 he lost his right arm, he experienced the lesson of physical and spiritual suffering, and grew up to be a man of unusually intense energy. Instead of giving up his favorite art of piano playing, he developed himself into the greatest of left-arm virtuosos. His remarkable playing, besides displaying an almost incredible technique, reflects the feelings of a truly poetic soul. His playing is remarkable in every respect, since it is gentle and full of soul, of enthusiasm, and of incomparable bravura, wrote Fétis, and Hanslick remarked, "There are many who can play, a few who can charm, but only Zichy can bewitch with his playing." It is characteristic of him as a man and as an artist that he never accepts any fee for playing. He plays only for charity. "I am happy," he wrote to a critic, "to be in the service of the poor and the unfortunate, and to earn bread for them through my hard work." Count Zichy's compositions for the piano, for the left hand alone, etudes, a sonata, a serenade, arrangements of Bach, Beethoven, Chopin, Liszt, Wagner, etc., are unique in pianoforte literature. The climax of his achievement in this field is his concerto in E-flat. It is distinguished by an energetic first movement, by a deeply felt second movement cast in a Hungarian folk mood, by the brilliancy of the finale, and above all by its terrific technical demands upon the left hand. In dramatic music, Count Zichy began his activity with the opera Allah upon a Hungarian subject. This was followed by the more successful Master Roland, in which he makes use of a radically modern idiom. The work lacks the usual characteristics of Hungarian music. All his libretti were written by himself, stimulated by Wagner's idea that, through music, dance, and poetry are reconciled. He undertook to write a poetic dance poem, ballet, or melodrama entitled Gemma. In this dramatic speaking, actors played the chief roles, while the action was supported by recitation, mimicry, dance, and symphonic music. This novel undertaking proved a failure, and Zichy later rewrote the whole piece as a regular pantomime. The most ambitious work in his trilogy, comprising Franz Rackoczi II, Nemo, and Rodasto, and dealing with the life of the historical Franz Rackoczi, 1676 to 1735, the great hero and great character, the loyal, the most chivalrous, the noblest son of Hungary. Zichy made a deep study of the Rackoczian era, and the librettos themselves as pure dramas are of considerable literary value. With respect to the historical truth, the author remarked, "After 2 years' study of this age, the figure of the great hero becomes more and more vivid before my eyes, and so I wrote the libretto of my trilogy, or rather I copied it, since the life of Rackoczi was itself induced by fate." Into the music of the trilogy there are woven numerous themes, dating from the Koczian period. The problem of applying the stylistic elements of national Hungarian music to modern forms, rhythms, and harmony, however, proved a difficult one. Zichy's solution is a worthy attempt, but nevertheless only partially successful. Aside from this special purpose, the work fascinates by its melodic warmth, its rhythmic energy, and its masterful workmanship. It is safe to say that Zichy's Rackoczi trilogy represents a new phase in the history of national Hungarian grand opera. Of the 3 contemporary Hungarian composers, Hubei's name is the best known internationally. His career as a brilliant violinist, he frequently played with Liszt, the fact that he was Wieniawski's and Vieuxtemps' successor at the Brussels Conservatory, the success of his quartet, with Servais as cellist, all helped to direct general attention to him. Both Massenet and Saint-Saëns were much interested in him. When as a young man of 27 he was called home by the Hungarian government, his fame was already well established. Later he continued playing in the musical centres of Europe and added to his fame, and when he began to publish and play his violin compositions, he achieved such a sweeping success that he is still popularly regarded as a composer of well-known violin pieces, to the detriment of the reputation of his other works. This very attitude of the general public is the highest praise for Hubei's violin compositions. Indeed, their poetic charm, their effectiveness, and singularly idiomatic style stamp him as a genuinely inspired poet of the instrument. In violin literature, he occupies perhaps the most nearly analogous place to that of Chopin in piano music. His deeply felt tone pictures, his Zsáda tavern scenes, in which he preserved many a treasure of Hungarian folk song, those magnificent illustrations of Serva, Vigad, and Magyar, those rapturous Hungarian rhapsodies for the violin, are surely not of less value than many of Liszt's finest piano compositions. The facts that Hubei's name is chiefly associated with his standard violin compositions, and that his reputation is mainly that of a great violin pedagogue, were obstacles to the popularity of his other works. Yet his creative activity has been most varied. He has written songs, sonatas, concertos, symphonies, and 7 operas. One of these operas, The Violin Maker of Cremona, libretto by Coppée, was successfully performed in 70 European theatres. The music of The Violin Maker is characterized by refined elegance, genuine passion, and the nobility of its ideas. The remark of a Hungarian critic that Hubei's music impresses one as if he had composed it with silk gloves on his hands may be accepted as real praise, for Hubei's technical mastery is applied with uniformly exquisite taste. He especially shows his superior musicianship in the operas Eleanor, Two Little Wooden Shoes, A Night of Love, Venus of Milo, and in the two Hungarian operas The Village Rover and Lavater's Love, the first based on a Hungarian peasant play, the second on the life of the composer Lavater. Hubei's two essays in the field of national grand opera are sincere products of his artistic conviction, conscious manifestations of a national ambition. He can therefore not be accused of trying to hide a lack of original invention behind a cloak of folk music. 6. Between Mihalevich, Széchenyi Hubei, and the representatives of Young Hungary, there are composers of note who are not young enough to be classified as such, nor old enough to be called masters, if we apply the term to artistic stature rather than actual age. This applies especially to Ernst von Dohnányi, born 1877, a former pupil of the Hungarian Academy and of d'Albert, and at present a professor at the Royal Hochschule in Berlin. Virility, vehement pathos, enthusiasm, and brilliant sonority are the outstanding qualities of Dohnányi's music. His best works are perhaps in the field of chamber music, the beautiful string quartet in D-flat, the trio serenade, full of caprice and coquetry, the violin sonata in C-sharp minor, a work of fine inspiration, are of solid merit. His four rhapsodies, well known to pianists, are interesting. One of them reveals the author's nationality, while another one re-echoes his honoured ideal, Brahms. His effective and brilliant piano concerto, too, speaks here and there in Brahmsian phraseology. Although he reflects slight special influences in places, as that of Mahler in his suite, his style is eclectic and expresses at the same time a strong individuality. In works of larger form he has tried his hand at a symphony, D minor, excelling in beautiful harmonies, and a comic opera, Tante Simonia, containing a characteristic overture in which the jovial character of the comedy is successfully reflected. This, like his pantomime The Veil of the Pierrette, reveals him as a musical dramatist, with a special gift for effective orchestration. Dohnányi's substantial accomplishments already make it unnecessary to predict for him a place in musical history. Undoubtedly, the hypercritical and unreceptive attitude of modern critics is responsible for the lack of popularity of certain composers. It would seem that Emanuel Moore is one of these. Moore is a tremendously prolific composer. He has written no less than 500 songs, 7 symphonies, 3 operas, 6 concertos, and a mass of chamber music. Many of these have real merit. Also, they do not lack exponents and interpreters. Witness Marteau, Isaïe, Casals, Bauer, Florenzali Quartet. Still, they have not been able to gain a general appreciation. Time only will assign a proper place to the creator. Here also should be mentioned the name of J. Bloch, a successful composer of numerous violin pieces. National qualities are displayed to telling advantage in the aphorisms on Hungarian folk songs by the brilliant Liszt pupil A. Szendi. In fact, the aphorisms, difficult piano pieces, have perhaps more Hungarian colour than the rhapsodies of Liszt. Szendi is also the author of some good chamber music and of an opera, Maria, which he wrote together with Szabados. Maria is built upon Wagnerian principles. The subject of this ambitious opera is the struggle between the Christian and pagan Hungarians in the 12th century. The music, in which Hungarian elements also have a prominent place, is of exquisite workmanship. While Dohnányi and Moore are not living in Hungary, Szendi, Bloch, and the brilliant group referred to as Young Hungary developed their growing talents within the borders of their native land. On the whole, the characteristics of this present products of the Young Hungarian school are above all individual, but there is also a strong tendency toward ultramodernism, and finally a certain fragrance of the Hungarian soil, a quality that one may feel but cannot analyze. The aim of the school is no less than the creation of a new national style, which they endeavour to reach by different ways. Brilliance and robust individualism characterize every one of these disciples, mostly of Hungarian education. This is especially true of Leo Weiner, born 1885, whose very first attempt in the field of composition attested a considerable technique. If Weiner's first composition took his master, Hans Koestler, by surprise, a later one, which he wrote for the final students' concert of his class, fell little short of being a sensation for musical Europe. This, his last student work, a serenade, spread his fame through the continent. It was performed in almost every musical centre of Europe. In it, the composer displays a really individual style of his own. It is full of ideas garbed in brilliant orchestration, and glows with the fire of enthusiasm. Weiner's ingenious harmonic sense and ability is as astonishing for his age as his fine architectural sense. In his other works, a quartet in E, a trio in G minor, a sonata for violin and piano in D, a valuable addition to the list of modern sonatas, the harmony, while sonorous and pure, is quite simple, though his modulations often act as surprises. In form, he never abandons logical progression and artistic unity, since he never loses the general outline of his movements. It is true that one may find dull moments in Weiner, yet of what composer is that not true? Weiner is less successful where he attempts to produce Hungarian colour, but as dignified examples of music produced for its own sake, his works are likely to persist. One of the chief representatives of musical ultramodernism in Hungary is Béla Bartók, a remarkable individuality whose modernism has probably reached its own limits. According to his principles, applied in his compositions, every kind of key relationship is possible. Thus he combines a melody in A major with a motive in A flat major. His waltz, My Sweetheart is Dancing, is astonishingly grotesque and novel in its pianistic effects. It would hardly fail to make a listener smile or laugh, perhaps by direct intention of the composer. Bartók's colleague in the field of grotesque but effective dissonances is Z. Kodály, with whom he undertook the notable task of collecting Hungarian folk songs in their genuine natural form. With these true and unalloyed Hungarian melodies, the two futurists proved that the genuine Hungarian folk song differed essentially from those known generally under that name. Bartók's and Kodály's folk melodies are not built on the Hungarian scale, which is a gypsy invention. They display primitive qualities and preserve even the influence of the ancient church modes. They have a great variety of constantly changing rhythms and meter, and a distinct feature in the frequent return of characteristic formulas, also the employment of a peculiar pentatonic scale. Whatever may be his merits as a composer, Béla Bartók's work as a scholar in Hungarian music is of unquestioned historical importance. Another young composer whose works are frequently played in foreign countries, also in America, is E. Lendway, likewise a pupil of Koestler. His symphony has sterling qualities. He has, however, produced works of greater significance in chamber music, and piano music, and songs. Especially worthy of mention is a suite for female voices, a cappella. Old Japanese poems supply the text. These he has set to music of genuine poetic finesse, delicate and finely emotional. The whole gives a series of impressive tone pitches, reflecting a fascinating exotic atmosphere. As a testimony of Lendway's technical skill, it has been pointed out that he has produced Japanese color without using the Japanese scale. True to his modernist propensities, he makes free use of the whole tune scale, but with a more specific effect than is usually done. His latest and most ambitious work is an opera, Elga, after Gerhard Hauptmann's drama. Other young Hungarians have attracted international attention in the field of opera. E. Ebrányi's Paolo and Francesca and Mona Vanna, after Maeterlinck, have a dramatic power that is promising. He is at his best in fantastic tone painting, and remarkable for harmonic invention and skill in orchestration. A charming children's opera, Cinderella, is by A. Butike, whose more ambitious symphonic works make him an estimable member of the young Hungarian group. Some chamber music works of ultra-modern tendencies and a symphonic suite of ingenious orchestration by Radnai raise expectations of still better things to come. Justice can hardly be done by merely mentioning the names of such men as Chauvin, Gobbi, Farkas, Rikai, Koenig, Siklos, etc., all of whom are engaged in meritorious creative work. Of no less importance are those who work in the field of musicography and criticism. The Theory of Hungarian Music by Gerzsa Molnár and The Evolution of the Hungarian Folk Song by Fabo, as well as shorter essays by A. Kern, P. Kaczor, etc., are of especially high value. In conclusion, we may say that even a slight study of contemporary Hungarian music will convince one that the musical life of the Hungary of today adequately reflects the tendency of the age, and that the country has definitely entered the rank of the truly musical nations. End of Track 9.